If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 126. Chapter 126. When Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived on the scene with his team, his face wore a grim expression. His response had been swift. Almost as soon as he had sensed that dreadful surge of chakra, he had dispatched ninjas to investigate what was happening. Not only him, but from all directions, various ninjas were rushing towards the location. After Hiruzen and his group arrived, hundreds more ninjas arrived in succession. However, when they arrived and saw the situation, their expressions were no different from Hiruzen's. Some even held a hint of fear. A vast empty space had appeared in the large eastern training forest. The lush trees had been completely severed, and the broken branches were nowhere to be seen. On the ground lay countless shattered body parts, the fresh blood staining the fallen snow red. Amid the snow were long, deep trenches. Hiruzen stood silently on a rock, staring at the devastated landscape. His face was somber, lost in thought. "Lord Hokage, the investigation report is ready." At this moment, a silver-haired member of the Anbu approached Hiruzen. With a glance, Hiruzen recognized him as Kakashi. "Let's hear it. What exactly have you found?" Hiruzen took a deep breath. Despite already having a possible answer in his mind, he decided to confirm a few things. He needed to understand whether this was an intentional act, or merely a coincidental conflict with these individuals. If it was the former, then the situation was serious because it indicated that those damned Uchiha might have left people behind in his proximity. This was something Hiruzen could not tolerate, as the thing he hated most was betrayal. As for the possibility of bankruptcy or even being caught off guard by the Uchiha, he wasn't too concerned about that now, he didn't have the time. If it was the latter, then everything was still tolerable. After all, the Uchiha controlled the guard department, so they naturally would know the location of these people. Moreover, there was already deep-seated hatred between the Uchiha and the root. For Uchiha Kaito to come looking for trouble, that was to be expected. "Lord Hokage, according to the reports from the Anbu on guard here, the person who acted was Uchiha Kaito." Kakashi answered calmly, his head lowered. Yet, inside, he was anything but calm. He had never dreamt that, right after he had given the information to Kaito, he would act on it the same day. This had caught him off guard. However, on his way here, after some thought, he had somewhat understood Kaito's thought process. Perhaps Kaito was not clear about who had given him the information and couldn't verify its authenticity, which is why he chose to act swiftly to eliminate potential troubles. This approach wasn't wrong, considering the remnants of the root were seeking revenge. However, this course of action made things difficult for Kakashi since he was the one who had provided the information. Now, he had to find a way to divert Hiruzen's attention away from himself while framing this incident as Kaito's personal action. However, the ANBU members also reported that Uchiha Kaito didn't strike first. It was they who initiated the conflict, only to face retaliation. But Uchiha Kaito was exceptionally ruthless when he retaliated. He used the same technique that killed Lord Danzo. With a single strike, he wiped everyone out. They also noted that the giant this time looked different from before. This time, the giant was covered in a layer of armor, its power even more formidable. The scars on the ground were the result of its attack, Kakashi explained objectively, stressing on the fact that Kaito didn't initiate the fight. This was a small part of his efforts. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen wasn't too concerned about these details, his focus was on the fact that Kaito had used Susanoo. This, combined with its changed appearance, was the crux of the matter. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen could feel that the power Kaito demonstrated this time was more terrifying than the last. He had been wondering if Kaito's power had increased, and now he could confirm it. Upon realizing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was once again filled with awe. It was clear that the young Uchiha's power had improved yet again. But how old was he? Could his talent truly be so extraordinary? Sarutobi Hiruzen was sure that at Kaido's age, he himself did not possess such power. Even Uchiha Kagami, who was from the same clan, had not reached this level. In fact, Kagami had never even awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. This kid is unexpectedly terrifying. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. Just a few months ago, he had witnessed Kaido's power, a force he believed he could confront at his best. But the cost would be devastating, probably leading to his certain death. He was well aware of this. He was growing old. Even with his status as a shinobi, he couldn't resist the ravages of time. To deal with Kaido, he would probably need to resort to forbidden techniques. If he could be 20 years younger, no, just 10, he had the confidence to beat Uchiha Kaito, instead of considering mutual destruction. But soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a slight sigh of relief. As the Hokage, he had access to a multitude of intelligence reports, including information on the Mangekyo Sharingan. Both his teacher, the second Hokage, and that damn traitor, Uchiha Itachi, had left him a lot of information. This gave him a wealth of knowledge that others didn't have. He couldn't help but be slightly moved by the fact that the Mangekyo Sharingan was more rapidly exhausted with increased usage. Uchiha Kaito, you're courting death. To Sarutobi Hiruzen, such unrestrained use of the Mangekyo Sharingan's power was like drinking poison to quench thirst. The more one uses it, the more intense the immediate gratification. But eventually, there would be nothing but tears. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly put aside such thoughts. At least until Uchiha Kaito is no longer capable, he dare not be careless. Because Kaido's power is still at its peak, the might he displays is truly chilling. Additionally, aside from him, there exist two other pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan in the Uchiha clan. An era where the entire Uchiha clan unites, and three pairs of Mangekyo emerge. Encountering such a thing, Sarutobi feels he is truly unfortunate. But it is precisely because they are too dominant, that I must think of ways to curb and weaken them. Otherwise, if a person like Uchiha Madara emerges again, the whole Konoha will suffer unimaginable catastrophe. Sarutobi murmured to himself, then he turned his gaze towards Kakashi. Kakashi was now incredibly anxious. After he finished speaking, he found the third Hokage silently standing there without a word. This behavior made Kakashi feel as if his heart was leaping into his throat, suspecting that the third Hokage might be beginning to doubt the leak of information. He doesn't regret passing on the information to Kaido, at least for Konoha, for the sake of Obito, he is willing to do so. What he regrets now is that he should have explicitly given Kaido a sense of security, to prevent him from acting recklessly like this. I see, where is Uchiha Kaito? Sarutobi Hiruzen, unaware of Kakashi's anxiety, directly asked. Over there, he has stayed at the scene and hasn't left. Kakashi lowered his head and spoke. He didn't dare to look at Sarutobi now. Indeed, Kaido had never left. This matter was not a big deal for him. He was in the right, why should he leave? Sarutobi guessed Kaido's thoughts, since those guys started it first, they deserved death naturally. Just thinking about it made him feel more frustrated. Kaido's reckless behavior complied with all procedures, which made Sarutobi feel suffocated. But what he needed to do now was to probe what exactly Kaido was thinking. Had he received some news which made him act this way, or did he just want to cause trouble for these guys? Take me to him, I want to meet him. Sarutobi spoke directly to Kakashi, which made Kakashi instantly feel awkward. What does this mean? The whistleblower is going to see the one who started the fight, and he, the whistleblower, has to accompany them, yet the one who started the fight does not know who the whistleblower is? What a chaotic mess! However, Kakashi dared not express any opinion. He obediently led Sarutobi toward where Kaido was. Before long, they saw Kaido sitting on a rock with no one else around. The regular shinobi were busy examining the crack caused by the heaven-like force, and the Anbu had not disclosed who was behind it. Even if someone suspected it might be Kaido, they could only speculate, daring not to openly question. But the fact that the Anbu didn't dare to appear in this vicinity spoke volumes. Perhaps the Anbu members were worried and hesitant themselves. Clan head Kaido, it's been quite a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked straight up to Kaido with Kakashi, opening his mouth to speak without waiting for Kakashi to withdraw. Kaido raised an eyebrow, then straightforwardly revealed a smile. Hokage-sama, long time no see. I wonder what business Hokage-sama has with me. Hokage-sama, clan head Kaido, since you two have matters to discuss, I will take my leave. Seeing the two had begun to converse, Kakashi could envision what the upcoming scene might be like. Although there was no sign of conflict yet, he was keen to stay and clarify certain matters. However, he knew his presence here was inappropriate. Therefore, he made such a decision to leave, but to his surprise, as he prepared to leave, Kaido spoke. There's no need to leave. After all, I have a clear conscience regarding my actions. Kaido, with a smile, looked at the downcast Kakashi, then shifted his gaze to Sarutobi. Hokage-sama, what do you think? Humph, I naturally have no objections. Sarutobi Hiruzen huffed and directly decided to keep Kakashi around. What they didn't know was that Kakashi had already turned pale. Kakashi truly felt his emotions were extremely complex at this moment. Being retained, he could judge the situation according to what unfolded. He feared Kaido might expose the fact he received information, thus putting him in potential danger. At this moment, he was incredibly anxious. The situation among the three of them was excessively complicated. Neither Kaido nor Sarutobi knew that he was the informant, and he could not reveal himself to either party. All he could do was watch closely what the two would say, what they would do, even guess what they might think, and accordingly make certain judgments. To tell the truth, such a situation was extremely uncomfortable. Kakashi sighed inwardly. He was truly stuck in a very uncomfortable middle ground. Uchiha Kaito, I ask you, why did you do this? As Kakashi was struggling internally, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already started speaking. He stared at Kaido, his tone slightly displeased. Despite his evident displeasure, his eyes remained clear. He intently gazed into Kaido's eyes, observing the shifts in his mood. He even used his peripheral vision to watch Kaido's movements, judging Kaido's current state and thoughts. However, to his slight disappointment, Kaido's expression was extremely calm, seemingly no different from usual. Did your subordinates not tell you why I did what I did? Kaido calmly looked at Sarutobi, then shook his head dismissively, his expression seemingly a bit mocking. Publicly attacking the Konoha Guards Minister, a Konoha Jonin and also the Uchiha clan's leader, do I have a reason not to retaliate? I'm not asking about that, Uchiha Kaito, you should know what I mean. Sarutobi pressured again, his stare fixated on Kaido, his voice deepening. They were all members of Root, don't you know what you could become in their presence? Moreover, I was recruiting them, they were going to serve Konoha for the rest of their lives, but all of this was ruined by you, because you killed them all. What are you trying to imply, Uchiha Kaito? My intention is very clear, Hokage-sama. Looking at Sarutobi's state made Kaido slightly amused. He knew this man was probing him. As for what exactly he was probing, there was no way to know. Maybe the intelligence report was real, and Sarutobi was starting to worry. Or maybe it was because of something else, such as genuinely wanting to understand why Kaido acted as he did. Regardless, what Kaido wanted to do was quite simple, to have a good time with Sarutobi. He could entirely assume the report was true, thereby reacting and making certain judgments. He could even probe the Hokage further. They were, after all, remnants of Root. I don't recall ever promising that I would let them go. Moreover, I told you, they were the first to attack. I came here merely to assess the situation of these guys. At this point, Kaido paused slightly, and then, with an amused expression, looked at Sarutobi. Of course, I didn't forget to have a good time with them, like mocking them for not dying alongside their master who betrayed Konoha. Surprisingly, they reacted so intensely and chose to fight upon disagreement. Kaido's words made Sarutobi feel like his blood pressure had risen. The person Kaido referred to as betraying Konoha was Danzo. And why Danzo earned the reputation of betraying Konoha, didn't you damn well know it? But before he could speak, Kaido, with a smile on his face, spoke again, and this time, the playful look on his face became even more pronounced. Of course, I admit one thing, I intentionally provoked them into action. My grudge with Root is not so easily resolved. And, if you look at it strictly, Hokage-sama, you should really be thanking me. You wanted to recruit them into the Anbu, and Anbu ninja must obey strict orders, strictly follow commands. I used my safety as the price, personally helping Hokage-sama to test their limits. If they had not reacted, it would mean they could be recruited. If they couldn't do it, then I helped Hokage-sama clear up these remnants, ensuring a clean environment for the Anbu. Isn't that a good thing? A good thing? Sarutobi, looking at Kaido's smug expression, had begun to tighten his fist hidden in his sleeve. If this is a good thing, what evil exists in this world? Sarutobi realized he had truly underestimated this brat. It wasn't about strength, Sarutobi fully recognized Kaido's power. He underestimated Kaido's sharp thinking and debating abilities. How could a regular Uchiha babble on about such things like he could? They usually couldn't be bothered to explain, what's done is done, what's not done is not done. This is also why Sarutobi chose to believe not long after Kaido presented the video material and told him that the masked guy was the one who killed his wife 8 years ago. Because the Uchiha indeed have a straight-talking nature, their pride does not allow them to lie. Over the years, the Uchiha have never acknowledged that incident, something he knew and believed from the very beginning. It's just that for the sake of Konoha's stability, he chose to selectively ignore these voices. Kaido's performance really differs greatly from his understanding of the Uchiha. He had heard that this boy had always not acted like a real Uchiha. He didn't believe it before, but now he had no choice but to believe it. This guy is indeed different from the average Uchiha. Taking a deep breath, Sarutobi struggled to control his emotions. Finally, he snorted coldly before speaking. Humph, if that's the case, then I should indeed thank you, Kaido. Sure, after all, Hokage-sama has provided us with many benefits. I'm quite willing to help Hokage-sama. At this moment, Kaido also revealed a smile, but quickly, he appeared very puzzled. But Hokage-sama, considering the matter at hand, I've done so much this time, don't you have some sort of acknowledgement? Acknowledgement? At this moment, Sarutobi really felt like he couldn't control his blood pressure. He had seen shameless people, but this level of shamelessness was a first for him. He didn't think about whether Kaido really had obtained any intelligence or not. Right now, this guy had truly angered him to the point of irritation. But Sarutobi was, after all, Sarutobi. In an instant, he calmed down and quietly watched Kaido, his mind spinning rapidly. He suddenly realized that this was also an excellent opportunity to test this guy. After a moment of internal hesitation, his expression still full of anger, he questioned with resentment. I told you not to overdo it. Haven't you got enough already? What more do you want, Kaido? Do you remember, Hokage-sama, that I once discussed the matter of the guard division with you? Kaido didn't mind Sarutobi's expression at all. He spread his hands helplessly, then spoke in a low voice. But the situation in the guard division is not good right now. We are short of personnel, but for various reasons, we can't recruit any. Plus, we're out of money. Is the money provided by the finance department too little? It's making it impossible for us to get anything done. Hokage-sama, the guard division is also Konoha's guard division, isn't it? Are you planning to treat us differently? As Kaido finished speaking, Kakashi, who was by his side, stiffened. He slightly raised his head, the eyes under his mask looking at Kaido filled with bewilderment and confusion. What did Kaido mean? Did he not trust the information he provided? But Kakashi was also smart. He quickly perceived some unusual implications. He felt that Kaido was doing this on purpose, or perhaps, he had other ideas in mind. Meanwhile, countless thoughts rapidly spun in Sarutobi's mind. He felt he had obtained an important piece of information. This brat wants me to give him money, and also recruit people for him. Sarutobi felt quite baffled. Wasn't this part of his plan? Now he was doubting whether he had misunderstood something. Did this boy really not know what he was planning? A normal person, upon finding out someone plans to scheme against him, would probably not rush in blindly. Of course, it can't be ruled out that some would use the scheme to their advantage. But as he thought about it, Sarutobi felt his plan was to eradicate the Uchiha clan's control over the guard division from its roots. Even if the Uchihas were fools, they wouldn't do such a thing, would they? After giving it much thought, Sarutobi felt that his plan was not exposed. This damned Uchiha Kaito was simply here to annoy him. He intended to kill these people from root and then negotiate conditions with him. Why else would he use such terrifying power? It was clearly a demonstration. With this realization, Sarutobi saw through it. This brat wanted to use his own power to threaten and inform him. He couldn't stop what he intended to do, and he could also use such power to get what he wanted from him. Such a threat naturally filled Sarutobi with dissatisfaction and anger. When had he ever encountered such a thing? Perhaps only the damned Cloud Ninja had managed to do something like this a few years ago. But at that time, Konoha was too weak, and he reluctantly compromised in order not to drag Konoha back into the gloom of war. But now, looking at the young face before him, Sarutobi quietly took a deep breath inside. He already knew what he was going to do. He clenched his fist, then with a face full of anger, he gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Good, very good. Uchiha Kaito, you're really something. You flatter me, Hokage-sama. I wonder what you propose." Kaido still had a smile on his face, a smile that seemed utterly harmless. "If you want money, there is none. Even Konoha is in difficulty." Sarutobi looked very hesitant. He pondered seriously for a long time before finally sighing. "I can't help you if you need personnel. I can't go against the will of the people. But I can help you with publicity. The rest is up to you." "Is that all?" Kaido frowned, then his smile faded, looking somewhat dissatisfied. "Well, it's okay, but I must say, Hokage-sama, I am a little disappointed." "I've told you, Uchiha Kaito." Sarutobi spoke as if he had suffered a great loss, gritting his teeth, "Don't push it too far." Kakashi watched the two of them, not knowing what to say for a moment. Now, he felt relieved that he hadn't exposed anything. But while he was at ease, there was one thought running back and forth in his mind: these two had some incredible talent for acting, didn't they? Chapter 127, Chapter 127. So, can we basically confirm that it's Sarutobi's plan? Inside the shrine, Shisui and the others looked gravely at Kaido, who had already laid out what he had done and the conclusions he had drawn. They too had realized that this was no simple matter. After all, under Kaido's probing, Sarutobi seemed extremely reluctant, but his actions were indistinguishable from the intelligence. This guy really didn't want to give a single coin, but he was very willing to provide personnel for the Uchiha. Yes, if there are no surprises, this intelligence should be true. Kaido playfully took out the piece of information, then gently shook his head. "In fact, the first time we received this information, we could feel that it indeed matched Sarutobi's modus operandi. Every attack was aimed at our weak spots. You could even say that if we were not careful, we could get into huge trouble. I'm really curious, who sent this to us? Who would entrust such vital information to us, and what exactly is their purpose? This question had been bothering Kaido, and not just him. Shisui and the others were also frowning in contemplation. After much thought, they couldn't figure out who would secretly help the Uchiha. Someone from the great clans? Obviously not. Sarutobi wouldn't discuss such matters with people from the great clans, as it would undoubtedly cause major trouble. After all, the information in the intelligence subtly hints at a desire to swallow up the great clans of Konoha. Could the other great clans really tolerate this? Never mind. If we can't figure it out, let's not worry about it. After all, we know someone might help us. But this person might have ulterior motives, so we need to maintain a healthy skepticism about the information we have and the information we might receive in the future. Besides, we should also make some arrangements for these matters. How could Kaido sit and wait for death when Sarutobi was taking action? Getting rid of those who might harm him in advance is both a test and a precaution. He wasn't afraid for himself, but he didn't want his clan to suffer. Now that the result was out, it would be unreasonable for Kaido not to take any preventive measures. You have to admit, Sarutobi's plan is really ruthless because it's a clear strategy. You want to expand the police force, but how could your small Uchiha group possibly suffice? Once you give in, Sarutobi will always have a chance. After all, you can't just let people in and not give them a chance to climb the ranks, can you? Civilian ninja are easier to deal with, but clan ninja may not be so compliant. Civilian ninja might put up with the police force for the sake of their livelihood. After all, they don't necessarily need to leave the village to perform tasks in the police force. Those tasks could be deadly. Even though being a ninja is inherently risky, who wants to die? But it's different for clan ninja. If they can't stand it here, can't they just go back to their own clan and find a decent job? Besides, clan ninja are naturally strong, even the weaker ones have clan bloodline or secret techniques for self-preservation, which make them safer than civilian ninja. If Kaido wants to keep them here without causing any backlash, he really needs to think and plan carefully. Firstly, Sarutobi's goal is to challenge and disrupt our management and hierarchy of the police force, which we absolutely cannot allow. But at the same time, we can't give people a chance to criticize us. So, I plan to make some adjustments, and further refine the hierarchy within the police force. I also intend to formally start performance assessments, and an elimination system for those at the bottom. Kaido thought for a moment and then put forward his own ideas and views, but his words caused Shisui and the others to pause. They understood Kaido's words, but they were not entirely clear about the specifics. However, one thing they understood was that life probably wouldn't be easy for the younger members of their clan in the future. Chief, could you please elaborate? Uchiha sighed a little, but he knew that some things might have to change for the future of the clan. Ever since the enactment of so many laws within the police force, he knew there was no escaping this. He just hoped that the clan could weather this storm. Actually, it's very simple. Speaking of performance assessments, it's naturally based on their own job evaluations. Kaido gently tapped the table, then continued with a smile. For example, for the patrol department, the thoroughness of their daily patrols, whether there are issues such as lateness, slacking off, or leaving early. Whether they resolved issues when they occurred, these can all be included in the assessments. The better their assessment results, the more substantial their rewards. What civilian ninja want is nothing more than a better income and more ninjutsu to improve themselves. So, for the rewards, we can give them, let them choose one of two. Either more income, or a new ninjutsu taught specifically by one of us Uchiha. And if they handle particularly difficult tasks, they can get a chance for internal promotion. Of course, they must go through an assessment. Only if they pass the assessment and prove they are capable, can they get the promotion. Kaido explained in great detail. After all, this involves the path that both the clan ninja and the civilian ninja will take in the future, so he can't possibly be perfunctory. Shisui listened and calmly nodded. Kaido's words did, however, cause some helplessness in Fugaku and the others because this would likely bring about significant changes for their clan ninja. Quite clearly, for the moment, they could see that Kaido seemed to be aiming for equality for all. Although this was the right thing to do, it was still somewhat difficult to accept. But Kaido quickly tapped the table to bring them back to the present, pulling out a scroll from his ninja tool bag as he started to speak. As for the elimination at the bottom, it's even simpler. Those who can't meet our standards, no matter who they are, we'll have them leave. The police force is a discipline unit, everyone must abide by the rules and regulations. Although sometimes we can handle some issues in a more humanized way, most of the time we need to stick to our principles. Otherwise, disciplinary issues will lead to their own destruction. We've done well in this respect in the past and I hope to maintain it. Having said this, Kaido paused for a moment, then unrolled the scroll in front of Shisui and the others. As for the more detailed classification of the levels within the police force that I mentioned, you can look at this diagram. This diagram represents my vision for the future police force. The future police force's concept? Kaido's words immediately aroused their interest. However, as they looked, they were stunned. Looking at the dense, long list of positions and annotations written below the police chief, they all felt dizzy. It was only after they read it carefully that they realized the extent of their clan leader's ambition. The police force was divided into 3 sections by Kaido. The first section is referred to as the guard chief, and under his jurisdiction, there are various offices and departments. The decision-making group, naturally possessing the most authority, is at the top, and it has many smaller subdivisions. For example, a secretary's office assists various units, and Kaido specifically highlighted this point. These people are distributed in various units, helping unit leaders plan their daily work, solve small problems, and focus their energy on the most critical issues. Although their status may not seem particularly high in a world where power is valued, such positions are not typically appreciated. However, their importance is significant because they function like assistants to unit leaders, helping solve many troublesome issues. Thankfully, these people don't have decision-making power, and there's a specific supervisory department watching them, otherwise, they'd undoubtedly cause a lot of trouble. The position of secretary is indeed crucial but also prone to causing issues, which Kaido naturally wouldn't overlook. Therefore, he specifically set up a supervision department to monitor them. Of course, the supervision department is not always focused on secretaries, they are responsible for monitoring the actual situation in each unit. Without this, Kaido wouldn't be able to conduct performance assessments. In Kaido's vision, the supervision department must be made up of all the clans of the Konoha and civilian ninja, to prevent unnecessary troubles. In addition to these important units, Kaido also specially set up a local bureau and highlighted it significantly. The local bureau has subordinate police stations scattered throughout the Konoha, each with a specific jurisdiction. Everything within this jurisdiction is naturally handed over to them for handling, and each police station also has various departments. At a glance, this is simply a miniaturized police department. Aside from the guard chief under the police department, Kaido also set up 2 departments. One is the security chief, and the other is the legal chief. Shisui and the others were really taken aback by these 2 departments because the security chief could completely be considered a ninja unit. They were stationed in specific areas of the Konoha and their number was by no means small. Their mission is to respond and handle issues that the guard chief could not deal with in the Konoha. For instance, if there were attacks from local ninjas, or if spies' identities were exposed and they began to flee, they would be dispatched immediately. No matter how you look at it, these are clearly military-style agencies, and they are entirely stationed within the Konoha. As for the legal chief, it's essentially a bid for the Hokage's judicial power, because Kaido intended to set up a court under it. Moreover, they would hold public trials for those who had committed serious offenses, allowing everyone to watch. Wasn't this a bit excessive? Clan leader. After taking all this in, Uchiha Kaito was somewhat flustered, and Uchiha S was completely lost for words. In the end, it was Uchiha Fugaku who asked. Are we declaring war on the Konoha by doing this? Declaring war on the Konoha? Kaido looked at Uchiha Fugaku somewhat bemusedly, then his gaze swept across Uchiha S and Uchiha Kaito, realizing that all three seemed a bit off. Shisui was rather calm, but this guy was also lost and his eyes were constantly looking at him as if waiting for him to explain. This left Kaido feeling both amused and frustrated. It was completely clear now. The police department had been so mixed up under the Uchiha's hands that they didn't even understand their own power. To be honest, Kaido really couldn't understand what was going on with this group of people. Had all their political talents been spent on internal strife? Or was it that their talents in this area were infinitely approaching zero? Regardless, Kaido was going to make them aware of what they didn't know before and further enlighten them about what they did know. This was the new chief of the police department. Everyone, except for Shisui, I believe you've all had some experience with the police department. Mr. Fugaku, as a former chief of the police department, I believe you know what the authority and regulations of the police department entail, right? Authority and regulations. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback, then began to seriously recall this part. Soon he started to speak. We are responsible for the security of the village, arresting criminals, judging criminals, and during times of war. Uchiha Fugaku could only just begin speaking before he became speechless. Then, he simply sat there, dumbfounded and silent. Not only him, but the expressions of Uchiha S and Uchiha Kaito were also no better off. They looked stunned, mouth slightly agape. Apart from not uttering any ah sounds, their stunned appearances weren't much different from the fools Kaido remembered. At this moment, they finally realized that something was amiss. These responsibilities, which seemed almost routine to them, even familiar, made them realize what kind of monstrous department the police department really was, with the new roles that Kaido had assigned. They had suddenly gained the three great powers of law enforcement, judiciary, and military. Was there anything wrong with Kaido's division of responsibilities? No. These divisions were entirely based on the structure of the police department's powers. Kaido merely subdivided the powers of these divisions meticulously. For instance, the guard chief, who represented law enforcement power, the legal chief, who held judicial power, and the security chief, representing military power. This was scientific and there was absolutely no problem with it. At this moment, they really wanted to slap themselves. They had lived for so many years and they had never fully understood the extent of the police department's powers. What was this? Had they lived like dogs? However, after understanding just how frightening the authority of the police department was, their minds went blank again, just like Kaido's initially. The police department was established by the second Hokage. It was well known that the second Hokage was not fond of the Uchihas. But the fact that someone who held such animosity toward them gave them so much power was bewildering. Could it be that they all misunderstood the second Hokage? You all understand now, don't you? Seeing their expressions, Kaido knew that they had probably developed some unnecessary misunderstanding about the second Hokage. If such a misunderstanding was not clarified, it might turn into some kind of fondness for the second Hokage. Kaido didn't want such a tiresome situation to appear before him. Although he didn't particularly dislike the second Hokage, he didn't like him either. And, don't think that the second Hokage was being kind to us by giving us so much power. Sometimes, being killed by praise is scarier than being killed with a real knife or gun. We received such great power, but the essence of its purpose was twofold. Firstly, it was for the stability of the village. Don't forget, we are one of the original clans that founded the village. Moreover, when Uchiha Madara returned to Konoha and caused such massive destruction, we stood against him. It is justifiable for us to be given such great power. The second point naturally is surveillance over us, which can also be understood as a means of oppression. Our clan's character is too proud, which isolates us from other families in the village. Additionally, our enforcement and some of our ways will inevitably lead to misunderstandings, even disdain. I have told you all this before. Never forget. Kaido's words woke them up instantly. They nodded to show they understood. No matter what Kaido said, the second Hokage was dead, so it's not like they could bring him back to explain his intentions, right? Regardless, the Uchiha situation worsened later on, and it's easy to blame it on the second Hokage. After all, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was his disciple. Your disciple is a reflection of your teachings, his current behavior is the legacy of your will. So even if you granted the police department such great power, don't expect us to hold any fondness for you. I can't believe we have been sitting on a gold mine without even knowing it. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. He probably knew Kaido's thoughts and plans by now, as did the two elders. Kaido had planned out so many positions. The goal was quite simple: everyone gets a piece of the cake. Once the ninja from the family and civilian ninja join, unless they are exceptionally outstanding, they have to start from the very basics. Perform well, pass the assessment, and you can get a promotion and a raise. There are so many positions in the police department that are essentially vacant. Such vacancies can absorb more talents, and coupled with the assessment system, there is no need to worry about the newcomers lacking room for advancement. Moreover, while Kaido has painstakingly divided the entire police department into so many organizations, they all saw that as long as Kaido is in control of the police department, nothing would go wrong. And how many ninjas do the Uchihas have? Every member of the clan could be stuffed into the police department, all assuming mid to high-ranking positions. After all, the police department has 3 major offices under it. Each place has a lot of positions. As long as a certain level of fluidity is maintained, everything would be fine. Moreover, according to the clan leader's assessment concept, once the police department is fully staffed, the vacancies created by eliminating the bottom performers can be filled through the assessment. The 3 of them simultaneously thought of this idea. Fortunately, Kaido didn't know this, otherwise, he would definitely be very surprised. But just as this problem was resolved, another problem surfaced, and it was a very simple one: money. The police department, as expanded by Kaido, was in unimaginable need of funds. According to Kaido's plan, even if they drained all the Uchiha's resources, it might not be enough to raise these funds. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, that damned guy, had made it clear that he wouldn't provide funds to the police department, as this was part of his plan. Clan leader, I believe we are currently facing a very serious problem. Uchiha sighed slightly, helplessly shook his head and began to speak. We are short of money now, very, very short. Even if we use the assets of the family, it can't cover all the expenses of this vast police department. Indeed, this is a very, very serious problem. Uchiha Tekaki also seriously nodded. He rubbed his head and spoke with a headache. The first time we split departments, the financial strain on the police department was severe. If we expand to this scale now, it would be unimaginable. So, we must find a way. Even I, Shisui, and Lord Fugaku, we all need to take action. Kaido knows how terrifying financial pressure can be. Even now, just splitting the police department into sub-departments is already overwhelming. If he carries out his plan, how terrifying it would be is something he can imagine. But fortunately, he has other ideas. If he can't get money from Konoha's finance department through the regular process, why not think of other ways? We need to take action. Shisui pondered for a moment, and he immediately thought of something. Kaido, do you mean, we take on missions? Exactly, take on missions. Kaido nodded directly, and then he spoke very seriously. For example, high-priced black market missions, even wars in some small countries and villages. We all know that the great shinobi villages of major countries control the surrounding small countries in various ways, and Konoha is no exception. But sometimes these small countries are not willing to be controlled like this, and they will organize resistance. At this time, in order not to lose face, the great shinobi villages of the big countries will contract out the missions to private ninja organizations, letting them deal with those guys. We can take on the war missions of these small countries, helping them to wipe out the mercenaries brought by the big countries. After all, from Konoha's standpoint, we also don't want those great shinobi villages of the big countries to develop too well. Kaido's words made the four people present frown, but soon they all nodded in agreement. Even Shisui had no objections. After all, those present have experienced war, their hands have not been short of bloodshed. Naturally, they can't be overly merciful. Moreover, such things can help Konoha, so their mental pressure will naturally be much less. The great shinobi villages of the big countries outsourcing to private ninja organizations to deal with these small countries is not uncommon. The most famous is probably Danzo Shimura hiring the Akatsuki. Naturally, Kaido and his team can't go to the great shinobi villages of the big countries. If they were recognized, it wouldn't be as simple as embarrassment, it could escalate to the level of village conflict in a matter of minutes. Therefore, going to the small shinobi villages is the best choice, and Kaido has other ideas as well. Besides missions, don't forget that our police department can apply for a lot of weapons quotas every year, and we Uchihas have our own craftsmen. We take out all the surplus weapon quotas and sell them to those small shinobi villages, or even to anyone who wants to buy weapons. Whether they want to stage a coup or resist, as long as they pay, we can sell to them. Konoha doesn't give us money, we can earn it ourselves. I don't believe this could hinder us. Kaido's plan has a high chance of success, but his second plan seems a bit speechless. Selling the materials provided by Konoha to these criminals, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't seem like something a good person would do, right? Not to mention whether it's a matter of good or evil, just Kaido doing such things with his current status seems quite bizarre. Although he doesn't hold a specific title, controlling the police department, a super monster, Kaido can completely regard himself as a defense minister. Of course, in the future, that he would engage in such shenanigans with his status is surprising, no matter how you look at it. Especially since he's taking advantage of Konoha, taking the materials distributed by Konoha and reselling them, even he feels a little embarrassed thinking about it. But he's too lazy to care about that now. He's this short on money, does he have time to worry about so many things? Besides, it's the Hokage who's targeting him now. Is it a big deal to take some advantage from the Hokage? As for whether these goods have a market, Kaido really doesn't worry about it at all, because no matter in which world, arms are always the most profitable. The chaos in the shinobi world is completely beyond people's imagination and understanding, especially those small shinobi villages are in utter disorder. On one hand, there's the oppression from the big countries, especially those small countries bordering the big countries, their fate is very miserable. This is a realistic issue, there are only so many mission quotas in the shinobi world, and every country has its own problems. Whether it's climate, arable land, or transportation, etc., so these small countries naturally become the places for these big countries to earn their own interests. The mission quotas of small countries are naturally taken by the big countries, and the big countries can also make up for their own deficiencies through these effects. Especially those small countries surrounded by big countries on both sides, being divided into two is not a rare thing. Just like the river country sandwiched between the land of fire and the land of wind, this is a most unlucky and tragic example. This small country no longer has a shinobi village. I don't know if it was wiped out by the two big country shinobi villages, or they were not allowed to establish a shinobi village from the beginning. The reason why this small country is called the river country is because its geographical environment is quite good, with enough water resources to utilize. And thanks to this plentiful water resource, it has a considerable amount of arable land, which naturally caught the attention of the wind country. However, the Konoha wouldn't let a neighboring small country become the territory of those guys from the hidden sand village in the Wind Country, so they too would step in. The result was, this unfortunate small country was divided between the Hidden Leaf and the Hidden Sand. Despite being a single nation, it found itself housing two distinct powers within its borders. Moreover, such a country serves another purpose: it becomes the battleground when conflicts arise between large nations. Major shinobi villages naturally wouldn't let the flames of war reach their homes. Thus, wars are invariably fought outside, often within the territories of these smaller countries. During almost every great ninja war, this has been the case. For instance, the battle between the Hidden Stone and Hidden Leaf took place in the Land of Grass, the fight between the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Leaf happened in the Land of Hot Water, and so on. Perhaps the only country that has not been coveted by the large nations, yet holds a crucial geographical position, is the Land of Rain. However, the Land of Rain also boasts extraordinary individuals, first hands, followed by Nagato. But these are not the primary reasons the major powers haven't made a move on it. The main reason is the ceaseless rain in this blasted place. While the water resources are abundant, they're virtually unusable for farming. Furthermore, due to excessive rain, the state of the roads is beyond imaginable, transportation is almost entirely compromised. For all these reasons combined, the Land of Rain has managed to dodge disaster. Sometimes, Kaido wondered whether Hansen incited the Second Great Ninja War because the conditions in the Land of Rain were so dreadful that he had no choice but to expand his influence. Kaido doesn't have many thoughts about the Land of Rain as it's not related to him, but he does have ideas about other small countries. The resistance caused by the oppression of the major nations, along with the chaos resulting from their internal factional struggles, left them in dire need of weaponry and military supplies. However, the large nations naturally wouldn't let them develop freely. Certain items were strictly prohibited from being sold to them, weapons being the most significant among these. Some arms dealers even feared retribution from the major nations and didn't dare to sell freely. Even if they did, they wouldn't dare to sell too much. But Kaido wouldn't be scared of such things. In plain terms, he has the strength to back him up, and naturally wouldn't be afraid of you so much. As long as you can't catch me, everything is inconsequential. After some deliberation, the basic course of action was decided. The only thing left was figuring out how to execute it. It was decided that Uchiha S would be responsible for establishing the assessment mechanism for the security department, Uchiha Tekaki in charge of calculating the budget. Uchiha Fugaku would take charge of inventorying the weapons, while Shisui would be responsible for external missions. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to set sail for real. After Kaido had finished delegating everything, he opened his mouth to speak with a smile. But on our voyage, we will encounter many difficulties, hardships, and tribulations. However, as long as we persist, we will achieve things our predecessors have never achieved before, and now those things are in our hands. If we can accomplish all this, we will witness the rise of the security department and see the Uchiha reaching the pinnacle. Yes, clan leader. The expressions of Uchiha S and the others seemed a little fanatical at this point, while Shisui appeared relatively composed, but he was also very pleased inside. His family and village have always been the most important things in his heart. Now that he's found a new path, how can he not be delighted? Having seen many of Kaido's strategies, he was a little desensitized. In his view, Kaido seemed capable of solving any kind of problem. It's as if there's nothing in this world that could pose a significant challenge to him. Even if there were, he could overcome it with ease. However, he still needed to ask about some issues, such as how Kaido planned to deal with the Hokage. Shisui had completely lost faith in Hiruzen Sarutobi. First, there was the issue with Uchiha Itachi, and now this. Coupled with his deeper understanding of Kaido's educational reforms and having heard Kaido's view on how Hiruzen handled the Hyuga clan a few years ago, his dissatisfaction with the Hokage had grown immensely. He now genuinely wished that the Hokage would leave as soon as possible. It would be beneficial for both the Uchiha and the Hidden Leaf. This issue, hey. When Uchiha S and others left to attend to their duties, Shisui approached Kaido with his question, prompting Kaido to rub his chin in thought. Actually, Hiruzen's actions this time can be considered a declaration of war on us, it's just that they have means of retaliation. Likewise, I don't plan to let him off this time. But before that, I must sort everything out with the family and the security department. Only when his plans can't affect us, and when we establish an image of reliability with other clans. And when the security department has successfully reversed its reputation in the Konoha and earned everyone's trust, can we make a move? Impeaching and overthrowing a Hokage is no easy task, Kaido learned that during his discussions with Narashikaku. Even if they want to do this, they need to be fully prepared, otherwise, Hiruzen, that old guy, is bound to have countermeasures. So, Kaido has another plan. In this period, he must meet with Hyuga Hayashi, and even Narashikaku. Kaido once said, the Hokage is the Hokage of the Konoha, but the Konoha belongs to everyone. Does Hiruzen really believe he can do whatever he pleases in the Konoha as if it's his private property? This time, Kaido is determined to show him that he should stop dreaming. Konoha will never be at his sole disposal. What a pity! If I had the power of Uchiha Madara, I could directly overthrow him, ignoring everything. But the outcome of such action might not be good. After all, no one likes to live in fear. Danzo is an example. I don't want to become like him. So, if the problem can be solved within the rules, try not to resort to measures outside them. Of course, if you violate them, I won't hold back. Kaido muttered to himself and quickly made a decision. This time, he had decided to get rid of Hiruzen Sarutobi, so he had to prepare for the following matters. While keeping Hiruzen around did have its advantages for Kaido, after all, dealing with this old man full of missteps was quite straightforward. But the problem was, once again, Hiruzen couldn't contain his restlessness, and Kaido couldn't possibly continue to indulge him. His only regret was that this time, by sending Hiruzen away, he wouldn't have the opportunity to take over the Hokage's seat. The prestige and benefits a Hokage position could bring to a clan were immense. Perhaps Kaido could even gain a considerable amount of points from it. But if the opportunity doesn't exist, it doesn't exist. He still had the security department in his hands, so he didn't mind. He just needed to find a new Hokage. Someone who could give opportunities to the Uchiha, wouldn't harbor strange thoughts against them, and, at the same time, wouldn't be too attached to the Hokage position. And such a person was slowly coming into Kaido's mind, Jiraiya. Shisui, when you go out of the village to take on a mission, remember to inquire about Jiraiya's whereabouts, Kaido commanded upon this thought. Lord Jiraiya. Shisui had a good impression of Jiraiya and unconsciously addressed him with respect. Kaido, are you looking for Lord Jiraiya because, could it be? Yep. Looking at Shisui's slightly incredulous expression, Kaido nodded lightly with a smile, you've said it. Perhaps he will indeed be Lord Jiraiya in the future. However, he might need an additional title. That would be, the fifth Hokage. Chapter 128, Chapter 128. Choosing Jiraiya was definitely an acceptable result for Kaido after so much deliberation. Jiraiya's character isn't really suited to be a Hokage. In the original story, he had a clear understanding of his own character, abilities, and so on. With such self-awareness, his final decision was clear, to let Tsunade become the Hokage while he continued to do what he wanted to do. What Jiraiya wanted most was to investigate the Akatsuki organization and explore the path to peace through mutual communication between individuals. Of course, he could also gather materials on the side, given his inherently unruly nature. This guy almost ignored the 3 ninja rules, but even so, his abilities were unquestionable. But now Kaido had no plans to let him continue to do as he pleased. Though bringing Jiraiya back would be a hassle. But don't forget, Jiraiya was still a Konoha shinobi. As long as he was a Konoha shinobi, he had to fulfill his own duties. Once he received universal approval, he would have to step up, whether he wanted to or not. After all, this was not the original story. In the original story, he had a second choice, Tsunade, another of the legendary Sunin. And the fact proved that Tsunade was indeed a qualified Hokage. Whether it was her internal balance of compromise and strength, her conduct when facing enemies, or everything she did when the people of the Hidden Cloud village came. She truly lived up to being the granddaughter of Hashirama Senju. Even though she had her own issues, they were trivial compared to her overall performance. But Kaido didn't want a future Hokage who was normal and capable. Moreover, if Kaido was to do this, he naturally had to involve other clans. According to his previous conversation with Shikaku Nara, he knew that these clans probably didn't want a competent Hokage. Therefore, Kaido was their best choice, and not just one among many. But this couldn't be rushed. Many things needed to be carefully planned. However, this plan wouldn't take too much time. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the heavy snow that covered the whole Konoha had quietly receded, replaced by gentle sunshine and slight spring rain. Everything in the Konoha was stable during this period, although Kaido had almost brutally eradicated all the remaining root ninjas. But this didn't cause any impact in the end because the Konoha eventually stepped in. Hiruzen Sarutobi clearly stated that it was those people who attacked Kaido first, forcing Kaido to retaliate. Interestingly, this intervention was completely different from the previous ones. Before, they would add something like, Kaido was too harsh, after all, they were Konoha ninjas. This time, there was none of that. This time, it seemed like they took a stance that leaned towards Kaido, so this incident passed without causing any ripples. However, while the Konoha was at peace, the members of the guard department were anything but calm. These few months have undoubtedly been their most tiring, most painful, and yet also the most frustrating time. This fatigue, pain, and frustration are entirely due to the series of reforms initiated by Kaido. They had to learn the knowledge revised by the family education reform. They admitted that these studies significantly expanded their understanding of the world. It even allowed them to comprehend many things they had failed to understand before, and correct previous misunderstandings. The gains from this education were indeed unimaginable for them. But the problem was that they had to take exams after studying. If they didn't pass, their names would be put up on a wall for everyone to see. The people of the Uchiha clan are so proud. Except for that slacker Obito from many years ago, few would ignore their performance. One can imagine, if their names were posted on the wall, it would be a social death penalty. This is something they would do anything to avoid. To avoid such a misfortune, they naturally worked hard to review and study. But the problem was that they still had jobs in the guard department, and the department was also undergoing reform. The new behavior manual was of the utmost importance. They had to study and abide by it, and they had to take tests on these rules and regulations. When these two assessments were added together, it drove them to the brink of despair. They would rather fight an enemy than face various exams. Beyond this, the guard department not only demanded they take these assessments but also that they follow all the rules in the action guidelines. And such practices made them feel incredibly suffocated. They felt like they were being treated like grandchildren. But these demands were made by Uchiha Kaito, their new clan leader. None of them dared to resist this new clan leader. Under such circumstances, they could only accept obediently. However, as time went by, they suddenly found that this extremely suffocating approach seemed to have brought some decent returns. In the past, when the villagers of the Konoha saw them, almost all of them wore expressions of disgust and fear. It was as if they were plague bringers or enemies. Such situations were also unpleasant for them, but they got used to it over time because they felt it reflected their authority. They thought that these expressions of fear and disgust were merely due to fear of themselves. As long as they followed the laws and regulations set by the Konoha, everything was fine. But after they started to act according to Kaido's regulations, they suddenly noticed that the villagers who once dreaded and despised them seemed to be changing their attitudes. Many people had started to smile at them during their patrols. These friendly smiles seemed to be an acknowledgement of their work. For those who performed well in the guard department, some people would chat with them when they were off duty. Some even invited them for a drink at the tavern. This change gave the members of the guard department a certain feeling. It was as if they were being accepted. This acceptance was not the previous fear and disgust but a genuine recognition of them from the heart. Such a feeling is truly strange, yet so wonderful. The members of the security department couldn't help but think silently in their hearts. Those smiles filled with goodwill, even a simple nod, brought them infinite joy. Moreover, they noticed that after strictly following Kaido's requirements, the people they brought in rarely expressed any negative emotions. All they did was honestly convey the crimes committed by these individuals, and then handed out appropriate punishments based on the severity of the offenses. In the past, they did the same, but the reaction they received was invariably negative. No one was content with the outcome. But now, those guys were very compliant, and even cooperated with them on many matters. Is this the wisdom of the clan leader? Not only is the clan leader incredibly capable, but also his approach to addressing and resolving problems is so incisive. Nowadays, all members of the security department tremendously enjoyed everything, and while doing so, they did not forget that all of this was brought about by Kaido. In the process, their respect for their new clan leader was heightened. However, they knew that their new clan leader was currently experiencing a great deal of stress. Why is this gap so large? Kaido helplessly looked at the report in his hand, while Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha S, and Uchiha Tekaki kept their heads lowered, daring not to utter a word. The report in Kaido's hand was the calculation of how much the security department was short of, and the figures gave him quite a scare. He had been a mission ninja, so he knew exactly how much he could earn from each task. For example, he had once completed an A-class mission to eliminate a ninja squad. After completing the task, they had shared almost half of the bounty with Asuma. A part of this money was deducted by the Konoha, and the lion's share was given to the leading jonin. The rest was distributed among ninjas like him. Asuma's bounty was 35 million, but now Kaido had to raise an amount equivalent to the bounties of more than 10 Asumas. And this was just the initial investment. You can imagine how horrific the gap Kaido was facing right now. He was even considering whether he should go and assassinate the Hokage. Because the bounty for Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, was as high as 500 million. It seems we need to speed up. Shisui hasn't returned yet, but we must complete our tasks as soon as possible. Suppressing the urge to secretly rush to Hiruzen Sarutobi's house, Kaido turned to Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku, how is the inventory coming along? Clan leader, I have applied for a new batch of materials, which is currently under review in the administration department, Uchiha Fugaku quickly responded, his expression serious. In addition, I have taken out all the weapons and materials from our security department. After discarding the expired ones, we have over 5,000 kunao, and more than 3,000 exploding tags. Is that all? Kaido couldn't help but shake his head when he heard this number. Although strictly speaking, this was quite a lot of value. After all, not all ninjas in a small country would necessarily have that much. But the key issue here is that these things are consumables. During combat, if you throw one, you lose one, if you blow one up, you ruin one. These quantities are actually far from enough. What about the ones the family doesn't need and the expired ones? If you count those in, we have more than 10,000 kunao and over 8,000 exploding tags. Uchiha Fugaku had indeed conducted a thorough investigation, and these numbers were as accurate as he could get. But now he was worried because he had guessed what Kaido was thinking. But we cannot guarantee the sharpness of these expired kunao, nor can we assure that the exploding tags will detonate properly. We can't even judge the explosive power of these tags. Selling these things to them isn't it a bit? No need to worry. Upon hearing that there were so many, Kaido immediately made a decision. They might not use them all, and those who do might not survive anyway. At worst, we can offer them at a price lower than the black market. After all, we're still at a loss. Kaido's words left Uchiha Fugaku and the others speechless. They realized their clan leader, to put it lightly, was not entirely above sharp practices. Chapter 129, Chapter 129. Kaido had no idea what Uchiha Fugaku and the others were thinking. Otherwise, he would feel compelled to defend himself. Where was he being ruthless? His actions were entirely conscientious. Think about it, selling at 20% below black market prices, wouldn't you say these buyers are making a killing? And given the current situation, who else would sell to them? Even if they were willing to sell, the quantity could never be so high. After all, the scrutiny of these items is strict. Whether it's the major nations or the rulers of the smaller ones, naturally, they wouldn't want and allow the power of their rivals to be enhanced. Therefore, various forms of restrictions would inevitably occur. Kaido, selling to them in such an environment, even with some defects, could be seen as helping them. Besides, I have collected less from them. No matter how you look at it, I have been very charitable. In the night, Kaido, muttering to himself, moved towards his destination. He was now off to meet Narashikaku. In truth, Kaido didn't want to find Narashikaku so soon, especially in such a pitch-black environment. But Shikaku's political affairs department had held up the resources he had applied for, prompting Kaido to take action. Kaido knew that it was quite normal for these resources to be withheld. After all, the security department had just recently applied. Another application now would prompt anyone to scrutinize, especially coming from the security department. The tension between Uchiha and Sarutobi Hiruzen was well known within the Konoha clan circles. Though Narashikaku had revealed Kaido's intentions, the Konoha ninjas were generally aware of what the Uchihas sought. They wanted to integrate into Konoha and get a fair chance. This, everyone, had either explicitly or implicitly supported. But Kaido had once attacked the Foundation, and there had recently been an incident of nipping in the bud. Applying now for such a large amount of resources, Narashikaku, from the standpoint of the political affairs department, had to be vigilant and strictly manage. Kaido didn't see any problem with Shikaku's actions, but he needed to have a good meeting with Shikaku. And he also needed to leak some information in advance to gauge the reaction of the Minister of Political Affairs. Ultimately, to impeach the Hokage through the proper process required the help of influential individuals and clans. After a while, Kaido arrived at a forest. Before entering, he activated his Sharingan. As the Crimson Tritomo spun slightly, he quickly scanned everything around him, making sure there was no trouble before proceeding. After discussing with Uchiha Fugaku and the others during the day, Kaido set off alone and arrived near the Nara clan. Then, using his space-time travel ability, he quietly infiltrated the Nara clan and left a letter in Narashikaku's study. The content of the letter was an invitation for Narashikaku to meet him that evening. Having done all this, Kaido lingered outside the Nara clan's vicinity for a while, only following after confirming that Narashikaku had left. Soon, he caught sight of Narashikaku, standing alone in the forest, waiting in silence. However, he also noticed the presence of others lurking in the darkness. But Kaido didn't worry about this. His chakra stirred slightly, and then he disappeared on the spot. Narashikaku waited patiently. He was not perturbed by Kaido's tardiness, truth be told, he was early. Returning home from work, he thought this would be another boring and peaceful day. But what he didn't expect was a shock when he entered his study. There was an extra letter on his desk. He was certain the letter wasn't there when he left. He had even considered if his wife had put it there. But the answer he got was no. His wife hadn't been in the study, and this instantly put Narashikaku on high alert. because it meant someone had silently entered the Nara clan's premises and even his room without anyone noticing. It was a terrifying thought. If anyone wanted to harm him, he would probably have no idea what happened. Though Narashikaku was filled with unease, he calmly finished reading the letter, but then he was a bit taken aback. Because this letter was left by Kaido, with a straightforward purpose, to meet him alone. Seeing this, Narashikaku felt slightly relieved. However, while at ease, he also pondered what Kaido could want to discuss with him. The secrecy suggested it wouldn't be a simple matter, which gave Narashikaku a slight headache. But after much thought, he decided to meet this head of the security department, the Uchiha clan leader, alone. Just as well, he could find out what exactly this young man was thinking. As he waited quietly, Narashikaku mulled over these thoughts. Suddenly, he noticed a slight distortion in the space before him. The next moment, before he could fully react, Kaido appeared in front of him. That moment made Narashikaku understand how Kaido had left a letter in his study without a sound. Because this guy, just like the fourth Hokage, had mastered space-time ninjutsu. "Minister Shikaku, I hope you'll forgive my tardiness," Kaido said, smiling at Narashikaku. "I apologize for inviting you here so abruptly, Minister Shikaku. I had no choice, considering I wouldn't dare to find you at the Ministry of Political Affairs." The Ministry of Political Affairs was located within the Hokage building, which highlights its importance to Konoha and the Hokage. Kaido wouldn't dare to go there to find Narashikaku, especially since what he wanted to discuss was far from trivial. Just his visiting Sarutobi Hiruzen alone would probably raise suspicions, and even if no one came knocking, he was certain there would be Anbu lurking about, which was not something he desired. So, Kaido had no other choice but to make this decision and meet with Narashikaku in such a place. "I think I can understand Kaido's predicament." Narashikaku gazed at the boy in front of him, who was maintaining a light smile, and he couldn't help but sigh deeply. Kaido's power is indeed astonishing. I didn't expect that Kaido would also master the power of space. This reminds me of certain individuals. Indeed, there are not many in this world who possess spatial ninjutsu, the second Hokage, the fourth Hokage, and that mysterious Uchiha who killed the fourth. Kaido looked at Narashikaku calmly and said with a slight smile, "Unfortunately, I can't interact with them. 2 of them are dead, and 1 is our sworn enemy. If I had my current strength 9 years ago, perhaps everything would be different." "Kaido, don't get me wrong, I was just being sentimental." Upon hearing Kaido's words, Narashikaku couldn't help but shake his head immediately. His previous words were somewhat sentimental, but upon further reflection, they seemed to have a taste of doubt and suspicion. Indeed, too few in this world have spatial ninjutsu, and even fewer among the Uchihas. It seemed natural that Kaido would react sensitively. Shaking his head, Narashikaku finally spoke, "Kaido, I'm curious what you wanted to discuss with me tonight." Actually, this abrupt interruption was a necessary action. Kaido helplessly spread his hands. "Firstly, I naturally want to ask when the materials requested by the security department will be distributed." "First? Materials?" Upon hearing Kaido's words, Narashikaku instantly understood. Kaido likely had more to discuss tonight. However, whether the discussion could proceed mainly depended on the issue of these materials. If this topic was not agreed upon, then the firstly would have no secondly. Narashikaku seriously pondered for a moment. He considered whether to continue the conversation, as he was unsure of Kaido's specific plans, which put him on the back foot. Yet he had to admit one thing, he genuinely wanted to understand Kaido's ideas, especially his inexplicable cut-off all escape routes approach and the improvement in the security department's reputation. Everything seemed normal, but it all made him feel something was amiss. The large batch of materials requested by the security department now only added to this strangeness. The security department requested a batch of materials last June, and now, less than a year later, they are requesting again, and the amount is more than double the previous request. As Narashikaku was thinking, he slowly spoke. It was clear from his expression that he was taking this very seriously. While I understand Kaido's intent to expand the security department, this request seems to be too large. Regardless, I need to audit this strictly. After saying these words, Narashikaku paused for a moment. He observed Kaido closely, noting the tension that began to surface on Kaido's face. Only then did he add softly, however, I haven't submitted the documents to the Hokage yet, so he's currently unaware of this matter. Upon hearing these words, the tension on Kaido's face immediately eased, even breaking into a faint smile. It's really been hard on you, Minister Shikaku. Actually, I have my own reasons and difficulties for doing this. With that, Kaido's expression swiftly shifted from a smile to one of helplessness. As the saying goes, Hyuga Hayashi is right, people put on different masks to deal with different people, different situations, and even different moods. This is by no means derogatory. To change the mask one wears depending on the person or situation can actually stimulate empathy. After all, Kaido is indeed in a difficult position. Difficulties? Shikaku raised an eyebrow, asking curiously, I wonder what kind of difficulties Kaido is facing. Before I talk about this, I want to ask Minister Shikaku a question. Kaido let out a deep sigh. What does Minister Shikaku think of our current Hokage? Shikaku had been able to guess that whatever Kaido was planning likely had something to do with their Hokage. Now, with Kaido's question, his suspicions were fully confirmed. This made him involuntarily wet his lips as he worried about Kaido embarking on a dangerous path. Minister Shikaku, there is no need to worry. If I wanted to attack him, I could have done so when dealing with Danzo. Why would I wait until now? Kaido, seeing Shikaku's discomfort, immediately reassured him. Viewed from the perspective of others, Kaido realized he must seem like a real menace. First, eradicating the remnants of Root revealed Kaido's vengeful nature. And now, the security department was applying for a large amount of equipment and supplies. Could this be interpreted as arming the members of the security department? Considering Kaido's character, it could be seen as gearing up for a showdown with the Hokage. Good heavens, have I somehow become the biggest villain? After understanding Shikaku's worries, Kaido was somewhat taken aback. If he was in Shikaku's shoes, facing such circumstances, he'd probably feel immense concern, wouldn't he? Is that so? Shikaku looked at Kaido with skepticism, mulling over his words and their credibility. Shikaku didn't leave Kaido hanging for long because he suddenly realized that if Kaido really intended to cause trouble for Hiruzen, the entire Konoha might not be able to react in time. With just his peculiar space ninjutsu, he could effortlessly transport their Hokage to the afterlife. Yet Kaido had not done so, and this could be seen as a rational decision. Shikaku really didn't think Kaido, with his individual strength and space ninjutsu, couldn't pull off seemingly impossible feats. The Hokage, hey! After thinking things through, Shikaku began to respond following Kaido's line of thought. He wondered whether the Hokage had been involved in some incident. The Hokage is an extremely responsible leader, and at the same time, he is a confident Hokage. Responsibility and confidence are his qualities. No matter what the situation, he will handle it himself to the best of his abilities and believes that he can do well. Even if there are minor flaws, who is perfect? After pondering for a moment, Shikaku finally voiced these words, causing Kaido to raise an eyebrow. This is what they call high emotional intelligence. At first listen, it seems like praise for Hiruzen Sarutobi, but on closer inspection, something seems off. Based on Sarutobi's actions as Hokage, could his extreme sense of responsibility be viewed as a power grab? His confidence lies in believing that everything he's done for Konoha is right, including the handling of the Hyuga clan and the judgment on the Uchiha clan. But in reality, his confidence has morphed into arrogance. The repercussions of his actions are unimaginable. Look at the state of things now, among the families of ninja in Konoha, who still holds any goodwill towards him. Even Shikaku, who still speaks on behalf of Sarutobi, is doing so purely due to his role as Minister of Administration. One can only imagine Sarutobi's current predicament. Although it's better than the universally condemned Danzo, it's not by much. I think I understand now. Kaido seriously looked at Shikaku for quite a while, finally nodded, and then said softly. I think the main reason is that the Hokage has gotten old. His thinking and judgment have begun to falter. This has led to the situation escalating to its current state, even showing signs of deterioration. Deterioration. Shikaku sighed at those words, sensing something significant given Kaido's actions. This was not a trivial matter. After all, Kaido made Sarutobi suffer a big loss, something he wouldn't easily let slide. Even more so, these issues might involve their clans who have been benefiting. Thinking about this, Shikaku could only helplessly reply. You called me out this late perhaps because you feel you can trust me. This trust may be based on Yamanaka or perhaps because we're both from ninja families. In any case, it seems inevitable that our meeting tonight will lead to a result, right? Indeed, some things are bound to have results. Kaido nodded, then reached into his ninja pouch. A letter was swiftly taken out, but he didn't hand it over immediately. Honestly, Minister Shikaku, if you hadn't intercepted that batch of supplies from the security department, I don't think I would have approached you this quickly. After all, Minister Shikaku, you should know I am a dangerous individual, and you should also know that once you read this letter, your options to back out will be limited. Also, the two hidden ones should either leave or come out. Consider this advice. Kaido's expression didn't change much, but his words were no longer as calm as before. Shikaku looked at the letter in Kaido's hand. There was some hesitation, but he soon made a decision. Certain things need to be clarified, whether standing in the position of the Minister of Administration or from the standpoint of the family. Hiruzen Sarutobi has indeed crossed the line with the ninja families of Konoha. If they really do nothing, the outcome is bound to be bleak. Holding the letter, Shikaku waved his hand and began to read it earnestly. Meanwhile, Kaido could clearly sense that the person hidden in the shadows quickly left the scene. Shikaku read swiftly, pondering while reading. He now somewhat understood why Kaido would attack members of the Root. However, having understood, he sighed a bit. Only Kaido, with his strength, could do such a thing. Others probably wouldn't even dare to dream about it. Moreover, the content of the letter made Shikaku frown. The suppression of the village's ninja families and departments greatly upset him. However, Shikaku did not make a full statement. He had many doubts, so he asked. Has all of this been confirmed, especially this intelligence? I don't know who sent the information, and I once suspected whether someone was using me to confront the Hokage. Since everything was out in the open, Kaido naturally needed to clarify. He looked at Shikaku and slowly explained. But I definitely do not want to let go of those remnants from the Root. However, my goal in doing this was to test our Hokage. And after testing, I'm fairly certain that this intelligence is true, and foresee the difficulties the security department is about to face. Therefore, I must do something. Hokage repeatedly targets the Uchiha and the security department. Is this what a qualified Hokage should do? Also, Minister Shikaku, today the Hokage can target the Uchiha like this, and he hasn't considered everyone's opinion, disregarding all and pushing out Hyuga. So, in the future, how will he deal with other families? This is a real problem. Hiruzen Sarutobi's journey to this point and even his future is closely tied to his series of actions towards ninja families. Kaido held on to this point firmly. After all, the ninja families are somewhat proud. They unified under Konoha because of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Even Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage known as the god of the ninja world, did not treat them the way they're being treated now. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you are a designated Hokage, without any votes or selection, and you don't belong to any secret technique or bloodline clan. Why are you going so far? Shikaku Nara looked silently at the letter in his hand, then turned to Kaido. It was quite some time before he slowly asked. So, what does Kaido plan to do? We two alone cannot achieve much, what options do we have after the third has left? And, Kaido, you never really clarified, what do you want to do with those supplies? To the first question, what do you think of Lord Jiraiya, Minister Shikaku? Seeing Shikaku's expression, Kaido knew that he had more or less persuaded the smartest man in Konoha, so a smile appeared on his face again. As for the supplies, it's quite frustrating to say, but the reform of the security department needs funding. To counteract the Hokage's attacks, we've made many changes, and we're also quite short on funds. So You're not planning to sell them, are you? Before Kaido could finish speaking, Shikaku's expression slightly changed. Do you know what you're doing? If this gets discovered, it would become a diplomatic issue. Of course we know, but do we have any other choice? Kaido calmly looked at Shikaku, shaking his head as he replied. The Ministry of Finance is in the hands of the Hokage. He can withhold funds and block us with all kinds of excuses. What can we do? Are we supposed to use our family funds to compensate for the loss caused by the Hokage? Of course that's impossible, but this move is too risky. Using family funds to compensate for the shortfall in Konoha's departments is something no one would do. Naturally, Shikaku wouldn't agree. However, this matter is indeed too risky. Once discovered, the trouble would be immense. But there's one thing Minister Shikaku can be assured of. Seeing Shikaku's worried expression, Kaido's mind turned, suddenly thinking of something, and a smile reappeared on his face. Those responsible for transportation will definitely be elites, even Shisui, Fugaku, or I could be in charge. We will ensure that this won't blow up. Moreover, to ensure safety, I think I should find some sensory-type ninja to cooperate, such as members of the Yamanaka clan. As he said this, the smile on Kaido's face became brighter, but Shikaku seemed slightly taken aback. You mean? Whether it's to compensate for the deficit in the family or in the department, this money is an excellent choice. Moreover, in terms of transportation, and the sealing scrolls, we need Minister Shikaku's help. In that case, isn't it better for us to cooperate and retrieve what rightfully belongs to us, without causing any loss to Konoha? At this moment, Kaido showed his hand completely, and his words put Shikaku into deep thought. Chapter 130, Chapter 130. Money, no matter which world it exists in, is always supremely important. Even in the world of ninjas, where supernatural powers reign, it remains true. Otherwise, why would the Uchiha own so many hot spring resorts and inns? Why would the Nara breed large numbers of deer to sell antlers and venison? Not to mention the clans, even the ninjas themselves risk their lives on missions for the sake of adequate rewards. The olive branch extended by Kaido serves a clear purpose. On one hand, to prevent their operations from being exposed, he indeed needs sensory ninjas to help handle some affairs. On the other hand, he aims to draw the Inoshika CH trio to his side through this matter. When Kaido met Nara Shikaku again, he first employed the Void Walk. Besides demonstrating his capability to quietly take down Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was also to show Shikaku his strength, thereby setting the stage for the ensuing conversation. This was a form of intimidation, even if it was carried out for the sake of ensuring safety. Shikaku could understand that, but such actions would inevitably leave an unpleasant feeling. To soothe these feelings, Kaido had to offer something in return. Providing tangible benefits through cooperative efforts was naturally his first choice. Especially with this approach, it's like killing two birds with one stone. The chance to both showcase tangible benefits and placate the concerns of their allies while binding them to oneself, is an opportunity no one would likely miss. Shikaku was indeed moved. As the Minister of Public Affairs, he was well aware of the amount of Konoha's weapon reserves, and how much of these resources were destroyed after their expiry date. He also understood how much money was spent on maintaining these resources. Although this expenditure was significant, Konoha was facing an issue: overproduction and excessive reserves. The village established by the two strongest clans possessed countless mines due to their territorial disputes. This ensured that Konoha never lacked weapons. Even if half of these weapon reserves were sold, Konoha wouldn't face any problems. Moreover, these resources were only distributed for free during wartime. Ninja tools for daily use, like kunao and explosive tags, needed to be purchased. Such a policy was intended to stimulate Konoha's economy, but it also ensured that Konoha's ninjas were never short on supplies. So, selling off some nearly expired, or even already expired resources, wouldn't be a big deal, right? This notion surfaced in Shikaku's mind, and he started to think it through. The conclusion he arrived at was, aside from some moral quandaries, there didn't seem to be any significant issues. To be honest, Shikaku had always thought about selling weapons to others, as this could greatly enhance Konoha's economic strength. However, the third Hokage had no such intentions. Initially, he refused this idea to maintain Konoha's image. But after the Third War, he gave it up so as not to offend other major nations, which was not a good move. Since Konoha isn't doing it, and these resources are in excess, waiting for them to expire is a waste. It would be better for us to find ways to sell them. This was the real sentiment in Shikaku's heart. However, he was still Nara Shikaku, the Minister of Public Affairs for Konoha. In doing these things, he also had to consider the interests of Konoha. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen had indeed gone too far this time. What Kaido said was correct, with the issues concerning the Hyuga and now the Uchiha. These constant challenges were pushing the limits of the clan ninjas. Did he truly consider Konoha as his private property? Therefore, he agreed to cooperate with Kaido. He knew very well what this cooperation implied, but this was his stance. Your plan is pretty good, but there are many things you haven't considered. For example, your route planning problem, the issue of ninja reporting before leaving the village. However, I can help you solve these things. After making the decision, Nara Shikaku also began to express his own suggestions and thoughts. As for the division, the Inoshika CH trio want 50%, and I hope Kaido doesn't feel it's a loss. The Akimichi and Nara families have their own cargo channels and transport teams, and the Yamanaka clan will be responsible for vigilance. At the same time, I can also provide some policy convenience to ensure that your applications, which may not be readily approved by the Hokage, can be passed smoothly. Moreover, I can also provide some intelligence functions. After all, the information I can actually get is more accurate than what you can get by sending Shisui to investigate. Nara Shikaku opened his mouth and asked for 50%, which indeed made Kaido involuntarily frown. But after his explanation, Kaido had to admit that the three clans combined could indeed provide a lot of assistance. Even based on his description, Kaido had a thought that giving them 50% might be too little. However, such a thought only flashed past. Kaido couldn't easily give in on the issue of benefits, but this time he indeed needed help, so 50% is not impossible. Agreed, but there is one more condition, that is, I need Minister Shikaku to provide information on other villages' war hiring. Kaido renegotiated the terms, but his words left Nara Shikaku once again stunned. Minister Kaido, what are you trying to do? How big is the reform of the guard department, and how big of a gap have you created? Kaido didn't give a complete answer to this question, but his posture let Nara Shikaku perceive something. After all, the authority of the guard department was too big. If Nara Shikaku didn't consider this, it would be quite unfitting. In the end, they reached an agreement, and Nara Shikaku also made some commitments. That is, after the guard department publicly announces its reform measures, he will send his own clan members into it. He is indeed a sharp guy. Kaido lay on the bed and muttered in his heart, this time was different from the last time. Last time, Kaido hoped the other party could send people, and this time, the other party took the initiative to send people. The difference was indeed significant. Kaido knew very clearly in his heart, this was the result of everything he had done in the past year. It was because he had been very restrained, knowing what he should and shouldn't do. At the same time, he actively changed himself for everyone to see, and established clear ideas and demands for everyone to hear. After this period of brewing and fermentation, although it was not yet a cup of sweet wine, at least he had the prototype of it. And Narashikaku's choice today proved it all. Last time, he just recognized Kaido and considered him as part of the clan ninja circle, and now he is a potential collaborator. However, they are still a bit cautious about Sarutobi Hiruzen, or to say, impeaching the Hokage is indeed difficult. The matter of cooperation has been settled, but Narashikaku is still a bit conservative about the issue of Sarutobi Hiruzen. But such conservatism is not really a problem. He made it clear that he needs to contact more people. Only when the number and quality can gain the upper hand. At the same time, we need to hold substantive evidence of Sarutobi Hiruzen's dereliction of duty, only then we can take action. On this point, Kaido agreed rather approvingly, and he had already begun moving in this direction, otherwise he would not have gone to find Kakashi then. Could these pieces of information have been sent over by Kakashi? Suddenly, Kaido seemed to have thought of something, but he soon shook his head lightly. If Kakashi sent it, shouldn't it be done openly? Could it be a lack of trust in me? Kaido felt that this might be possible, but he wasn't a bad person, let alone a man-eater. Why would Kakashi need to fear him? Thinking about this, Kaido didn't feel like pondering it any further. Regardless of who the informant is, their true intentions would be exposed sooner or later. Moreover, Kaido thought of an interesting thing, that is, he didn't seem to have a repulsion towards Jiraiya. Upon careful thinking, it seemed normal. After all, Jiraiya's personality was really not suitable for being the Hokage, but this guy was actually highly qualified. However, we still need to watch the subsequent development, but my gains are far more than this. Kaido closed his eyes slightly, and his system interface was activated in an instant. Current binding, Uchiha clan. Current status, relative balance, you have solved the internal problems of the clan, and eliminated one of the external enemies, but the development of the clan is multifaceted, and there are still villains. Prosperity, 16,888, the basic prosperity of a normal family is 10,000. Points have reached 1,000, and one skill draw can be performed. Suggestion, moderate remodeling of the family to truly integrate it into Konoha, and to promote better development of the family. Looking at these points, Kaido nodded in satisfaction. This time the points added weren't particularly numerous, but at least he could have a skill draw. Moreover, Kaido believes that once everything he has arranged is completed, his points can definitely achieve a huge multiplication. But that is something for the future. What Kaido needs to do now is to focus on the present. He is really curious about what skills he can get now. I hope that the power of the Emperor will come to me, give me some better skills. Kaido thought to himself, and soon his system produced another subtitle. Based on the current situation of the clan, the host can choose one of 3 abilities to learn, cultivate, or adapt. Soul Furnace, passive. Each time you kill an enemy, you will receive 5 to 25 soul force according to the enemy's strength. Every 100 soul force can enhance your soul or your physical quality. This ability is not limited in number. Dual Dance, passive. You can instantly see through the opponent's flaws, and attacking the flaws can restore your own chakra and stamina, allowing you to engage in long-term combat, even able to kill the opponent in the instant you break through their flaws. Divine Ascent, passive. As your own strength improves to a certain stage, your bloodline and abilities will be repaired or greatly improved. Kaido stared at the descriptions of his skills, and at that moment, he really wanted to slap himself. Was he dreaming? Such a divine moment, Kaido had never encountered in his previous life, no matter what game he was playing. As everyone knows, passives in games are sometimes the most powerful existence. Although it varies from person to person, the value and significance of passives determine the upper limit of a character's growth. And right now, Kaido got 3 passives at once, and none of these passives were simple. How could he not feel surprised? Soul Furnace, if I recall correctly, should be the ability of that guy Zion, right? In his past life, Kaido may have been an experienced player, but he was not good at games. So, his memory of this skill was not particularly familiar. Regardless of whether his memory was correct, it did not affect anything. All he needed to pay attention to was the ability itself. This skill was obviously suitable for large-scale battles, which seemed quite fitting for the war mission Kaido intended to undertake. And the description of this ability said it could enhance one's soul power and physical qualities. If translated into the understanding of these 2 powers in this world, isn't that yin and yang release? The ability to directly enhance his own yin and yang release, and Kaido certainly did not lack places to gain this power. It's clear how well this ability fits for Kaido, making him quite interested. As for the dance of duels, Kaido didn't find it interesting after one glance. The effect of this ability allowed one to instantly see the weaknesses of the enemy and strike accordingly. For others, this ability was indeed strong, but Kaido was an Uchiha. This kind of ability seemed somewhat ostentatious to him. My Sharingan has reached the level of Mangekyo. In terms of perception, I would certainly not be inferior to this ability. It can only be said that this ability came a little too late. Kaido shook his head silently, then focused his gaze on the third ability. This ability, to be honest, left him stunned when he first saw it. Not because it was bad, but because it was too strong. If Kaido remembered correctly, this should be the passive ability that Kale had after modification, and the strength of this passive ability was ridiculously exaggerated. In the League, there was a saying, when Kassadin and Kale reached level 16, the enemy's base was as good as destroyed. Although this saying was not entirely applicable before Kaido crossed over, as they all had been more or less nerfed. But no matter how much they were nerfed, the power of this ability has never changed. Now, this ability has entered the Naruto world and naturally underwent changes, but such changes seemed even more fitting for Kaido's needs. Bloodline repair and ability enhancement, hey! Kaido murmured to himself. These 2 statements had made him almost certain. The ability he was going to choose was this one. The ninja world, though full of life, still had clear strength levels. Under the influence of the previous world where bloodline theories held sway, it still had a significant impact here, even to the point of being the foundation that could not be shaken. The most powerful ninjas in the world, and those who held the most significant influence, were actually those who inherited bloodline limits for countless years. Some of these bloodline limits were obtained through postnatal efforts and self-fusion of chakra. Some were simply blessings from ancestors that could be activated once the power reached a certain level. These clans with ancestral blessings were not numerous in the ninja world, but they were indeed centuries-old clans with formidable power that instilled fear in others. These clans were Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, and the Kagaya clan that was exterminated in the Mist Village. All 4 of these clans had one fundamental characteristic: their bloodline limits were not formed by merging chakra, but a power naturally hidden in their bloodlines. This was what truly distinguished them from ordinary people, and once they activated their bloodline powers, it would absolutely be a drastic enhancement. The Warring States double god Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama need no further explanation. The power of the Hyuga clan and the Kagaya clan also originated from the primal force. And if one were to trace back this primal force, it would lead to Otsutsuki Hamura and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Kaido has always felt that, like his own brother, the descendants of Otsutsuki Hamura may have their power split into 2 halves. However, this division is not his doing, but rather, possibly due to the Hyugas and others descending from the moon and undergoing countless developments, which caused their power to be split. After all, after Otsutsuki Kagaya was sealed, Otsutsuki Hamura stayed on the moon. He never left there in his lifetime. Only his descendants would have really left. And these descendants who left, I'm afraid their powers began to dwindle in the development of the ninja world, eventually forming today's Hyuga and Kagaya clans. Whether this theory is correct, Kaido doesn't know, but he knows one thing, that is, these powers are ultimately from the Otsutsuki. Frankly speaking, whether it's the 1,000 years of changes in the ninja world, or the wars, at their core, they are just internal clashes within the Otsutsuki clan. Uchiha, Senju, Hyuga, and now the exterminated Kagaya clan, although their ancestors are different, their most primal bloodlines are all Otsutsuki. Kaido knows that if he wants to become the truly strongest person in this world, in order to protect his clan and his own life, the most direct methods are only two. One is to repair the fragmented genes and make his own bloodline complete to obtain the power of the Otsutsuki. The other, as Kaido sees it, should be a path this world has laid out for those without such terrifying bloodlines. That is, through the fusion of chakra, the fusion of all types of chakra including yin-yang, thereby forming a Kekii Tota for the counterattack. However, just how difficult this path is, just look at how many clans in the entire ninja world have mastered the power of the Kekii Genkai. The fusion of two types of chakra is needed to construct a Kekii Genkai, and this alone has already blocked 99% of the ninjas. And for the fusion of three types of chakra, only 2 people in the entire ninja world have achieved it so far. One is the second Tsuchikage Mu, and the other is the third Tsuchikage Onaki. Besides, there hasn't even been a fusion of 4 types of chakra, let alone the formation of a Kekii Tota with the fusion of 7. So for me, the best choice naturally would be that divine ascent, which can repair bloodlines. Kaido took a deep breath. He had made his decision, he knew how to choose now. Although he admits, he indeed covets the ability Soul Furnace, because this skill can enhance his yin-yang chakra, and the enhancement speed would be faster. After all, as long as he defeats enemies, he can gain that so-called soul power, and directly choose which aspect to upgrade. In contrast, for Divine Ascent, it has clearly stated that one's own strength must reach a certain stage to get an upgrade, so its upgrade speed is obviously not as fast as the Soul Furnace. After all, Kale is a level 16 hero, and Cyan's passive seems to be available as soon as you level it. There is a natural gap between the two. Kaido sighed a little. If he was really desperate to improve himself now, he would probably directly choose Soul Furnace. After all, the function of Soul Furnace can be put into play faster and it belongs to something that can yield actual benefits in the short term. However, in the long run, Divine Ascent is undoubtedly a better choice, because Kaido's current power is really not weak. He can fight, he can run, and he can indeed set his sights a bit longer, choosing to prepare for everything in the future. I choose the ability, Divine Ascent. Host has made a choice, choosing ability, Divine Ascent. Divine Ascent is activating. As the system subtitles appeared again in his pupils, Kaido immediately felt a trace of heat in his body. With the onset of such a heat, he suddenly found that the chakra within his body began to roll uncontrollably. Not just the chakra, even Kaido's eyes turned into Sharingan involuntarily at this moment. 3 Tomo, quickly spinning and linking, forming the distinctive Mangekyo Sharingan. The patterns of the Mangekyo also began to swirl at this moment, a strange and powerful aura began to emanate from him. Suddenly, Kaido felt a strange force appearing within his body, a force he was not unfamiliar with at all. Is this the same power within Shisui and Fugaku? Kaido silently sensed everything. The appearance of such power made him certain that he was indeed changing. And such a change was undoubtedly compensating for the half of the power lost in his body. However, Kaido found it odd. He remembered that both Shisui and Fugaku had reactions to some extent when they accepted this power. But he was different, he felt that although the appearance of power in his body made him uncomfortable, it was just that. He had no other adverse feelings. It could even be said that his body's acceptance of such power was much higher than he had imagined. Is it because of Ascension, or because I used the Duskbringer before, which strengthened my body and made me stronger, that such a result occurred? Kaido pondered silently in his mind, but he felt that both of these were inseparable. Just how exaggerated was the physical strength of Hashirama Senju, Kaido knew. With such physical strength, he could heal in an instant as long as the wound was not serious. Such physical fitness was not comparable to Tsunade in the future, and it was this physical fitness that put him in a relative advantage in the confrontation with Uchiha Madara. Of course, Madara Uchiha's physical strength was not bad either. After all, in order to use Susanoo, one needs to have a good body to withstand its power. In the original, whether it was Sasuke or Itachi Uchiha, after using Susanoo, apart from the problems with their eyes, there was one very obvious manifestation. That was they felt intense pain all over their bodies. Such a massive chakra was carried on their bodies, and such chakra was filled with the destructive power of yin release. A normal person would already feel uncomfortable just sensing it, let alone having it cover their whole body. Fortunately, Uchihas, due to their Sharingan, are naturally compatible with yin release power, which allowed them to use Susanoo. But the higher the intensity, the greater the power their bodies need to carry, and the more pressure they themselves bear. Kaido, however, was different. When he activated the third stage of Susanoo, other than feeling a bit uncomfortable in his eyes and a rapid consumption of chakra, there was little else. His body did not react as violently, because his physical condition was just too good. After all, no matter where you are, your own physical condition is extremely important. Kaido silently murmured, then turned his attention to his skill. It was a growth type, a skill that required Kaido to adapt, so naturally he needed to understand more information. Divine Ascent activated. Divine Ascent is divided into 3 stages: Ascending, Fervor, and Transcendence. These 3 stages correspond to the host's different power cycles. Currently, the host has activated the power of the Ascending stage. Ascending, initial access to genetic repair, and receiving corresponding chakra reinforcement. Friendly reminder, all enhancement processes will be extraordinarily painful, because this process will improve the host's physical fitness to meet the needs of adapting to power. If you wish to avoid such pain, the host needs to further strengthen their physical fitness. Current host level, Ascending. Kaido silently looked at everything displayed on the system. Essentially, he was certain his speculation was correct. As expected, the reason he did not feel any pain was because he had already experienced it before, and he also confirmed one thing. That is, the power produced by this divine ascent was the same as the power that appeared in the experiments conducted by Shisui and others. This also means that the direction of this experiment is correct. This is good news because Kaido can then proceed with the next experiment more confidently and radiate the whole clan through such experiments. An entire family has been greatly uplifted. This makes the clan safer, and I don't have to worry about sudden mishaps. Kaido is in a good mood now. The acquisition of one skill clarified so many questions for him. How could he not feel happy? Moreover, he thought of something. The power of the divine ascent is divided into 3 levels. Could they correspond to the 3 stages of his power improvement? Now I'm in Manjiki Sharingan mode, and I'm in the ascending stage on the Ascension pathway. Does this mean that once I reach the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, I can initiate the state of fervor? Then, does the Transcendence stage correspond to the Rinnegan? Kaido muttered to himself quietly. However, he quickly felt that something was wrong. He felt that the state of Transcendence should not be as simple as just the Rinnegan. As we all know, reaching the Rinnegan stage is not really reaching the final sublimation. Uchiha Madara had set a classic example for everyone. After activating the Rinnegan, he still had to absorb the power of the 10 tails to finally ascend to become the legendary Otsutsuki Kagaya, also known as the Six Paths level. Or is it that transcendence hasn't reached the final stage? Kaido muttered to himself. However, he quickly stopped thinking about these messy things. Because even now, his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan is still in a state of uncertainty. He can indeed see the door faintly, but he is still some distance from that door. Not to mention, how to break the door when he gets there is another problem. After acquiring the divine ascent, Kaido could clearly feel his power increasing day by day. Although the rate of increase was not great, it was still a good thing for him. After all, at this point, if Kaido wanted to improve his strength, he could only seek breakthroughs from other aspects. And the only things Kaido could think of were developing new chakra attributes and completing the transformation and qualitative change of the chakra attributes he possessed. This process is tedious and troublesome, but when it comes to improving himself, Kaido would not be the least bit negligent, especially when he has ways to cheat. Among the ninja techniques invented by the second Hokage, the shadow clone technique is absolutely the most convenient and practical one, second to none. Recalling the shadow clone he left within his clan, Kaido, sitting in the security department, couldn't help but flash a smile on the corner of his mouth. Subsequently, he lowered his head and began reading documents. As the director of the security department, he felt somewhat embarrassed, as even he didn't know how many times he had been to the department. This pitifully low number of visits might have led to problems in any other department, at the very least, a suspension. However, the Uchiha clan held sway over the security department, and he had the final say on everything. So even if he didn't show up often, no one would say anything. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku had been continuously helping Kaido handle matters in the security department, making him feel that if necessary, he could rehire the former director. Becoming a deputy director to help me deal with many things doesn't seem like a bad idea. Looking at the documents in his hand, Kaido couldn't help but muse. However, this was merely a thought for now. Once the security department was fully operational, Uchiha Fugaku would have plenty to do. It seems that the people from the Hyuga clan are performing quite well. They've already completed the preliminary training and examination. Looking at the documents in his hand, Kaido nodded. The person sent by the Hyuga clan had arrived when Kaido was still adjusting to and understanding the changes brought about by the Ascension phase. His name was Hyuga Minamoto, a disciple from a branch family, older than Kaido and the same age as Kakashi. Moreover, this guy had participated in an almost complete Third Shinobi War and was considered a quite competent member of the Hyuga clan. Kaido didn't know how Hyuga Hayashi had managed to convince him to come to the security department, but his attitude was indeed quite good. When Kaido met him, he didn't show any superfluous emotions like questioning his appointment or a melodramatic resignation to his fate. He seemed very humble and willing to obey orders. Kaido told him that all security department members had to study the internal information and action guidelines diligently, remember all of Konoha's laws and regulations, and even take exams. He agreed without any hesitation, even promising to do his best. Such an attitude really pleased Kaido, and such a choice made Kaido realize that Hyuga Hayashi was indeed planning to cooperate well with him. This is good news. It seems I'll have to find time to have a good conversation with Hyuga Hayashi. Moreover, as one of the major clans in Konoha, the Hyuga clan can definitely assist with the matter of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kaido wouldn't forget about the Hyuga clan. If we're talking about influence, they're not inferior to the Uchiha, and their dislike for Sarutobi Hiruzen isn't less than that of the Uchiha either. Such a natural ally, Kaido will certainly maintain a good relationship with them. Even in necessary situations, Kaido would seriously consider pulling them into the weapon trade cooperation framework he and Narashikaku had established. Kaido amusingly thought, the shinobi world also has its big 5 rogues. This is quite interesting. However, among these 5 rogues, none can be considered good. After all, it's common for them to interfere in other countries with military power, and Konoha itself does the same. After all, it's in consideration of their own interests, no one can blame anyone. As for weapons, Kaido didn't know much. After all, these matters are always extremely confidential, and they have little to do with Kaido himself. He only knew that with the help of Naruto and others, his application had been smoothly approved, and he had cleverly obtained the expired weapon disposal right. Actually, this right was not with Kaido, but with the Akimichi clan. However, considering their current partnership, this right had effectively fallen into Kaido's hands. This made Kaido marvel at the fact that he obtained so much by only giving up 50% of the benefits. Truly an excellent deal. The weapon materials I've applied for, along with those already prepared, and those expired weapons, even if sold at a lower price, could still bring in a huge profit. It's entirely conceivable that as long as this business runs smoothly, the future security department will never lack funds. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock at the door of Kaido's office. This brought Kaido back to his senses, and he promptly invited the knocker to enter. When the door opened, the smile on Kaido's face became even brighter. Because the person who arrived this time was Shisui, who had been away for a while. Chapter 131, Chapter 131. How are things? Everything's not bad, Kaido. Shisui might look travel-worn, but he's in high spirits right now. As he speaks, he hands over a scroll to Kaido. Although this trip took quite some time, he learned many things which are essential for their future development. Kaido took the scroll, hesitating momentarily because after reaching an agreement with Naruto, there were some things that didn't require Shisui to take personal action. But since Shisui was so proactive, Kaido couldn't dampen his enthusiasm. Thus, Kaido bowed his head and began to seriously peruse the information Shisui submitted. It's just as well, I can also verify the accuracy of the information provided by Naruto. Kaido murmured inwardly, then started examining the document in earnest. Shisui's report was divided into two parts. The primary purpose of this trip was to undertake war tasks and look for forces wanting to purchase weapons. He carried out thorough investigations on both counts, and the places he found were very interesting. The first one was the Bear Country. Bear Country is a somewhat unfortunate nation, located at the intersection of four countries, with the worst part being that two of the countries are Wind Country and Earth Country. As you can imagine, the internal dynamics of this country are incredibly chaotic, especially with these two major nations constantly augmenting their own forces within it. However, Bear Country's geographical environment is also unique. It has dense forests and a hazardous valley filled with poisonous gas. These serve as natural defense measures. Therefore, whether it's the forces supported by the Hidden Stone or Hidden Sand village, they've all established their own villages relying on these natural defenses. Apart from the forces of these two major ninja villages, Bear Country also has an interesting force, a force that Kaido is quite familiar with. Hoshigakur, Star Ninja Village. Seeing the name of this village, Kaido's first reaction was of the beautiful woman called Natsui and the peacock mystic method that pushed chakra activity transformation to the extreme. This village is indeed quite fascinating. It seems that a meteorite fell there 100 or 200 years ago, and they relied on this meteorite to cultivate their secret method. However, this meteorite seems to have strong radioactive elements. Those who forced themselves to cultivate ended up having grave consequences. This made Kaido wonder if the energy released by the meteorite was something like nuclear fusion. In addition to that, their current third head ninja believed that he had reached the heavens by cultivating this peacock mystic method, and began acting as if he were a Kage. One must know that there are only 5 Kage in the entire ninja continent. Kaido thought this guy was really getting too inflated, but that's not the point. The key point is that this village seems to be very interested in hiring war ninjas. After all, their current situation is not good at all. Moreover, since they are a local force and are attempting to resist the control of the two major ninja villages over Bear Country, they have been jointly blockaded by these two villages. They can forget about weapon supplies. Normal arms merchants wouldn't dare to directly offend two major countries. Also, because the two major ninja villages occupy most of the land in Bear Country, the number of ninjas in Hoshigakure is not large, thus they hope to hire war ninjas. It seems that Narashikaku's intelligence was quite accurate, it matches closely with what Shisui brought back. Kaido rubbed his chin. Shisui's report did not mention whether Hoshigakure had the financial means, but it was covered in the information provided by Narashikaku. After all, how could a village that had existed for many years and survived until Naruto's era not have some reserves? Even though their involvement with the hidden stone and hidden sand had cost them a lot, they were not so poor as to not be able to pay. Their biggest problem right now is probably having money but nowhere to spend it. As for other targets, there's a church in the land of hot water wanting to buy weapons, and forces in the land of grass wanting to drive out the leaf and stone villages, among others. In short, aside from the 5 great nations, there is no peace to speak of in the rest of the ninja world. The information is comprehensive, it seems you've put in a lot of effort, and we can directly make some choices from it. Kaido nodded at Shisui with a smile after reading it, but he was also a little puzzled. However, it seems I haven't seen any intelligence on Jiraiya. Didn't you manage to gather any information on him? Jiraiya-sama's whereabouts are very unstable. Although I heard where he might appear, it was really too difficult to find him. Faced with Kaido's question, Shisui sighed deeply. Jiraiya's whereabouts really could not be described as elusive anymore. He deliberately stayed in the land of hot water for some time. As everyone knows, the land of hot water has the most hot springs and customs houses. There was a high probability of running into Jiraiya in such places, but unfortunately, he found no trace of Jiraiya. This indeed troubled him greatly, as he had other tasks to carry out. So in the end, he had to leave when he couldn't find him. Upon hearing this, Kaido could only nod. He knew that Jiraiya was hard to find. If he couldn't be found, then so be it. After all, his attention is now on other matters. Especially after combining the intelligence from Narashikaku and Shisui, he made a decision. Alright, let's put Jiraiya's matter aside for now. Based on the information, Hoshigakure seems to be an excellent choice. Kaido held the document in his hand. The chakra inside him began to slightly vibrate, and the next moment, the document ignited. Kaido watched the flames grow, he had essentially memorized the information. Naturally, he wouldn't leave any traces behind. That place is chaotic enough, and there are 2 major ninja villages playing power games inside. I think it's best if we go there. Hoshigakure. Upon hearing Kaido's words, Shisui couldn't help but furrow his brow, before he responded. Hoshigakure is indeed a good choice, but their village leader seems unreliable to me. The past leaders were alright, but this one calls himself Star Shadow. Also, he is of considerable age, and it seems like he is about to be overshadowed by his subordinates. This implies that we might not be sure who will meet. The internal division in Hoshigakure is quite severe. From the original context, Kaido already has some information. For instance, the beautiful widow named Natsui guards their so-called Star Shadow, and naturally, they face those who have eliminated Hoshigakure's ninjas. Shisui indeed raises a realistic concern. Such a complex village can be a headache, but Kaido is quite content with this situation. Actually, the chaos is beneficial, after all, the more chaotic it is, the less likely they'll know who we are. Kaido displayed a smile, lightly flicking off the ashes from the document in his hand, before continuing with a grin. If they refuse to recognize us, I can find a way to get what I want from them. So, I think our target should be Hoshigakure. However, since you're worried, we don't need to transport the supplies there right away. We can go there as war ninjas and test the waters. Only by understanding their specific circumstances can we make better judgments, right? Kaido knew about Shisui's concerns, so he suggested stepping back and observing the situation there first. Only after understanding the specific circumstances of those people, could Kaido make a better decision. After all, transporting a large amount of supplies, even using sealing scrolls, is not easy. Otherwise, during the Third Great Ninja War, when Minato Namikaze led a team to blow up the Kanabi Bridge and cut off Iwagakure's supply line, Iwagakure wouldn't have chosen to surrender. Although many factors influenced this situation, one cannot deny the value of Minato's mission. Kaido did not want to avoid trouble by bringing supplies into the village, only for internal problems to occur. Then the waste would not just be Kaido's time and money, but the interest of many people. That's the only way. Shisui nodded, but it seemed he quickly noticed a problem in Kaido's statement. He looked at Kaido with surprise and asked, slightly bewildered. Kaido, are you going too? Yes, to be precise, you and I are going. Kaido nodded seriously and then spoke. It's best for me to go and check things out the first time. Only in this way can I be more assured of many subsequent operations. After all, the beginning is always the hardest. What Kaido didn't tell Shisui was that Bear Country involved the state of Iwagakure. Oniki is someone who has hired the Akatsuki to solve his problems, and he is curious if he might encounter any Akatsuki members. There is not a single Akatsuki member who is easy to deal with, something Kaido is only too aware of. Even powerhouses like Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, who possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, are not without chances of failing without proper intel. Intelligence is the most important aspect within the ninja system. Kaido knows this, but there are certain things he can't just blabber about. So, he plans to go in person this time, believing that if he does encounter them, he can handle some troublesome issues. Ensuring safety is Kaido's only demand for such a situation. Only if the first mission can be completed safely, then many subsequent things can become easier. After all, Kaido has never thought of saving a department by relying on his personal strength. Regardless of whether it's feasible or not, the fact that Kaido doesn't want to serve this department like a workhorse alone reveals his mindset. At most, he would craft a rough strategic direction and then complete the initial work successfully. After that, he could stay behind the scenes and patiently wait for the fruits of his labor. Of course, these are all objective factors. Kaido also has his own subjective reasons. He's been in Konoha for so long, working tirelessly to solve one problem: the survival of the Uchiha. Now that this problem is temporarily solved, he naturally doesn't want to continue in this manner. Once, as a mission ninja, he traveled far and wide. Now, staying only within Konoha, he finds it somewhat dull. However, he also understands that he can't just leave ostentatiously as a deterrent force. But with the existence of shadow clones, his thoughts can be realized. Therefore, he naturally doesn't want to miss the chance to leave Konoha temporarily. Chapter 132, Chapter 132. So, you really don't plan to tell Senior Fugaku and the others? Telling them would lead to a lot of haggling. It's better to directly find a way to leave, saving everyone a lot of trouble. Early the next morning, Kaido and Shisui had quietly left Konoha. Looking at Shisui's helpless face, Kaido found it particularly amusing. Shisui probably never imagined his clan leader would be so unconventional, right? In reality, a ninja leaving Konoha requires many formalities. Leaving the village without any notice or reason is essentially defined as one status. That is a rogue ninja. Besides, the village's defenses are not just for show. There are always guard ninjas outside the village, along with various barrier formations. Kaido never understood how Yakushi Kabuto managed to escape or how the four-sound village Chunin snuck into Konoha. Looking at Pain's invasion of Konoha, it's clear that the village's defenses are robust. He was detected as soon as he entered. After much thought, Kaido suspected there could only be one culprit: Orochimaru. Only someone as fearsome as Orochimaru could be so intimately familiar with Konoha's barriers and could find a way to break them, even after they had been changed. However, Kaido doesn't need to go through such troubles. Not to mention he has Shisui, a retired Anbu member who is familiar with Konoha's barriers, but he himself mastered space ninjutsu. Such defenses are not a big deal to him. After confirming the surrounding situation, he can simply activate his space ninjutsu and leave. Therefore, leaving Konoha doesn't pose much of a challenge to him. Especially with Shisui's assistance, Kaido effortlessly left the village, heading towards the land of bears. I can't believe you're the clan head. This course of action really isn't appropriate. Shisui shook his head helplessly. He didn't find any issue with Kaido and him executing this mission together. What he thought was inappropriate was Kaido's decision to run off without notifying anyone else, an act hardly befitting a clan head. Have you considered that we'd be in hot water if discovered? Rest assured, they wouldn't dare to trouble me. Kaido didn't take this issue to heart. However, the expression he gave Shisui was quite interesting, which made Shisui's face fall. Clearly, they both understood that while Uchiha Fugaku and the others wouldn't dare to confront Kaido, they would surely trouble Shisui. You've really dragged me into this. Shisui sighed helplessly, feeling that his clan leader's reliability and unreliability were directly proportional. When reliable, you could trust him with your life; when unreliable, he might sell you out and make you count the money for him. All right, enough of that. Have we planned our route for this journey? Kaido no longer joked with Shisui, and asked with a slight hint of curiosity. There are many routes to the land of bears, we better avoid the land of wind and the land of earth. Though confident in his disguise, Kaido didn't want to venture into the land of wind and the land of earth, considering each major village has its own means. If discovered by accident, they would be in big trouble. We should enter the land of grass, then pass through the land of rain and the land of birds, finally arriving in the land of bears. Shisui straightforwardly shared his already thought-out plan. He didn't notice the slight change in Kaido's expression, continuing to talk as they walked. We indeed should avoid the territories of the land of wind and the land of earth, hence I suggest we pass through these smaller countries for safety. Of course, we need to be cautious while entering the land of rain. Their power is formidable, their leader Hanzo is no simple character. Hanzo, during the Second Great Ninja War, first earned himself a semi-deity reputation due to his own strength, then bestowed the title of the Three Ninja onto Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya. It can be said that Hanzo was one of the most notable figures in the entire Second Great Ninja War. Furthermore, he was the only one in the entire ninja world who, as the leader of a small country, waged war against major countries. You could say that this man was a unique, irreplicable existence. It was natural for Shisui to worry about him, but Kaido thought that he was missing the point. At this point, Hanzo had already met his demise. The one lurking in the land of rain was Uzumaki Nagato, the wielder of the Rinnegan. When Kaido first achieved his true evolution and was considering whom to deal with, his first thought was the renegade ninja Idate Marino, who had stolen the sword of the Thunder God. But Marino had fled to the land of rain, and this deterred Kaido, leading him to ultimately give up. However, he could not have expected that a year later, he would voluntarily enter the land of rain, which filled him with some melancholy. Come to think of it, could I take on Nagato now? Kaido walked and pondered silently. After some thought, he felt perhaps he could. After all, his strength was not lacking, and Nagato had not yet grown into the formidable force that could single-handedly destroy Konoha in the future. Furthermore, Kaido had intelligence on Nagato. He wouldn't necessarily be scared if it came to a fight. But would Nagato be alone? Obviously, as the headquarters of the Akatsuki, the land of rain would not lack manpower. At this time, apart from Deidara who hadn't officially joined, all other members of the Akatsuki were pretty much assembled. Even at this point, Orochimaru probably hadn't left yet, and there would be an additional member named Byjz. Facing such a lineup, even if Kaido were stronger, all he could do is turn tail and run. So, no matter what, I must absolutely not enter that damn rain ninja village in the land of rain. I shouldn't even approach that village. Kaido was quite self-aware. He knew his limits, and even if he believed his limits could be pushed, he would never overestimate himself. The more confident people often die faster, while the cautious ones often survive till the end. Wait a minute, land of grass. Suddenly, it seemed Kaido remembered something. He remembered that there was an interesting person in the land of grass. Chapter 133, Chapter 133. Kaido remembered, there seemed to exist an intriguing familial remnant in the land of grass. This remnant, in fact, was the Uzumaki clan, a distant relative of the Senju clan. Truth be told, Kaido was rather baffled about the origins of the Uzumaki clan. He even speculated whether some past member of the Senju clan had intermingled with someone from an outside clan. Could it have been the case that a person possessing certain Senju talents appeared, and the Uzumaki clan gradually took shape from there? However, all of this likely happened several centuries, or even a millennium ago. Kaido felt too lazy to delve into such depths. After all, he wasn't versed in any technique like impure world reincarnation. Even if he were, it's doubtful he could excavate any significant information, like ancient Senju clan remains, from hundreds or thousands of years ago. And who's to say what I could dig up would be of any use anyway? As for the origins of the Uzumaki clan, Kaido had no way of investigating. And the future of the Uzumaki clan, he feared, might also be fraught with difficulties. Among the living members of the Uzumaki clan that Kaido knew of, there was Nagato and Naruto, and possibly Karin and her mother. Kaido wasn't sure if Karin's mother was dead or alive, but he was confident that Karin was still in the land of grass. Karin was taken away by Orochimaru, which if memory served, occurred during the Chunin exams. Karin, of course, had developed a crush on Sasuke because he saved her during the exam and was quite handsome, which led to her downfall. Previously, Kaido hadn't considered Karin. On the one hand, he had forgotten about her entirely, given the pressure of life. On the other hand, he had no reason to bring Karin back, especially since he held no significant sway at the time. Bringing her back might even cause her to be suspected as a spy. Even worse, after all his effort to bring her back, it could end up benefiting Hiruzen Sarutobi, which was the last thing he wanted. If we are going to pass through the land of grass this time, it might be worth checking in. After all, Karin Uzumaki was a named character in the original story, and this girl's abilities were quite impressive. Not to mention her unpredictable sensory abilities, even her blood that can quickly heal injuries is worth studying. At worst, we could use her blood to create medicine for quick injury recovery. Kaido quickly thought in his mind, and they also started to speed up towards the land of grass. However, they did not stay in the land of grass. Kaido indeed wanted to find Karin, but he knew very well that now was not a good time. Who knows if they would encounter any battles in their trip to the land of bears. If they were to bring along an unnecessary person now, it wouldn't be a pleasant thing at all. Finally, we're here. Looking at the somewhat dilapidated village in front of him, Kaido couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They had spent a week traveling all the way from the land of fire. Throughout the journey, they were extremely cautious, especially Kaido, who was particularly vigilant when passing through the land of rain. However, luckily, although they did encounter ninjas from the rain village, they did not run into anyone from the Akatsuki. Thus, they successfully passed through and entered the land of birds, and finally arrived in the current land of bears after passing through the land of grains. Kaido knew from the past that the land of bears was a rather desolate country, for as a battlefield of the major powers, they genuinely had no chance for development. However, such desolation was just a concept for Kaido. He had been to the land of bears before, but due to the poor relationship between the leaf and rock villages, the area where Kaido stayed was essentially within the control of the sand village. Even though the relationship between the sand and leaf was actually very bad in reality, and the so-called alliance was merely a result of being forced to sign after defeat, it was still safe now. That area gave Kaido the impression that it had some semblance of civilization. After all, it was a force backed by a major power, so it still had some room for development. Indeed, the major powers would make some investments for their own interests, but that did not belong to the land of bears, but to the sand. Here in Hoshigakure, Star Ninja Village, one could truly see the real state of the land of bears. The broken village made Kaido feel like he had returned to the times of war. Even though he had experienced the battlefield at the end of the war, he had seen what a city looked like after it had been ravaged by war. He even remembered a village he passed through, where the people had such numb, indifferent expressions, they wouldn't even notice the corpses by the roadside. In Kaido's eyes, these people could no longer be called humans. A more accurate definition would be walking corpses, the living dead. Though Hiruzen Sarutobi had overstepped his bounds in many ways, there was one thing he didn't do too badly as a Hokage. That was to never let the war reach the land of fire, let alone the Leaf Village. Even the Nine Tails incident, in a strict sense, occurred during the era of the fourth Hokage, not during his tenure. Yes, we've finally arrived. Shisui also gently nodded his head, and with a sigh, he observed the broken village before him. Although we've seen many villages in this state, it's still quite shocking each time we encounter one. You've explained to me the reasons for the occurrence of war in the world, and I now understand the significance of Leaf Village's presence in the land of rivers. But a question has always bothered me: how can we make this world free from war? A world without war is a grand and distant topic. Kaido knew that in human history, the only thing that never ceases is war. The struggle for benefits is an unchanging topic throughout history, and war is a special and direct manifestation of it. In this world, people have long pondered this question, and interestingly, one of them belonged to their clan. And this person was Uchiha Madara. The main reason for Uchiha Madara's fallout with Hashirama Senju was his belief that Senju's faith had changed. When they founded the Leaf Village, the goal was to bring peace to the entire ninja world and end the incessant wars. On this point, Senju supported him. But when other countries also established their own ninja villages, Senju naively thought that the war was over. Uchiha Madara, however, believed that the establishment of ninja villages was not the advent of peace, but an expansion of the scale of war. Therefore, his idea was to evaluate the entire ninja world. The final outcome is known to all: Uchiha Madara felt betrayed and chose to leave the village. However, after leaving, in order to gain the power of Senju, and also to prove himself correct through his actions, he took the Nine Tails and directly attacked the Leaf Village. Such suicidal action made him a true villain, surviving until he finally met his end against Tobi. But undeniably, he was truly worthy of inheriting the sage's eyes, for his vision indeed saw through the future. With the establishment of the ninja villages, the entire ninja world became a terrifying war machine. This war machine brought about a war that caused endless suffering for countless participants. Kaido had heard that many ninjas who participated in the entire war, when they close their eyes, can only see the bloody battlefields in their minds, and even Kaido's late participation in the war was a fresh memory. The brutality of that war is not something that can be described in books, but an unimaginable pain experienced firsthand. While the Warring States period of 1,000 years was chaotic, considering the continuation and heritage of the clans, the disputes between the major ninja clans often stopped at an appropriate level. Very few would choose to engage in a devastating war that ends in mutual destruction. Therefore, although there were constant wars during the Warring States period, the intensity of the war was truly not high. But after the establishment of the ninja villages, the intensity and scale of the war increased by dozens of times. Many bloodline clans and secret technique clans that had been passed down for thousands of years either perished or declined in the short span of 40 to 50 years after the establishment of the ninja villages. In the library of the Uchiha clan, there were still records of many bloodline clans that were famous during the Warring States period. But these clans, either they are extinct now, or only a few members remain in the world of shinobi. Even in Konoha, the Senju clan, one of the founders of the village, is now severely depleted, almost extinct. There are also the Hokage clan, known for their swordsmanship, the Kaito clan, masters of the spiritualization technique, and the Amari clan who can control the five senses. Their situations are all quite dire. And all this is really because the vision of Hashirama Senju was too narrow. In fact, the solution has been there for a while, it's just that no one has implemented it. Kaido sighed lightly, patting Shisui's shoulder as he moved forward. It's been there for a while. Shisui was a bit confused by Kaido's cryptic comment. When, or what exactly is the solution? The answer is simple. It's our former clan head who left Konoha, Uchiha Madara. Kaido calmly spoke a response that drastically changed Shisui's complexion, but he continued speaking without concern. Think about it, review what kind of wars we are fighting now, and what the wars during the Warring States period recorded in our family history were like. Madara Uchiha believed back then that the establishment of the ninja villages would escalate the intensity of wars to an unimaginable level, but the first Hokage saw this as the beginning of peace. So he rejected Madara Uchiha's proposal, unwilling to continue the conquest. But what is the truth, Shisui? What is the truth? Shisui fell silent, his fist involuntarily clenching as he looked at the battered village in front of him. The truth is, the whole world of shinobi didn't get better, instead, it got much worse. After some disguising, Kaido and Shisui quickly entered the Star Village. After communicating with the alert Star Shinobi, they were taken to the Star Shadow building. Even though this place was no longer the territory of the Sand and Stone villages, neither Kaido nor Shisui were foolish enough to act under the name of Uchiha. Likewise, they gave themselves a name. Kaido actually wanted to use code names, but after some thought, they didn't quite qualify as an organization, and they might not continue this for long, so pseudonyms were enough. Kaido gave Shisui the name Narumiya Takayuki. This guy was always indecisive, even avoiding reality at critical moments, so this name didn't shortchange him. As for Kaido himself, he originally wanted to go with Kasuga no Haruka. After all, as a descendant of the Uchiha, Kaido inherited one of the better traditions of the family. It's quite interesting about this clan being handsome seems to be the norm. But if you look a bit odd or unattractive, you will definitely make a deep impression in this clan. Kaido is in the category of plain and ordinary within the Uchiha clan, so there's no problem with him using this name. Yet, considering he did not have silver hair and that he was an only child, he felt it would be better not to use that name. Speaking of which, there's nothing wrong with this name. After all, I do know someone named Yan yet. I just don't know who in the world is called World. Maybe I should ask Hayashi when I get back. Kaido's mind was a chaotic jumble, while Shisui looked at Kaido with a strange expression on his face. He felt there was a deeper meaning behind the names Kaido had chosen for them, but he couldn't put his finger on it. This uncertainty was slightly stifling. Thankfully, they had arrived at the so-called Star Shadow building, and Shisui had no choice but to set his thoughts aside. He began to carefully observe the layout of the Star Shadow building. Not until they were led into an office did Shisui speak in a whisper audible only to Kaido and himself. The Star Ninja building has 3 exits, whether there are secret exits is unknown. The number of ninjas here is not many, about 12 on guard after we entered. They do not seem to be from the Anbu, as their concealment techniques are very ordinary. However, their chakra is strange. It's quite massive, seemingly beyond the reach of an average jonin, but their chakra is complex, not like pure chakra power. Shisui's ninja qualities were truly high. In just a few minutes since their arrival, he had observed everything within his reach. This was probably a habit of his as an Anbu ninja, but it could not be denied that such careful demeanor had indeed satisfied Kaido. I see. Before I came, I roughly understood their situation. It seems they are practicing their secret techniques through a meteorite. Kaido nodded and then spoke in a soft voice. The secret technique is powerful, but it seems to have some issues. Did you notice that there seems to be something wrong with their bodies? Upon hearing Kaido's words, Shisui couldn't help but fall silent. He had indeed noticed that something was not quite right with their bodies. Even though his feelings were still vague, he could indeed detect something. If it were before, he definitely would not have discovered this, let alone compile such detailed intelligence. All these changes had occurred after he was injected with that special substance. He felt as if even his sensory abilities had been enhanced. However, now was not the time to discuss these things, as he had noticed someone walking towards them. Looking up, he saw an elderly man accompanied by several middle-aged ninjas entering. The old man appeared spirited, and his chakra was quite substantial, yet Kaido keenly sensed that his physical condition was terrible. Not just him, those behind him also had various problems. However, due to their relative youth, Kaido did not feel as strongly about them. "Are you the ninjas planning to take over our war commission?" The old man still seemed full of vigor. He swept his gaze over Kaido and Shisui, then slowly began to speak. "Those who dare to accept such a task are not simple characters, but this time, the trouble we're facing is great. After all, we have to deal with ninjas hired by a major country. I must clarify a few things. Can you disclose your organization, and how many of you plan to complete this mission?" The old man's tone was assertive, yet he didn't come across as mindless. He wanted clear details about Kaido's side, and even reminded Kaido of the opposition they'd be facing. It was clear that he was wary of the major country's power. This made Kaido curious. The man knew there was an insurmountable gap between him and the major country, so why did he dare use the title of Star Shadow? Yet, Kaido was not interested in untangling this question. He just casually lifted his head and lowered his voice, making it sound somewhat hoarse. "We won't tell you who we are, nor how many of us there are. All you need to do is prepare the money and wait for us to complete the mission, that's all." Kaido's words were arrogant, but he knew when to be arrogant. They were hired ninjas, not these people's subordinates. And to be frank, the other party was the one in need. He didn't have to worry about the so-called customer experience. Arrogant. At that moment, a middle-aged man with grey hair suddenly shouted, "Who do you think you are, acting so wild in the Star Ninja Village, in front of Star Shadow? And who are you?" Kaido looked at the man, thinking he looked vaguely familiar. But for such a person, Kaido didn't bother to pay attention. He just calmly said, "Never mind, you're just a non-essential character. But because of you, I've changed my mind. Pay 20% deposit in advance, or we'll go to Iwagakure." Kaido's words instantly changed the expression of the third Star Shadow, and the man who spoke had anger reaching its peak on his face. The faces of the other star ninjas who came along weren't looking too good either. They never expected this hired ninja to be so audacious. "You're courting death." The man wanted to say something more, but halfway through, his face turned pale. Everyone's faces also changed. Unnoticed, Kaido had moved behind him, with the kunai held against his throat. The sharp kunai had already pierced his skin, with specks of crimson blooming on his skin, as if the kunai would pierce his artery the next moment. The atmosphere in the entire building became incredibly tense at that moment, but Kaido still spoke nonchalantly. "Now, 40%. Gentlemen, have I made myself clear?" Chapter 134, Chapter 134. Kaido's speed, akin to a phantom, and his indifference, echoing like a hoarse voice from hell, truly stupefied the folks of Star Ninja Village. They knew that no ninja who dared to accept war mercenary tasks was easy to provoke, but his display of force was beyond their expectations. The man held hostage by Kaido was named Akabashi. In the Star Ninja Village, he was a powerful and influential character. But such a man was now being held by Kaido like an infant, seemingly ready to eliminate him at any disagreement. How could the Star Ninjas present accept this? Especially the third Star Shadow, whose anger was quickly rising. He didn't particularly like Akabashi, but as the village's shadow, he had to protect his people. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Isn't what you're doing a bit excessive? We don't seem to have any grudges. Whether it's excessive or not isn't defined by you, but by me." Kaido merely glanced at him calmly, then gently shook his head. A slight ripple of chakra and he instantly vanished from the spot. Akabashi only felt the pain on his neck disappear in that moment, and the crowd blinked, seeing Kaido unexpectedly return to his original position. "Remember one thing, it's important for you." Before they could say anything, Kaido indifferently spoke again. "You are the ones who need to hire us to accomplish a task that's beyond your league, not us needing to accept your task. Adjust your attitude, know your reality, and don't attempt what you're not qualified to do. This will only invite calamity." Kaido's words were tough and excessive. Shisui couldn't help but glance at Kaido upon hearing them, let alone the star ninjas. Including the third star shadow, everyone's faces became incredibly ugly at that moment, but they didn't dare to retaliate. "You're right," the third star shadow admitted, no matter how hard it was to swallow. He took a deep breath and said, "Before the mission begins, pay us 40% of the commission as a deposit. Also hand over any intel you have, including the target. Leave the rest to us." As Kaido said this, he paused slightly. The next moment, the abundant chakra within him suddenly surged, a heavy aura permeated the entire room. Shisui also synchronized his actions with Kaido's. Although his chakra wasn't as strong as Kaido's, it was not something ordinary people could endure. The intertwining and entangling of the two chakras made everyone present feel a strong sense of suffocation around them. They all felt extremely stifled, but they didn't dare to act. Because the two figures in black clothes and masks before them indeed posed a significant threat. It felt like any hasty move they made would only result in death. The pair even conveyed something stronger, something their hearts were reluctant to think or mention, yet could keenly sense. That was the power of these two men, fearsome enough to wipe out their entire star ninja village. When had such formidable figures appeared in the ninja world? Who were they? To what organization did they belong? Why had they chosen them? These thoughts whirled in their minds, but they didn't dare voice them, finding even movement difficult. "I understand," the third star shadow finally gritted out after a long silence, "we will pay 40% of the deposit in gold and provide the information and target to you." "Well done," the third star shadow is indeed a sensible man. Upon hearing this, Kaido withdrew his chakra. However, he wondered if he had a rather poor relationship with this so-called third shadow? Of course, whether good or bad, he didn't care. What mattered to him was money. Now that he had obtained what he wanted, his demeanor improved considerably. His voice softened, and he spoke with a touch of amusement, "Then, here's to a pleasant cooperation." "Cooperation, pleasant," came the clenched reply. Swish! Accompanied by the sound of a blade piercing through the body, a ninja from Bear Country fell to the ground, ending his mission. The one responsible was a figure wearing a straw hat and a red cloak with black shadows, three similarly dressed figures by his side. As the breeze blew, accompanied by the sound of a bell, the wind lifted his hat, revealing his face. He had long black hair, vertical golden pupils, and purple eyeshadow that extended from the corners of his eyes to his nose wings. His skin was pale, adorned with blue, comma-shaped earrings. Just standing there, he exuded a chilling aura. If Kaido and Shisui were here, they would surely recognize this man as Orochimaru, one of the legendary three ninjas from the Leaf Village. Orochimaru nonchalantly shook the fresh blood off his blade, then indifferently licked his lips and slowly said, "Is that all? They truly wasted my time." Indeed, a waste of time. Such opponents are truly uninspiring. A young man with red hair next to Orochimaru also spoke. This red-haired young man's voice was cold and mechanical, devoid of any emotion, giving a sense of lifelessness. And this man was Orochimaru's current teammate, Sasori. Sasori never liked Orochimaru, a fact well established, and he had strongly opposed Orochimaru's entry into the Akatsuki. But this time, he agreed with Orochimaru's view. The mission given to them, the ninjas, was too mundane and a waste of time. Wealth accumulation takes time and it requires us to do things one by one. Where else would the money come from for your experiments? The speaker now was a man with green eyes, Kakuzu, who was in charge of all the Akatsuki's financial matters. Kakuzu had lived for far too long. In the vast river of time, he had witnessed countless partings and deaths, which had made him emotionally indifferent. To him, only money truly existed in this world, so that was all that mattered to him. Beliefs, the future world, none of these things mattered to him. His involvement in the Akatsuki had been initiated merely because a fellow named Pain had allowed him to raise and earn money. He had no interest in Orochimaru, Sasori, or the Akatsuki. However, these two men obstructing his money-making schemes did not sit well with him. His gaze fixed on Orochimaru, he gave a contemptuous sneer. Not to mention anything else, without money, how would you research reattaching your arm? Or how would you conduct research on how to deal with that one-eyed brat? At Kakuzu's words, Orochimaru's gaze instantly darkened. The air around them seemed to freeze. The one-eyed brat Kakuzu mentioned was naturally Uchiha Kaito. They all knew his story. The foolish boy had attempted to annihilate his clan to prove his worth, at least that was what he himself had claimed. But in the end, he had been killed in retaliation. If someone hadn't helped him escape quickly enough, he would have lost more than just one eye. When Uchiha Kaito had joined the Akatsuki, they weren't keen on it as he had never proven his strength. Attacking the entire Uchiha clan might seem impressive, but in reality, the clan hadn't suffered any losses, and this young man had even lost an eye. To have such a man join them was a joke. Despite their vehement opposition, Uchiha Kaito had eventually joined the Akatsuki. However, he was not yet a full member, only a candidate. But it was undeniable that the one-eyed brat was somewhat capable. Orochimaru seemed very interested in the boy's eye, which led to his intervention. The result was that Orochimaru was defeated by this brat, even losing an arm. Although this incident had become a topic of their mockery, they knew that Uchiha Kaito was not to be trifled with. They also realized that the Uchiha of the Leaf Village were formidable. With only one eye, he had defeated Orochimaru, even costing him an arm. So, the thought of facing Uchiha Kaito, who had attacked them, remained unscathed, and even gouged out his eye, was truly terrifying. Who wouldn't have run as fast as possible to escape such a dreadful existence? This question indeed left them perplexed, but they had no opportunity to understand, at least for now, their orders were not to provoke those people. What's the matter? Touched a nerve, did I? Thinking of retaliating? Kakuzu looked at Orochimaru's current state, and he snorted coldly, releasing an aura of readiness. He wouldn't put up with Orochimaru's attitude. Standing next to Kakuzu, the silver-haired man named Hiruzen had his eyes locked onto Orochimaru as well. The scythe in his hand was already posed for battle, his body beginning to brew with chakra. Hiruzen and Kakuzu were teammates, and their relationship was quite sound. Given the situation, it was only natural for Hiruzen to side with Kakuzu. In contrast to Hiruzen's stance, Sasori remained silent on the side, appearing uninterested in involving himself. Orochimaru frowned at the scene before him, though not out of fear. Or, perhaps, he knew very well that even if he couldn't defeat the two before him, there would be no issue. But he didn't want to engage two men he had no desire to kill, especially when his current condition could hardly be called ideal. Being manipulated by Uchiha Kaito's genjutsu and even losing a hand was a severe blow for him. Normally, he wouldn't be subdued by such illusions, but having just completed the reincarnation jutsu, his spirit and body weren't in perfect harmony. Under such circumstances, his resistance to genjutsu unknowingly weakened, something he found somewhat unacceptable. To resist genjutsu, the best way is to possess a pair of eyes like that. Orochimaru's mindset had quietly but significantly changed after Ataka's counterattack. According to the original plot, he would have chosen to leave Akatsuki and head to the land of rice fields, even establishing a sound village along the way. However, at this moment, the Uchiha clan was not annihilated, and there wasn't a single remaining Uchiha like Sasuke to maintain the lineage. On the contrary, the Uchiha showed formidable combat power at this moment. After all, Orochimaru was a rogue ninja from the Leaf, having left many pawns in the village, so he was quite aware of what was happening there. He knew very well that the Uchiha at this moment was not something he could provoke alone. That's why he chose not to leave, but to stay in Akatsuki. And to stay, he couldn't just cause any major trouble. Thinking of this, Orochimaru sneered and withdrew his aura. Indeed, your words hit where it hurts. Orochimaru gently licked his lips, unabashedly admitting Kakuzu's point, a level of composure that was not something any ordinary person could possess. But after all, Orochimaru was Orochimaru. He stared at Kakuzu and Hiruzen, then began to laugh. He gently licked his lips before finally speaking in a deep voice. However, everyone has their pain points, or weaknesses, because these prove that one is alive. Rather than putting the value of their existence in other things, living such a life would be better off dead. After all, such people wouldn't even understand the purpose of their existence. Hey, what is this snake thing blabbering about? Hiruzen, rather simple-minded, couldn't comprehend Orochimaru's point, ranting loudly. If you want to fight, then fight. Why all the chatter? Such a simple-minded creature, it's the kind that tends to meet a premature end. Orochimaru dismissed Hiruzen's words, not even sparing him a glance. His focus remained on Kakuzu as he turned and walked away. I'll deal with my designated target. It may be tedious and a waste of time, but at least I'll be quicker if I act alone. With these words, Orochimaru departed without a backward glance. Sasori, with a cold snort, walked in the opposite direction, obviously intent on handling his own target. Suddenly, the once tense area was left with only the two living dead, Kakuzu and Hiruzen, along with corpses scattered all around. Kaido, wasn't your attitude just now a little too domineering? After leaving the Hokage's office and swiftly heading towards the village defense area, Shisui couldn't help but ask. Kaido's behavior just now was somewhat unexpected, appearing entirely different from the Kaido he remembered. Even during the most critical moments for the clan, when he had to take forceful measures to seize control, he never acted so assertive. Today's scene gave him a dramatic contrast, which he found somewhat hard to accept. Being domineering is necessary, especially since we can't let them know we indeed need their mission, or rather, their money. Seeing Shisui's bewildered expression, Kaido couldn't help but laugh. He even took out a scroll from his pouch and waved it at Shisui. Only by appearing strong enough can they believe us, right? Isn't this proof that they must trust us? And, our drastic change in demeanor can divert suspicion from us, can't it? The disparity between Kaido and Shisui's demeanor in the Leaf Village and their current behavior was strikingly wide. Anyone familiar with them might not recognize them at first glance. Hearing Kaido's reasoning, Shisui couldn't help but nod in agreement. Besides, Kaido's approach did lead to a higher bounty for them. Initially, the offer Shisui received on his first visit was nothing more than a minor bounty's worth. However, this small target was to be paid in gold, which was why Shisui accepted it. After all, gold has potential for appreciation. The reason for the Star Village's wealth was largely due to them possessing a not-so-large, not-so-small gold mine. Naturally, this mine had caught the attention of the major ninja villages. The mine was located in a canyon filled with poisonous gas, a hellish location. Only those versed in the peacock method could figure out how to mine there. Thus, the mine had temporarily escaped disaster. Regrettably, the Star Village was still trapped in a situation where they had money but nowhere to spend it. Kaido's forceful demeanor indeed irritated the people of the Star Village. However, it must be said that his assertiveness also instilled a certain intangible confidence in them. After all, the power displayed by Kaido was truly terrifying, and their mission seemed more likely to succeed under such might. Under these circumstances, the third star shadow quietly raised the price to motivate Kaido and his team further. Kaido naturally wouldn't miss such a good deal. The deposit they received now, converted into the currency of the ninja world, amounted to at least 50 million. This 50 million in gold was all sealed within scrolls, taking nearly 20 scrolls to complete. All right, you're right, even though it feels a bit strange to me. Shisui scratched the back of his head, then finally spoke seriously. So, what should we do next? Act directly. Of course, it's better to deal with this matter sooner rather than later. Kaido said with a smile, his gaze already looking ahead. Even though our client is generous, the mission is not an easy one, and we can't stay away from the Leaf Village for too long. Let's get it over with and return sooner. Kaido hadn't forgotten that they'd snuck out. He couldn't guarantee the duration of his shadow clone, so the sooner they finished, the sooner they could return. That was key. However, they had only moved forward a little when they saw a figure approaching them. This figure immediately raised Kaido's alarm because he was clad in a robe of black and red clouds. Chapter 135, Chapter 135. Is this guy a member of the Akatsuki? The sight of the figure immediately put Kaido on high alert, although he had already guessed he might encounter the Akatsuki on this trip. Still, running into them so soon was somewhat surprising. Yet, he showed not a hint of fear. He had a certain confidence in his abilities, as long as he didn't come across particularly tough adversaries like Nagato or Tobi, he had nothing to worry about. Even against these two, Kaido wasn't necessarily alarmed if he couldn't beat them, he was sure he could outrun them. Kaido, this guy is weird. His chakra is strong, and he gives off a very, very dangerous vibe. At this moment, Shisui also spoke, his eyebrows furrowed as he watched the figure before them and spoke in a low voice. Yes, I know. He is indeed very strange and very dangerous. Kaido nodded in agreement with Shisui. He was well aware of the danger posed by the figure before them. After all, anyone who could don such a robe was no ordinary person. We'll have to counter his moves. This guy is likely to be our enemy. Given his attire, he's clearly not a village ninja. And appearing in this area of complex power relations, he probably shares our current status. A mercenary ninja. Shisui nodded, then pulled out a kunai hidden under his black robe. After a deep breath, he asked. If we have to fight, can we use the Sharingan? While Kaido and Shisui's abilities did not strictly rely on the Sharingan after reaching their level, they could still exert immense power without it. They had long grown accustomed to the benefits of the Sharingan. The gap between using it and not using it was enormous. Especially as their ultimate power was based on the Manjiki Sharingan. Not using it would have a substantial impact on them. Let's see how it goes. Use it based on your judgment. Kaido pondered for a moment before making a decision. But once we use it, we absolutely can't leave any survivors. I understand. Shisui nodded, then his gaze, along with Kaido's, fixed on the figure clad in the black robe with red clouds. The figure seemed to notice Kaido and Shisui as well and, without any real hesitation, walked directly towards them. They were originally only about 100 meters apart, but in just a moment they were within 30 meters of each other. Who are you? The man wearing the straw hat asked directly. His voice was so raspy yet so identifiable. As he spoke, Kaido and Shisui both halted. Almost instinctively, they exchanged a glance as they both recognized who the man was. Orochimaru. Are we this lucky? Kaido mused inwardly. Among the Akatsuki, the one he felt was easiest to deal with was probably Orochimaru. This wasn't because Kaido was underestimating Orochimaru's abilities. This man had lived from beginning to end as a boss and had never truly died. Moreover, the infamous reputation he established during the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars was no joke. Most importantly, Orochimaru had even managed to unravel the secrets of the Rinnegan through his own efforts in the future. Without a doubt, Orochimaru possessed top-tier research talent and ninja ability. No matter who Kaido underestimated, he wouldn't underestimate Orochimaru. However, it was precisely because Orochimaru's research abilities were too strong that, after personally witnessing two great ninja wars, his mindset began to change. Witnessing so many deaths, he began to crave for a breakthrough in the secrets of life and death, and he did succeed to some extent. His soul continued to exist by changing bodies. But such an act injured his soul, making him vulnerable when facing masters of illusion techniques. As an Uchiha, Kaido's illusion technique abilities were naturally not a problem, even though his illusion techniques were focused on combat and didn't have much flashy display. But for powerful ninja, a moment's lapse could decide the direction of a fight. "Are you Orochimaru, one of the three legendary ninja of the Leaf Village?" Kaido, although lost in his thoughts, remained very calm. He spoke in his hoarse voice. "What a fortunate meeting, to encounter Orochimaru here. It seems my luck is indeed good." "Oh, recognized already." Orochimaru lightly licked his lips and then slowly removed his straw hat. His elongated golden pupils moved back and forth over Kaido and Shisui. "Although recognizing us allows me to avoid a tiresome self-introduction, you two haven't introduced yourselves yet." "Of course, if you don't want to, that's fine. After all, I can probably guess why non-village ninja like yourselves are here." With these words, Orochimaru's tone changed slightly. Kaido and Shisui, even before recognizing him, could guess why a person like him would be here. As a veteran of war, how could he fail to see that Kaido and Shisui were likely mercenary ninja, just like him? And as fellow mercenary ninja, it was necessary to figure out who was employing the others. If it was just an employer, that would be one thing. But if it was someone on the other side, then they would naturally become enemies. Actually, we didn't expect that after leaving the Leaf Village, Orochimaru-sama would join a certain organization. Don't misunderstand, I've seen your kind of attire before. What's more surprising is that you, Orochimaru-sama, would appear here as a mercenary ninja for war." Kaido chuckled lightly, calmly looked at Orochimaru, and then asked curiously. "We're curious, who hired Lord Orochimaru or your clan leader? After all, I have seen others dressed in the attire Lord Orochimaru is wearing now. Do you know me?" Orochimaru's elongated golden pupils slightly contracted. It seemed he sensed a familiar aura from the man before him. Although such a feeling might not always be reliable, Orochimaru, as a ninja, often trusted his instincts. Who doesn't know the famous Lord Orochimaru? And to be frank, I would prefer not to be his enemy." Kaido said nonchalantly, then slowly drew a ninja blade. "But unfortunately, if by chance, the person who hired Lord Orochimaru and me is not the same, then I'm afraid we don't have much of a choice." "Indeed, I'm afraid we don't have much of a choice." Orochimaru chuckled softly, casually tossing his straw hat aside. Instantly, his chakra exploded. "Judging by your position, it should be either the Hidden Sand Village or that Star Ninja Village. If that's the case, I'm afraid we really have to fight." "Yes, it's really a pity. Although I don't want to clash with Lord Orochimaru, but alas." Kaido sighed softly, then, before his words had fully settled, he stomped forcefully on the ground. In an instant, he was at Orochimaru's side. As the light flickered, the ninja blade was drawn and swiftly, yet oddly, slashed towards Orochimaru. He gave too much. "Captain, we are approaching the defensive zone of the Star Ninja Village." About 5 kilometers away from the defense area of the Star Ninja Village, a quiet team of about 50 people had gathered. They had a clear mission to take over the defensive area of the local power of the Bear Country, the Star Ninja Village. The Hidden Stone Village people had no good feelings towards the Star Ninja Village, an ungrateful village that overestimated its worth. After all, let alone the village's ninja leaders who dared to call themselves Shadow, just their attempt to break free from the control of the hidden stone village was disgusting. There was never any righteousness between large and small countries. If a small country had enough resources and strategic value, their fate was inevitable. Truthfully, if the Star Ninja village had humbly stayed where it was, not meddling or participating in anything, perhaps they could have survived like the hidden hot springs village of the hot springs country. Their preservation, if not development, wouldn't have been a problem. But they were not content with the current situation, and such a village naturally became a thorn in the side of the two great ninja villages. The Star Ninja village has survived to this day thanks to natural barriers and the looming threat from the hidden sand village. But just because they can't eliminate you doesn't mean they can't plunder your territories. Take for instance certain strategic defense zones of theirs, they are inevitably the targets for both the hidden stone and sand villages to compete over. However, for a large nation to personally enter such a small-scale war is undignified. The hidden stone village has its reservations, unlike the shameless folks from the hidden sand village. Likewise, to minimize their own losses, hiring war ninjas to solve these troubles naturally becomes their first choice. After all, the hidden stone village's finances are much healthier than those of the hidden sand village, at least they don't need to import so much grain. Have our hired guns moved in? The captain nodded and picked up a telescope, peering into the distance while he asked. By normal timing, they should have gone in by now. A stone ninja next to him replied in a low voice. However, he seemed rather odd talking about these hired ninjas. Those guys are really powerful. They've taken care of so many enemies so easily, allowing us to smoothly take over these areas. What this stone ninja didn't expect was that, no sooner had his voice fallen, than his captain gave a cold snort. Powerful? The ones they're dealing with are nothing but a bunch of fellows who lack adequate weapons and training. We only hired them to minimize our losses and protect our image in the ninja world. A bunch of desperados who only care about getting paid. What's so impressive about that? The captain's words immediately silenced the stone ninja. Though he didn't particularly agree, he dared not contradict. He truly thought these hired ninjas were very powerful. Even though their identities were unclear, their abilities were undoubtedly strong. This stone ninja had seen with his own eyes these mercenaries effortlessly take a sand ninja base, completely wiping out all the sand ninjas inside. Though those sand ninjas weren't particularly strong, they were regular ninjas of a large nation. In the face of these mercenaries, they were like lambs to the slaughter. If they weren't strong, why would the Tsuchikage hire them? The stone ninja muttered under his breath, only to have his thoughts interrupted by a thunderous noise. His captain, telescope in hand, was staring intently into the distance. "What's going on, Captain?" the stone ninja asked curiously, but his captain seemed to have frozen and didn't respond. The loud noise caught the attention of the other stone ninjas. They all looked into the distance, but at that moment, they all seemed stunned. Because in the distance, there was now an expanse of fire. Did I give too much? Orochimaru seemed quite calm, having seen all kinds of storms and waves. Such a scene was only a small matter to him. However, Kaido's comment did raise his eyebrows. Not long ago, he had a disagreement with another fellow who was only too eager for others to give too much. Hearing similar words now, his senses weren't particularly pleased. But no matter how much is given, you need to have a life to spend it, right? Licking his lips lightly, Orochimaru muttered under his breath. He was almost in sync with Kaido's blade swing, leaping to the side and backward. At the same time, a kunai appeared in his right hand and, at a strange angle, he swiped at Kaido. Shisui silently watched on the side, not acting immediately, for he had no past experience of cooperation with Kaido. Both of them were extremely adept at solo combat. Being good at solo means their offense is self-centric, not needing to consider the issue of teammates. In previous missions, they had acted separately, not needing to coordinate anything, just resolving their own enemies was enough. Now facing an enemy like Orochimaru, and trying to forcibly coordinate without using Sharingan, they might end up getting each other in trouble. However, his chakra also began to boil rapidly. His temporary inaction did not mean he would not act. What he needed to do now was to find a good opportunity, and without affecting Kaido, inflict a fatal injury on Orochimaru. Kaido seems very confident, not using Sharingan to fight Orochimaru. Is he waiting for an opportunity or does he not want to expose himself? And he said Orochimaru joined an organization, and Orochimaru obviously did not deny it. What kind of organization did he join that even requires him to personally carry out tasks? Shisui was very interested in these matters. An organization that could absorb a terrifying existence like Orochimaru really filled his heart with doubt. Moreover, he was pondering one thing. If such an organization could absorb Orochimaru, could someone like Uchiha Itachi also be absorbed by such an organization? It must be said that Shisui was right to think in this direction, and he even guessed correctly. Unfortunately, Kaido didn't know about these things. Even without using Sharingan against Orochimaru's attack, he could judge the direction of Orochimaru's attack. The ninja blade in his hand quickly swept, at a speed that was astonishing. This stroke, infused with wind chakra, swiftly blocked Orochimaru's attack range. And as long as Orochimaru dared to continue thrusting forward, the next moment Orochimaru would probably lose his head. This kind of swordsmanship. Orochimaru was a man who knew the goods, and he naturally recognized at a glance that this swordsmanship was very powerful. He believed himself to be well versed in many ninja sword arts. After all, he himself was very adept at using a sword, but this kind of swordsmanship was really his first encounter. Despite these thoughts, his movements were still fluid. He immediately stopped the action in his hand, and his body made an awkward shift. Then, he leapt backward, avoiding Kaido's ninja blade entirely and landing solidly on a massive rock. A very interesting swordsmanship. It's been a while since I've seen such an engaging blade art, not since Shadame Hokage passed away. Orochimaru's gaze locked onto Kaido, his eyes full of amusement and reminiscence, but soon he chuckled lightly and slowly said, "Since you wield a blade, I suppose I should accommodate you a bit." As he spoke, Orochimaru raised his head and spat out a long sword from his mouth. Without minding the slime on it, Orochimaru casually drew the sword and gave it a light flick. "I don't know who you are, nor why you're so confident. Your teammate doesn't seem to have any intention of joining the fight. But since you've aroused my interest, let's have some fun. I hope you won't disappoint me." No sooner had his voice fallen than Orochimaru, brandishing his sword, was already in front of Kaido. His speed was even faster than before, and more terrifying, and the sword in his hand carried an innate, formidable force. Such a sword, such an opponent, was truly terrifying to the extreme. Kaido remained very calm, as befits one who has been granted and has learned the Valkyrie flowing water swordsmanship and mastered the waterfowl dance. After acquiring that secret scroll, his swordsmanship had undergone an incredible improvement, which was the foundation of his confidence to temporarily not use Sharingan. He slightly adjusted his blade, and as sword and blade crossed, they brushed each other's backs and sparked a small fire. Orochimaru licked his tongue, and the next moment he pushed forcefully. Kaido felt as if a strong force was attacking him, and it was fortunate that his body had been significantly enhanced, otherwise he might have been pushed off his entire blade. But the unexpected blow caused his ninja blade to shift instantly. Such a powerful force, and Orochimaru's skill is formidable too. Kaido sighed inwardly. Fortunately, his reaction speed was extremely fast, and in a moment he had leaped up, using Orochimaru's force. And like a shadow, Orochimaru followed, almost leaping up the instant Kaido did. However, Orochimaru, who had just risen, suddenly changed his expression, because he saw Kaido, mid-air, raising his ninja blade above his head, with blue chakra twining around his blade edge. In an instant, an extreme sense of danger surged in his heart. Chapter 136, Chapter 136. In Konoha, there is a saying that circulates, not very widely, but among the upper echelons of the ninja, it has sunk deeply into their hearts. That is, once Kaido stands above the sky, that's when he is the most dangerous. Among the upper ninja of Konoha, they basically have acknowledged that Kaido must possess a terrifying ability, the power of flight. And when this flying ability is combined with Kaido's unpredictable and divine blade art descending from the sky, everything becomes unimaginably more dangerous. Firstly, dozens of members of the Root were directly slaughtered by him, then in full view of everyone, he used that enormous titan, swinging his ninja blade, to massacre Danzo and his Root members. All of this has left a profound impression on the ninjas of Konoha, especially the upper echelons. They don't know where Kaido learned his blade art, but that graceful and elegant blade dance has been deeply engraved in their minds. If they saw the scene unfolding now, they wouldn't even need to see Kaido's face to guess the rough picture of this blade art. They might even think of Kaido, after all, this style of blade art is too iconic. While Orochimaru has intelligence from Konoha, his informants are basically not high-ranking ninjas, so what he understands is not particularly abundant. However, his perception of danger is very, very high, and almost in an instant, chakra within Orochimaru begins to surge. But Kaido's ninja blade is already swinging, the blue chakra wind blades fluttering in the sky, relentlessly aiming for Orochimaru. Orochimaru looks serious, then he uses a bizarre backward flip to evade the oncoming blade dance. However, Kaido's blade dance is too fast, and those terrifying wind blades are too dense. Even if Orochimaru reacts swiftly enough, moves quickly enough, his body still inevitably gets slashed viciously by Kaido. After all, he is now in mid-air, where such harm can't be avoided. However, Kaido isn't using Sharingan to assist him at this moment, so he naturally cannot perform the most exquisite waterfowl dance, thus it isn't surprising that his most lethal attack was dodged. Orochimaru, this guy, is just too disgusting, isn't he? Orochimaru's body is like a snake, continually twisting, completely disregarding human anatomy, as if he has no bones at all. It's clear that this guy has certainly completed some so-called soft body modification, otherwise, how could a normal person perform such extreme body twisting? But regardless, Orochimaru, with this significant twisting, did indeed avoid Kaido's fatal attack. And when Kaido's onslaught ended, Orochimaru immediately seized the gap, furiously counterattacking Kaido. Ding, 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 ding. The ringing sound of metal colliding echoed continuously, with Kaido and Orochimaru's weapons constantly clashing. Their offenses were faster, more ruthless, and trickier with each exchange. Orochimaru's face remained serious. Although he was interested in the swordsmanship of the opponent in front of him, he hadn't anticipated that this fellow's technique would be so eccentric. Transforming wind release chakra into a physical form and merging it with the swordsmanship, such a technique is indeed rare, but also powerfully sufficient. Orochimaru muttered to himself. Although he didn't specialize in swordsmanship, he was confident he wouldn't fall short in this area. But now, he found himself in the unusual position of being pushed back, which inevitably demanded his full attention. No wonder this fellow, knowing who he was up against, still chose to confront him alone without assistance. He really did possess both the confidence and capability. When did the ninja world give rise to such a fellow, and by the looks of it, probably part of some organization as well? Who exactly are these people? Such skill should not remain unknown. Orochimaru mumbled under his breath. However, he soon shrugged it off, he could just interrogate them after the battle, right? After all, he was not planning to continue simply comparing swordsmanship with his adversary. He was a qualified ninja, not a samurai obsolete by the currents of time. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. While parrying a ferocious attack from Kaido, Orochimaru used an eerie body twist to get close to him. His left hand, transforming into several long snakes, launched towards Kaido. Kaido remained tranquil, the ninja sword in his hand slightly deviating, carrying a dreadful blade straight towards Orochimaru's left hand. Bang! The collision of the ninja sword and snake heads caused Orochimaru's long snakes to dissipate into smoke. As their figures crossed, Orochimaru suddenly stalled, a fatal pause. Although the halt lasted less than a fraction of a second, it was just enough to miss Kaido. The long sword, radiating a deep blue chakra, pointed directly at Kaido's abdomen. Bang! Kaido's body instantly transformed into a puff of smoke, with only a few wooden planks landing on the ground. Orochimaru's body coordination was terrifying. A sudden pause in rapid movement followed by an attack, many would not be able to react at all. But Kaido did. Despite not activating his Sharingan, his reflexes, having been enhanced by the Dark Scythe and the Ascension stage, were unbelievably fast. The moment he detected the danger, he used a substitution technique. Landing steadily on a tree, Kaido glanced at his own arm, where there was a notch cut open by the blade. While it hadn't wounded him, it had indeed cut open his clothing. After all, Orochimaru's grotesque and exaggerated body coordination, combined with his ghostly power, would likely injure anyone in his path. Kaido's close brush with the blade, merely slicing through his sleeve, already indicated his quick response. He took a deep breath, locking his gaze on Orochimaru, ready to attack at any moment. Interesting, your swordsmanship is truly fascinating. I admit, when it comes to pure swordsmanship, I am not your equal. Orochimaru licked his lips, his gaze fixed on Kaido as he said softly with a chuckle. Unfortunately, a man I knew who was exceptionally skilled with the sword is already dead. Otherwise, you might have become friends. You're referring to Sakumo Hatake, aren't you? Kaido raised an eyebrow. He hadn't anticipated such high praise from Orochimaru for his swordsmanship. This brought him a measure of happiness. However, as an enemy, and since he could not reveal his ties to the leaf, he had to maintain his poise. Pity indeed. I heard he committed suicide due to certain rumors, was such a man of weak will as you described. I don't know how you perceive it, but as a witness to that incident, I can responsibly tell you, Sakumo Hatake is not as you imagine. Whether it was because the conversation had turned to familiar people and events, Orochimaru also became somewhat sentimental for a moment. He was simply a loser forced into political strife. He appeared kind, but was inherently proud. He couldn't bear baseless accusations against him, so he chose an extreme way to express his will. Though it seems foolish, as he bore the sentiment of a so-called samurai, but it's the age of the ninja now. As Orochimaru paused slightly, Kaido's expression under the mask became somewhat enigmatic. He didn't expect Orochimaru to hold such high regard for Sakumo Hatake. It even seemed like the two had a good relationship in the past. Sadly, Kaido was unaware of these matters, given his late arrival in this timeline. But he wondered if Orochimaru's empathy was sparked by Sakumo's story. After all, Orochimaru himself was also a casualty of political struggle. Alright, our digression ends here. It's time to conclude some unfinished business. Orochimaru shook his head and refocused his gaze on Kaido. In that moment, he broke into a laugh. The game has just begun. Are you ready? For Orochimaru, this fight might just be a game, for he had the skill and the confidence. Ninja art, many snake array. As his words ended, Orochimaru began forming hand signs. With a slap of his hands on the ground, a summoning seal quickly emerged. Several snakes crawled out of the seal, rapidly moving towards Kaido. Kaido was ever vigilant, his ninja sword swiftly moving, slicing down countless snake heads. Those triangular-headed, stench-ridden snakes, Kaido knew at a glance they were all venomous. If bitten by these snakes, even with his robust healing abilities, he'd be forced to kneel. Fortunately, he wasn't excessively fearful. Before crossing over, as a southern native, the province where he resided harbored nearly all the poisonous snakes found in the nation. Hence, his reaction to the serpents, though uncomfortable, wasn't frantic. Orochimaru, meanwhile, wasn't idle. Seizing the moment, he closed in on Kaido, his long sword thrusting towards him. Kaido responded immediately, raising his blade to parry Orochimaru's strike, but the sheer number of snakes he faced was overwhelming. To evade these venomous vipers' attacks, Kaido needed to constantly twist his body and swing his blade, which left no room for him to employ any ninjutsu. Orochimaru seized this opportunity, spinning around to aim a kick at Kaido's belly. Still, Kaido's reactions were quick. Despite his force field blocking the brunt of the attack, he twisted his body and leaped backward instantly. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Although Orochimaru missed his mark, he didn't pause for a moment. Accompanied by a mad rush of chakra, countless venomous snakes slithered out from his sleeves, too many to count. Kaido promptly wielded his blade in defense. Landing from a spin, he immediately slayed 2 snakes. However, Orochimaru seemed to shadow him closely, following up with another kick. But this time, Kaido appeared prepared. Orochimaru's kick only sent a log flying, while Kaido himself stood calmly atop a tree. Orochimaru slightly raised his head, looking toward Kaido. His nonchalant demeanor seemed to communicate to Kaido that he hadn't yet started playing seriously. Truly a treacherously dangerous fellow. Kaido murmured to himself. Although he had determined that Orochimaru was easy to handle, it was on the premise of using genjutsu. Without the foundation of genjutsu, Orochimaru's strength was indeed formidable. His overall ability, if not top-notch, wasn't far off. Such an opponent was indeed a rare find for Kaido because finding a suitable rival at this point was somewhat challenging. Strictly speaking, both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui were not inferior to him, even surpassing him in the use of the Mangekyo. However, would they go all out against him, considering that Kaido was the Uchiha clan leader? The arrival of Orochimaru somewhat filled Kaido's demand for a worthy adversary. Especially after so many rounds of strengthening and upgrading his body, Kaido wanted to gauge his strength without the Sharingan. Kaido truly dreaded the day he might lose his Sharingan, rendering him incapable of even basic combat. Look at Madara, who could beat the living daylights out of Sasuke even without his eyes, let alone without the Sharingan. Kaido had always considered this former clan leader as his goal and idol. What he could achieve, Kaido naturally aspired to as well. Orochimaru has begun to use ninjutsu. I cannot hold back any longer and, if necessary, I'll have to control him with the Sharingan. Kaido was confident that Orochimaru was rather discreet. Even if he discovered Kaido's secret, he wouldn't divulge anything when unable to confront Kaido directly. After all, Orochimaru was always a practical person. Even if he desired to use this information against Kaido, he would seriously consider the consequences. At worst, he would try to seek some benefits. With this in mind, Kaido quickly sprang into action. He plunged his ninja blade into the ground and rapidly formed hand seals. In an instant, his ninjutsu was complete. Fire release, Great Fire Dragon technique. Kaido's hand sealing was extraordinarily fast, barely revealing the hand seal steps. A ninjutsu was performed directly by him. 3 roaring fire dragons spewed from his mouth, the raging flames heading straight for Orochimaru. This time, he opted not for the signature black flame he employed during combat with Fugaku, but ordinary fire. Yet, even so, due to his robust chakra, the ninjutsu he unleashed was incredibly massive. Earth release, Earth-style wall. Seeing the fire release, Orochimaru didn't hesitate to form hand seals of his own, although the scale of the technique made him inwardly marvel. Fire release was not an uncommon ninjutsu, his teacher Hiruzen Sarutobi was a master of it. But normal people wouldn't use ninjutsu like this. Witnessing such a large-scale fire release, Orochimaru could deduce 2 things. Firstly, the man before him was going all out, for such a usage of ninjutsu would exhaust a normal ninja. Secondly, this guy was not only adept at swordsmanship, but his ninjutsu was also nothing to scoff at. Such a scale of ninjutsu might just be a standard battle mode for him, and if that was the case, the level of difficulty for this mission was going to rise. Boom! When the raging fire dragon collided with the earth wall constructed by Orochimaru, a dull sound echoed across the plain. Orochimaru swiftly retreated, for his earth release couldn't withstand such a fire release, and what was most fatal was that the opponent had released 3 fire dragons simultaneously. It seems I must take this more seriously. Orochimaru contemplated internally, then his body accelerated once more. 2 colossal fire dragons roared towards him, but he pierced through one with his sword as though it was weightless. Identifying the weak point of ninjutsu in an instant was something Kaido could only achieve with the aid of Sharingan, but Orochimaru accomplished this solely through his understanding of ninjutsu. And he didn't pause at all. After dealing with 1 fire dragon, he simply flipped and leapt backward, effortlessly dodging the other fire dragon's ambush. His movements were so deft, the enormous fire dragons merely props in his elegant performance. Kaido wouldn't let him show off like this. As Orochimaru evaded, Kaido completed his hand seals once more. And the chakra he erupted this time caused Orochimaru's expression to change in the distance. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The violent fire release, as though it wanted to obliterate everything, exploded suddenly. In that instant, the entire plain seemed to be engulfed by the roaring flames. Ninjutsu, triple Rashomon. Faced with such an aggressive fire release, even Orochimaru had to immediately employ his strongest defensive ninjutsu. Looking at the sea of fire in the sky, Orochimaru furrowed his brow. Even he wouldn't dare approach this level of fire release lightly. But this technique made Orochimaru involuntarily think of a certain clan. Although fire release was a commonplace skill to some extent, achieving such a degree of fire release required not only sufficient personal strength but also a strong technique. There were few in the ninja world who could reach this level with fire release. However, in Konoha, there was a clan whose fire release could reach this level, and that was the illustrious Uchiha. Is he an Uchiha? Staring at the figure cloaked in black and even wearing a mask, especially those eyes, Orochimaru pondered internally. But he couldn't make a judgment at the moment, because this guy hadn't used Sharingan from beginning to end. A man of such caliber who hadn't used Sharingan and displayed exceptional swordsmanship left him feeling like he was on the verge of an answer but simultaneously far from it. Boom! While he was deep in thought, the sea of fire crashed into his triple Rashomon. In a split second, his triple Rashomon was covered by the flames, and the thick smoke shot up into the sky. His triple Rashomon began to shatter at that very moment. "Captain, what's going on?" From a distance, a member of the Uegakure squad, watching the sea of flames in front of them, couldn't help but ask. Not just him, many Uegakure ninjas who were ordered to take over the defensive area were left utterly baffled and puzzled at this moment. A fire of this scale would require at least dozens of ninjas proficient in fire release to execute together, and their abilities mustn't be subpar. But the issue was that they were heading to Hoshigakure's defensive area. Did Hoshigakure have the capacity to gather so many ninjas capable of powerful fire release? Obviously, they believed this to be impossible. If it were Tsunagakure, it might be plausible, so could it be a large Tsunagakure force had arrived? But as soon as this thought crossed their minds, they shook their heads. The front line in the land of bears was not short. If Tsunagakure mobilized all forces, they would surely receive intel. In such a scenario, any gap in Tsunagakure's defense would be exploited by them. They couldn't be so foolish. As for reallocating troops for reinforcement, let's not joke about that. Everyone knew just how poor Tsunagakure was. Even though Raza was skilled in magnet release gold dust, and used this technique to create a lot of gold for exchange, their harsh climate left them incapable of cultivation. They relied on external purchases for all their food and even water. When you factor in the money required for military equipment, and the daimyo of the Wind Country, who didn't intend to reveal much due to Tsunagakure's wartime failure, even bleeding Raza dry wouldn't be enough to support them. Fortunately, they occupied a part of the land of rivers, which alleviated their predicament. But who was on the other side of the land of rivers? It was Konoha, the village that had defeated Tsunagakure in 3 wars, forcing them into an alliance. Don't be fooled by the alliance between the 2 villages, everyone knew it was unreliable. Otherwise, why would Konoha maintain such a high level of military presence in the land of rivers? I don't know the specifics either, but I fear this won't be simple. The captain shook his head, gazing at the sea of fire with a solemn expression before sighing and speaking. Let's wait and see. If there's no resolution in the end, we'll leave quickly. Humph, I've always said these mercenary ninjas are unreliable. Just as the captain finished speaking, he suddenly froze. Not just him, but the expressions of the Uegakure ninjas behind him also became grave. Because they saw 2 figures slowly emerging from the sea of fire, and the raging flames were starting to subside at that moment. The defensive strength of the Rashomon technique was quite terrifying. Even though Orochimaru's version couldn't reach the 5-fold Rashomon level of Hashirama Senju, the technique's force was evident here. Despite the enveloping flames of great fire annihilation under the constant infusion of Orochimaru's chakra, not a scratch was inflicted on Orochimaru. However, Kaido's fire release was still very frightening. His fire release was so intense that the 3-fold Rashomon could hardly withstand such roasting. Merely upon the first wave of contact, the first Rashomon gate shattered, but the second layer managed to hold out for quite a while. It completely shattered just as Kaido's great fire annihilation was about to finish, and the third layer successfully blocked the remaining impact of Kaido's flames. Orochimaru watched this scene, his brow furrowed. Although he was prepared for this intensity of fire release, its power exceeded his expectations. Could it really be an Uchiha? This kind of fire release should be great fire annihilation unless I'm mistaken, which is the only technique that could sustain such massive destruction. In ninja battles, they generally don't shout out the names of their techniques. Even in anime, it's just silently yelled in their minds. Naturally, Orochimaru didn't know what Kaido's technique was, but he increasingly felt that these 2 might indeed be Uchiha. If they are really Uchiha, why would they appear here and take up war mercenary work? For money? They don't seem to lack it. What exactly is going on? Orochimaru pondered silently, but Kaido didn't give him any more time to think. In a flash, Kaido appeared in front of him, his ninja blade tearing through the air, aiming straight for Orochimaru's head. This speed was simply worlds apart from before. And Orochimaru instantly realized that it wasn't an issue of speed at all, because this was the power to traverse space. Is this the Flying Thunder God technique? Orochimaru, being a veteran powerhouse, knew he couldn't dodge this lethal strike. Thus, the chakra inside his body surged rapidly. Swish! The ninja blade swept past Orochimaru's neck, and then a large head flew off. Strangely though, the body that still stood in place had no blood coming out. After Kaido's blade swept past, a new head suddenly sprouted from the cut. This new head pushed out forcefully against the body, a brand new body without any injuries, accompanied by disgusting slime, appeared from the cut. Seeing this, Kaido couldn't help but frown slightly. Then he swung his ninja blade at Orochimaru again, but this time, Orochimaru reacted quickly. His body twisted weirdly like a snake, narrowly avoiding the blade. At the same time, the long sword in his hand brutally pierced towards Kaido's chest. What Orochimaru absolutely didn't expect was that Kaido didn't dodge or evade. When Orochimaru's sword stabbed towards his chest, a surge of azure chakra suddenly appeared, blocking his strike. This is... Seeing this, Orochimaru was slightly surprised. This kind of defensive technique formed by using chakra seemed somewhat similar to the lightning release chakra mode of Kyumagakure. Yet Orochimaru couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. In a blink, he had figured out a countermeasure. His left hand shot out quickly, exploding with a terrifying surge of chakra. Ninja art, hidden shadow snake hands. Countless venomous snakes suddenly emerged from his right hand, their pungent stench almost nauseating. This close-range assault caused Kaido to raise an eyebrow, but he didn't worry about such a jutsu. After all, Kaido had numerous defensive measures up his sleeve. This time, however, he opted to directly use void walking to put some distance between himself and Orochimaru. The vile smell radiating from the snake's mouth still had Kaido somewhat concerned. Yet before he could counterattack after distancing himself, Orochimaru spoke up from afar, "You're using the power of space, aren't you? Quite perceptive, Lord Orochimaru. Have you already figured it out?" Kaido wasn't sure about Orochimaru's intentions, so he responded rather bluntly. However, after he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that his words sounded a bit sarcastic. Regardless, neither he nor Orochimaru seemed to care about such a detail, as Orochimaru continued to gaze at Kaido and slowly shook his head. Space ninjutsu, a technique one won't forget after seeing it once. I wouldn't mistake it. After all, I did watch Minato Namikaze grow up. Your jutsu is quite interesting though. Unlike Minato's, you don't need to use a special seal to travel through space, yet your transition is silent. Even if there's a chakra fluctuation, it's extremely minor, hard to detect. Yet, your transition can be clearly felt by others. Because your transition carries with it a surge and explosion of chakra, this burst could harm others but also reveals your information. Upon saying this, Orochimaru paused, and the expression on Kaido's face, hidden under the mask, became rather peculiar. What was Orochimaru's aim in analyzing the pros and cons of his void walking? Did this still look like a fight? Kaido silently observed Orochimaru, curious about what he intended to do. You seem curious about why I'm saying so much, right? Orochimaru licked his lips, and then revealed a smirk as he continued. It's not a big deal, really. I'm just personally interested and curious about your space ninjutsu. Of course, don't misunderstand. I don't have any ulterior motives. Knowing that you control this technique, I realize that I'm unlikely to defeat you. Moreover, I probably guessed your hidden identity. If I'm right, you're not someone I can handle, so I don't want to continue our fight. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Kaido's face became even more peculiar. He really didn't think he had revealed anything. Could it be his swordsmanship? That's unlikely. He could easily deflect any suspicions about his swordsmanship. If it came to that, he'd just say he'd had the same training. And in this entire fight, he had never once used the Sharingan, so there was absolutely no way he could have exposed himself. As for the Void Walk, don't make a joke of it, not many in the Leaf Village even know about it. Right now, the only ones who probably know are Kakashi and Narashikaku, and they're not likely to leak this intel to Orochimaru. Kaido felt that Orochimaru was probably bluffing. Therefore, he simply watched Orochimaru silently, waiting to see what kind of game this guy would play next. But Kaido did not expect that when Orochimaru spoke again, his face instantly stiffened. Third Lord, should we really go and take a look? At the rear of the Star Ninja Village's defense zone, the third Star Shadow brought several of his confidants. His actions naturally filled his close aides with confusion. They had already paid the money, shouldn't they just wait for news? Why do they need to run here to check the situation? Among them, Natsui was the most puzzled. As one of the few elite ninjas in the Star Ninja Village and the one who excels in the Peacock mystical method, she naturally had the right to ask. Natsui, I know you don't understand, but there are some things I need to confirm. The third Star Shadow spoke calmly. He didn't really want to explain so much, but these people behind him were the ones he trusted most, so he revealed a bit. Kaido's aggressive approach did give the third Star Shadow and others confidence, but too much assertiveness also filled their hearts with discontent and doubt. His doubt was why Kaido, with their powerful abilities, would take on a mission from their small village. What was their goal? As the leader of a village, he had to be skeptical and vigilant about everything, otherwise, his village would probably have been ruined long ago. Moreover, he had another idea when he decided to follow this time, which was to see how powerful these outrageous guys really were. If their power truly was formidable, they could collaborate in the long term, and he wouldn't mind giving some commission. He had gold, but if blockaded by a major country, these things were nothing more than scrap metal. Only when they circulated would they be valuable. Of course, he wouldn't offend such obviously powerful individuals for these items, which had little practical value for him. Moreover, once he established relations with these individuals, he might even get what he needed through them. If these individuals were not strong enough, he would naturally not let them go. That act of humiliation in front of him was still fresh in his memory. What is this? However, when they arrived at the defense zone, they suddenly felt a strong heat spreading rapidly, which changed their expressions. Such heat was not normal, and the temperature was excessively high. They glanced at each other, then accelerated towards the front. Soon they noticed that all the ninjas in the defense zone were staring blankly ahead. When their gaze shifted, they, too, were instantly stunned like those ninjas, because somehow, the area in front of the defense zone had turned into a sea of fire. Is this the handiwork of those two? The third star shadow was filled with doubts. Then he recklessly rushed forward, his actions forcing Natsui and the other ninjas following him to set off too. When they rushed to the path in the sea of fire that seemed deliberately created, they were completely shocked by the scene in front of them. You're a member of the Uchiha clan, and you're likely the new head of the Uchiha clan, possessing the strongest eyes, right? Orochimaru's words were like magic, instantly freezing Kaito's expression. He never expected Orochimaru to be so perceptive. He'd been very restrained in using his powers. So far, he had only used space ninjutsu in standard combat, but such a tactic wouldn't expose him, would it? Kaido gazed indifferently at Orochimaru, maintaining his calm voice. He suddenly spoke. Oh? You actually think I'm an Uchiha? It seems Lord Orochimaru's imagination is quite extraordinary. Have you ever seen me use the Sharingan? And if I truly had those eyes, I'm afraid Lord Orochimaru wouldn't be able to chat with me leisurely. Actually, I wasn't sure at first, but now I can confirm it. Orochimaru licked his lips, even revealing a small smile at this moment. I initially suspected you because of your fire release. Fire release is used very widely in the ninja world, but not many can reach your level. Moreover, fire release that reaches that level cannot be anything ordinary. Even my former teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, did not possess such powerful techniques. But there is a family in the ninja world that possesses it, and this family is the Uchiha. Saying this, Orochimaru paused for a moment, seeing that Kaido had no reaction, he continued with a laugh. Of course, these are not enough to make me decisive. Your answer just now completely confirmed my thoughts. I've never said how powerful those eyes are, and the ninja world's understanding of the Sharingan is not comprehensive. You seem to know a great deal about these eyes, which is not normal. Although gathering information is a basic task for hired ninjas, I don't think such a secret could be obtained by just anyone. As for your current eyes, perhaps you are using some sort of child pupil disguise, or perhaps you are testing me without using the Mangekyo. Orochimaru's words made Kaido's face a little awkward. Although he felt Orochimaru's judgment was a bit far-fetched. But on second thought, Kaido suddenly realized something, that ninjas of Orochimaru's level may not necessarily fear the three-tomo Sharingan. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, he subconsciously accepted Orochimaru's conclusion to be about the Mangekyo, and he was well aware of the power of the Mangekyo. Your silence suggests that my conjecture is probably the most accurate. Orochimaru looked at Kaido in this state, and a smile appeared on his face again. It seems indeed you are the renowned Uchiha Kaito from Konoha who took down Dan Shimura. But I'm curious, why would someone of your status come here? Could it be that you came to investigate Uchiha Itachi? Some questions are better left unasked, Lord Orochimaru. At this moment, Kaido couldn't be bothered to keep up the pretense. His voice returned to its original state, his eyes turned crimson, and his eerie chakra locked onto Orochimaru. I never expected Lord Orochimaru to be so sharp, to identify me just by my fire release. In fact, I am curious about one thing, Lord Orochimaru, do you know that pursuing secrets you shouldn't can lead to deadly consequences? I'm well aware of that, but I don't plan to tangle with you any longer. Orochimaru replied with a raspy laugh. However, Kaido could feel this man tensing up at that moment, his chakras circulating even faster. Your objectives or thoughts have nothing to do with me, even if you truly want to help Star Ninja Village, it's none of my business. I can even give you a piece of intelligence, the people from Rock Hidden Village will soon take over the base behind you. As he said this, Orochimaru's body began to burrow into the ground, obviously having no intention of battling with Kaido. But the next time we meet, Chief Kaido, be prepared. I will present you with a great gift. With those words, Orochimaru's figure completely disappeared. His speed and stealth were so impressive that even Kaido had to admire him. Being recognized by Orochimaru was not beyond Kaido's expectation, but being recognized not because he used Sharingan was somewhat sigh-inducing for Kaido. It seems I need to be more careful in the future, especially when I don't want to expose my identity. Kaido murmured to himself, but soon he sighed again, looking at the place where Orochimaru had disappeared. What a pity, that's 90 million. Chapter 137, Chapter 137. Kaido, he's gone. He recognized me. This guy is really interesting. Just as Kaido was lamenting about the 90 million walking away from him, Shisui came up to him. Shisui had been watching the recent battle and now had a better understanding and view of Kaido's strength. Kaido didn't use his Sharingan throughout the whole fight, a fact Shisui noticed. As a Sharingan user, he naturally understood how poor Kaido's control of the details was during the battle. Of course, this poor is relative to Kaido's previous battles. With the help of the Sharingan, one can naturally discern details that ordinary people can't. Becoming stronger in the details and constantly finding opportunities to break the enemy, this is also the characteristic of Uchiha clan's battle style. Kaido's performance just now showed no ability in this aspect, he was simply fighting Orochimaru with raw strength. Kaido's display of raw strength was awe-inspiring to Shisui. However, Shisui was a bit puzzled about how Orochimaru recognized Kaido. After all, Kaido didn't use any special techniques. Fire release, and I let it slip. Kaido shrugged and sighed, but his expression didn't seem too bothered. Orochimaru really is a crafty fox, he noticed and grasped every little detail. Impressive. Orochimaru is one of the 3 legendary ninja, he's definitely not an easy opponent. Shisui didn't find it surprising when he heard this, after all, Orochimaru had been in the root and the Anbu, his skills in smooth talking and ability to control details are extremely potent. Kaido is certainly powerful, but he hasn't received training in places like the Anbu and the root. But now that he knows, will it have any impact on us? Actually, the impact on us is not significant. Orochimaru is smart, he knows what should be said and what shouldn't. Kaido was somewhat confident in response to Shisui's question. After all, if Kaido's identity was really exposed, he could just blame Hiruzen Sarutobi internally, and deny everything externally. If Hiruzen Sarutobi really wanted to investigate, Kaido could just say, "You didn't pay me, can't I earn some extra money?" Of course, this was absolutely the worst choice, Kaido knew it would not come to that point. Alright, enough about Orochimaru, we should go deal with our own matters. Kaido didn't feel like thinking about Orochimaru any further. His gaze shifted towards the rear, and then he calmly said, "Orochimaru gave me some intelligence before he left, that is, the forces of Rock Hidden Village are coming to take over this defense zone. So, are we going to take action against those rock ninja?" Although Shisui was a bit confused about how Kaido got information from Orochimaru, his focus was not on this at the moment. Taking action against the ninja of Rock Hidden Village didn't burden him mentally, much like the first time they encountered the ninja of Cloud Hidden. He had no particular fondness for these guys. Besides, they had been mentally prepared for this from the beginning. As long as they handled things cleanly and didn't expose themselves, anything was possible. Indeed, otherwise we would have a lot of explaining to do. Kaido chuckled, and then his gaze turned to the back, and at this moment, the flames in the sky began to slowly dissipate. "Who are you?" the team leader from Rock Hidden Village asked as he watched the two eerie ninja dressed in black robes approaching, his voice heavy. Although he appeared calm, inside he was extremely anxious, and the rock ninjas behind him felt the same. They had drawn their weapons, and some of them were even gritting their teeth, ready to attack at any moment. Strictly speaking, the two men in black hadn't done anything yet, but paired with the blazing flames in the sky, they exuded an oppressive feeling that was hard for them to imagine. However, neither Kaido nor Shisui paid much attention to these people. The two shared a brief glance, then they suddenly sped up and split up, charging towards the crowd. Enemy attack! Be on guard! Watching their movements, everyone knew what these two wanted to do. Ordinarily, two ninjas charging at a team of over 50 would seem foolish. But these two were different. The terrifying flames and strong chakra fluctuation from before indicated that they were not ordinary. Their assumptions were correct, but the problem was that they were dealing with two Uchiha with Mangekyo Sharingan. While running, Kaido's ninja blade had taken on a deep blue chakra, and his eyes turned crimson. He wanted to end this battle quickly, and having already confirmed what he needed to against Orochimaru, he naturally wouldn't hold back. During his sprint, he had already selected his first target. A taller rock ninja on his left side. This guy was in the front line and Kaido could clearly sense that his chakra was strong. If he were to take action, it made sense to handle the more formidable opponents first, making it easier for Kaido to clean up the rest. This was a lesson he learned from his superior during the end of the war, and he kept it in mind ever since. Kaido's speed was extremely fast, even without the use of space-related abilities, his speed was unimaginable to the average person. The person he targeted was actually the team leader of this Rock Hidden Village squad. Seeing Kaido's incredibly fast sprint, his face turned slightly pale. Especially after sensing that he was Kaido's target, he couldn't help but panic. But after the initial panic, his face turned red instantly. Was he angered because he hadn't expected to be underestimated as the first target? Damn it, I knew we couldn't trust those hired ninjas. The team leader of Rock Hidden Village thought to himself, as he quickly formed seals. His sealing speed was extremely fast, and in a moment, a wall of earth rose in front of him. Moreover, right in front of the earth wall and on the path Kaido had to take, rows of earth spikes sprung up. Faced with this, Kaido simply scanned his surroundings. The next moment, his ninja blade was swung swiftly. Buzz! The blue blade, loaded with sharp wind release chakra, swept across, cutting down the emerging earth spikes in rows. Then Kaido accelerated even more, leaping to the newly risen earth wall before anyone could react. His ninja blade, filled with boundless confidence, thrust forward forcefully. Bang! Sand and dust flew about, mixed with a tinge of red. Kaido could clearly sense his ninja blade penetrating the chest of the rock ninja. As the dust settled, through the thin veil of smoke that couldn't obstruct his sight, Kaido could clearly see his shock and unwillingness. However, Kaido quickly raised an eyebrow, for he noticed that the guy suddenly pulled out an explosive tag and slapped it onto his ninja blade. This damned guy! This rock ninja's innards were completely shattered. With such damage, he was definitely a goner, only managing to hold on due to his robust constitution. Yet, he actually had the nerve to pull this stunt before his demise, an act of resistance Kaido had never encountered before during a mission. Is this the retaliation of a war ninja at death's door? Kaido suddenly recalled his superior once telling him, on the battlefield, there should be no room for mercy, fear, or any inappropriate emotions. When facing the enemy, you should do everything in your power to kill them, because if they don't die, you could be the one to fall. Moreover, the brutality of war is unimaginable. You never know when you'll meet your end. So what you need to do is, even if you're on the brink of death, find a way to take out the enemy in front of you. Kaido had only heard of such brutality from his calm-voiced superior. Now, he truly experienced it for the first time. This left Kaido with a bit of a sigh in his heart, but he quickly regained his composure. Because strictly speaking, he too was a ninja whose hands were stained with blood. Even if he hadn't been thoroughly baptized by war, he was a competent ninja. Humph! With a cold snort, Kaido forcefully pushed his ninja blade forward, driving it, along with the explosive tag that the rock ninja had just set, back into his chest. The next moment, Kaido used his teleportation technique to leave his original position, and a severe explosion carrying a thick mist of blood erupted on the battlefield. Captain! This explosion caused many ninjas near the rock ninja to suffer. At this moment, the surviving rock ninjas couldn't help but let out a mournful wail. Captain! Upon hearing this, Kaido instantly realized that the person he had taken out first might not have been any ordinary adversary. However, this was a good thing for him. The more important the person who died, the weaker the fighting spirit of those who were left would probably be. With this in mind, Kaido suddenly accelerated and leaped above the epicenter of the explosion. His gaze swiftly darted around, and he quickly located his ninja blade. Though his own ninja blade looked somewhat pitiful now, it was not made of any ordinary material. Despite being heavily bombed with the explosive tag, it didn't break, which showed the extraordinary nature of this ninja blade, or, to put it another way, the extraordinary material used by the Hidden Mist village to forge this blade. Shisui's efficiency isn't too bad either. Quickly picking up his blade, Kaido's peripheral vision also caught sight of Shisui on the other side. Utilizing his Sharingan and speed advantage, Shisui was constantly maneuvering through the rock ninja formation. Moreover, Kaido noticed that a portion of these rock ninjas were exceptionally calm in the face of such a barrage. However, the other portion was clearly in a state of unease and panic, and these rock ninjas didn't seem to have a particularly high reserve of chakra. They were just like regular defense ninjas. If classified by ninja rank, they would be chunin or genin. After all, jonin were the village's most valuable resources. Even if they came to the borders, they wouldn't be ordinary squad leaders, they would have higher duties for sure. Die! As Kaido was thinking and controlling his descent from above, a sudden voice echoed by his ear. He slightly turned his head to see a kunai about to stab into his neck from the side. However, the next moment everything came to a halt. The brutal and ferocious expression on the rock ninja's face froze. His eyes were filled with the sight of Kaido's crimson red, 3-tomo Sharingan. In an instant, his face was filled with bewilderment and confusion. Not until Kaido's ninja blade passed over his throat did he come back to his senses, lowering his head in resentment. But Kaido didn't spare him another glance. He lightly flicked off the fresh blood on his ninja blade, then, like Shisui, rushed into the crowd. Why are you guys here? Lightly flicking his ninja blade, Kaido and Shisui turned their gaze to the third star shadow and his companions. The two of them were curious as to why these guys had come. We were normally patrolling the sector when we received news of a huge fire outbreak at the front line. That's why we came over to check it out. Facing Kaido's inquiry, the third star shadow showed composure and tranquility, but this was merely surface deep. Internally, he was as tumultuous as everyone else. Truly, a storm was raging within him. They could not forget the spectacle that unfolded before their eyes when they arrived at the battlefield. They witnessed these two men dance amidst the crowd like graceful butterflies. Their movements were effortless, sending any ninja who came into contact with them flying backward. Under their control, combat seemed like an art form, every movement they made was concise and natural. However, the two had starkly different combat styles. One was entirely focused on speed, their phantom-like swiftness was near impossible to anticipate. He was like a mirage, no, he was something more terrifying than that. Speed was seamlessly integrated into his being. His opponents couldn't discern which was the mirage and which was the real body, they were utterly manipulated by him. The other didn't display such remarkable speed but was the one who stirred the deepest fear in the third star shadow and the others. His movements didn't seem particularly fast, but they were extraordinarily accurate. With every strike, every dodge, there was a casualty. The key was that he utilized everything around him, whether it was the enemy's weapons or their attacks. They couldn't forget how this man, when surrounded by 5 enemies, seized the arm of the first attacker, pulled him abruptly, and made him stab his own comrade with a kunai. Afterward, with a light twirl, he dodged the incoming shinobi sword from behind, a blade that ended up killing the first attacker. At that moment, he acted. After handling the man with his ninja blade, he attached an explosive seal onto him with a speed that was impossible to track. Next, with a kick, he sent the man flying into the crowd and, in doing so, evaded the sneak attack from the other 2. Finally, he grabbed the hands of the 2, causing their weapons to pierce each other. At the same time, the man with the explosive seal exploded amidst the crowd. Everything was executed with an air of mastery, as if he had complete control over the battlefield. He didn't seem like a ninja, but rather a dancer who could easily kill all his enemies. No matter how they looked at it, such an enemy was beyond their capacity to handle, far beyond their capability to provoke. Yet, facing 2 individuals with such power, the doubts in their hearts grew heavier. The questions of the third star shadow resurfaced in their minds. Why would these 2 accept such a mission? What unknown motives might they have? However, the third star shadow knew that now was not the time to worry about such matters. Moreover, they weren't in any position to delve into them. Someone who could single-handedly accomplish such feats, even if the opponents were not very strong, was no ordinary person. It must be understood that in ninja battles, most times, quantity could alter the outcome. Even if an elite ninja was surrounded by a group of average ones, the likelihood of perishing was extremely high. Yet the 2 in front of them, especially the one speaking, exhibited such a high level of combat artistry that it sent shivers down the spines of the third star shadow and his comrades. Yes, sir. Taking a deep breath, the third star shadow replied with both seriousness and a hint of reverence. It's not that we distrust you, it's simply that it is our duty. Is that so? Kaido regarded the old man before him with amusement. He didn't actually believe what the old guy was saying, but he didn't bother to delve into it now. Who would have thought that you indeed are a responsible shadow? Well then, since you're here, I can give you an update. These guys are all from the Hidden Rock Village. We repelled the ninja they hired previously, and if there were no accidents, that man is a rogue S-rank ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. An S-rank rogue ninja from the Leaf. Kaido's revelation instantly changed the expression on the third star shadow and his companions' faces. Despite its decline, the Hidden Leaf Village was still one of the top 5 villages in the world of ninja. That an S-rank rogue ninja from there was present, how could they not be terrified? What relieved them, however, was that Kaido had directly defeated them. That was indeed good news. Furthermore, after learning about this, the third star shadow was more confident about his inner thoughts. He had to seize this opportunity. Sir, you have completed this mission. I will promptly pay the remainder of your fee. Thinking this, the third star shadow spoke earnestly. His sincerity made Kaido and Shisui exchange glances. Because they could feel that this guy hadn't finished speaking. Indeed, the third star shadow spoke again. However, could you gentlemen reveal your names or code names, so we can identify you more accurately? Furthermore, I hope that we can have more extensive, more comprehensive cooperation in the future. This situation turned out unexpectedly smooth, and we actually achieved our goal just like that. It seems your decision was correct again, Kaido. Walking towards another sector, Shisui looked at Kaido with some emotion, reminiscing about everything that had happened. It still seemed somewhat surreal. What was the purpose of their trip? Simply put, it was to make money. Whether it was accepting war hire missions or selling off the weapons they had collected in bulk, all of these were tasks they needed to do to earn money. Now they had completed a war hire mission, the next step naturally was considering how to sell off those weapons. What Shisui never expected, though, was that the third star shadow sought them out, proposing long-term cooperation. Master Haruka, Master Narumi, your strength is beyond anything I ever imagined. With your help and the assistance of the organization behind you, I believe the Star Ninja Village can weather its hardest times. Thus, I hope to hire you on a long-term basis, or hire your organization, to help and protect us. Furthermore, I hope that your organization can accept a contract from us. This contract is not for battle, but rather, I hope you can help us find items that can enhance our fighting capability. Shisui remembers clearly how humble the third star shadow appeared in that moment, and how fast his heart was beating. This man's intentions couldn't be clearer, he wanted them to find a way to acquire weapons. Now that Shisui and Kaido are mercenary ninjas, it was perfectly normal for them to be entrusted with such tasks. And predictably, there was a lot of room to maneuver in this task, a misstep and the third star shadow could be taken for a ride. Yet, the third star shadow had no such concerns and even expressed delightfully that everything was up for negotiation. As long as you can assist the Star Ninja Village, we are willing to pay a reward. Because we suspect that we'll need your assistance to transport these items, naturally we wouldn't mistreat you. Hearing this man's proposal, Kaido and Shisui didn't need much consideration. They agreed straightforwardly. However, Kaido knew well that they couldn't let this man feel they could easily complete the task, otherwise he would think everything was easy to obtain. So, even after agreeing, Kaido only indicated that he would contact the weapons suppliers for negotiations with the Star Ninja Village. If the negotiations were successful, Kaido's team would be responsible for transportation. If unsuccessful, it could be discussed later. Naturally, the third star shadow wouldn't refuse. Yes, and my name is now Kasuga no Haruka, and this is Takayuki Narumi. Please don't forget. Kaido was in good spirits, even joking around with Shisui. However, when it came to the names, Shisui was intrigued. Speaking of which, does the name Takayuki Narumi have any special meaning? Shisui stroked his chin, looking at Kaido curiously. And, does your name, Kasuga no Haruka, have any hidden meaning? I don't think you'd choose insignificant names, right? You're not wrong. I'll tell you that these names have no special meanings. They are just the names of two average guys. Of course, if you forget about the brother and sister scene in the cabin. Kaido muttered under his breath, though he would never say these words out loud. They were just playful banter after all. If Kaido had a sister, he might have even named himself Haru Kashigano. It's nothing, just a name I found easy to use. Kaido shrugged it off, then looked ahead. That's the area to patrol, right? Once we've checked it out and made sure there are no issues, we can head back to Konoha. Before they left, the third star shadow gave them a bonus task, which was to inspect a remote defense area. Literally, it was just a simple patrol task. If all went well, Kaido and his team wouldn't have to lift a finger and could walk away with their payment. However, if they were unlucky enough to encounter an intruder, Kaido could join the ninjas stationed in the defense area in a counterattack. Compared to other war tasks with clear objectives, this really was a freebie. Moreover, the third star shadow hired them at a not-so-cheap price. Naturally, Kaido wasn't going to pass up on the opportunity. After all, the actual control range of the Star Ninja Village wasn't particularly large. Especially since many areas were still cliff edges, with poisonous gas lingering, there weren't many issues in terms of defense. Indeed, once we finish patrolling there, we can leave. But this time, we must pay close attention to Orochimaru. Shisui wasn't particularly interested in the meaning behind those names either. He rubbed his chin and started to think seriously. Orochimaru, such a powerful and proud individual, joining an organization and undertaking such tasks, that organization must not be simple. Kai, Haruka, do you think that Guy might also be in the same organization? Uchiha Itachi. At these words, Kaido couldn't help but be taken aback, though he still pretended not to know. I'm not sure, perhaps the next time we meet Orochimaru we can ask. But speaking of which, why didn't you use the Koda Amatsukami earlier? If you had used Koda Amatsukami, perhaps we could have controlled Orochimaru, and he could serve us in the future. Are you referring to the Koda Amatsukami in my left eye? It indeed has the power to manipulate someone's will, but after using it once, I can't use it again for a long time. Addressing this issue, Shisui also seemed helpless. He shrugged and said, after all, it's a very domineering technique, and its consumption is also massive. When we dealt with Dans, I used it on that mysterious Uchiha, and it hasn't recovered yet. And my right eye's Koda Amatsukami requires continuous casting and remodeling, and it also requires eye contact. He would definitely discover it and try to resist. So, I didn't act. I had no other choice. Shisui's explanation was reasonable, causing Kaido to shake his head slightly. But Orochimaru can't withstand genjutsu now, can he? If Shisui really acted, chances are Orochimaru would fall prey, right? Of course, recognizing a dangerous situation and immediately running away, that's something Orochimaru could do. The odds of him escaping might be even higher. Sighing softly, Kaido decided not to fuss over this. And besides, he found it reasonable that Koda Amatsukami had such a long cooldown. If this technique didn't have a cooldown, the entire world would likely be forcibly controlled by it. Not to mention anything else, if the moon could cast infinite Koda Amatsukami, who would need the infinite Tsukuyomi? Kaido recalled reading somewhere about Koda Amatsukami, like how it could instantly rewrite one's will, with a cooldown lasting several decades. However, that was due to the fact that after Shisui's death, there was no suitable body to protect these eyes. Now, Shisui was alive and well, with his eyes intact in their sockets. Kaido figured the cooldown should significantly shorten, right? So, when do you think you'll be able to use Koda Amatsukami again? Kaido asked curiously after a moment of contemplation. Probably in about 5 more years. Shisui responded uncertainly. Before, it would definitely have taken over 8 years, but after the injection you gave me, I found the time reduced considerably. But still, the quantity consumed is likely the determining factor for the cooldown. Alright, I see. Kaido could only nod helplessly upon hearing this. Yet, an idea came to his mind. Once Shisui's Koda Amatsukami had cooled down, he planned to use this technique on Orochimaru. A top-tier research talent like him was certainly not someone Kaido planned to let go. The two casually chatted as they walked forward, seeming rather at ease amidst the crises in the Bear Country. Yet as they walked, Kaido and Shisui simultaneously halted, their gaze directed toward the distance. Both sensed a strong smell of blood wafting from afar, accompanied by a hefty surge of chakra. This naturally put them on alert, as they could tell this chakra was no weaker than Orochimaru's. It seems like nothing is going to make our lives easier today, Kaido sighed softly before speaking up. I'll go check it out. It might be Orochimaru's people again. Maybe I can get some information from them. I'll come with you. Shisui didn't hesitate at all and stated directly, there are clearly 2 sources of chakra this time. We'll go together. If there's trouble, it's better to have each other's backs. Without waiting for Kaido to retort, Shisui dashed in that direction, leaving Kaido to simply nod in silence. The two of them moved swiftly and in the blink of an eye, they reached the spot where the scent of blood was most potent. Apart from a ground covered in bodies, there were 2 figures standing there. One of them was a grey and white figure with a strange formation at his feet. The other was clad in a robe similar to Orochimaru's, black with red clouds. Upon seeing these two, Kaido and Shisui's eyes lit up at the same time. In Shisui's perspective, these two individuals were obviously from the same organization as Orochimaru, so he could think of a way to extract information from them. Kaido, on the other hand, fixed his gaze firmly on the robed man. There was only one thought in his mind. I have to try and recruit this guy if I can. I really am unlucky, didn't expect to run into this guy. In a secluded area within the Bear Kingdom, Orochimaru's figure slowly emerged from the ground. He looked off into the distance, a smile unwittingly appearing on his face. He felt rather unfortunate. In the Bear Kingdom, a place several nations away from Konoha, he had managed to run into an Uchiha. What's worse, the Uchiha he encountered was the clan head, Kaido, who had overthrown Uchiha Fugaku at a young age and even taken one of Uchiha Itake's eyes. When it came to Uchiha Kaito, Orochimaru had relatively sparse information. Although this kid had once been a well-known genius in Konoha, geniuses were a dime a dozen in their era. Countless talents fizzled out, becoming fleeting shooting stars, and numerous prodigies fell before reaching their potential, leaving behind only regrets. War was both the cradle that birthed geniuses and the graveyard that destroyed them. Until a genius truly matured, Orochimaru would never pay them much mind. And now, Uchiha Kaito had indeed matured, and both the speed and extent of his growth had exceeded Orochimaru's expectations. Uchiha Itachi was dangerous enough. Even with just one eye, he could utilize the Sharingan to deliver a complete defeat. So, what kind of outcome could Orochimaru expect if he faced Uchiha Kaito? Furthermore, there's another guy with him, who's obviously biding his time, clearly trusting in Uchiha Kaito's abilities. Anyone who can accompany the clan head on missions must have exceptional skills to assist the clan head in critical moments. This guy must be Uchiha Shisui. Just the presence of Kaito was enough to discourage Orochimaru from taking action, and now with the addition of Uchiha Shisui, a former Konoha Anbu and a formidable character who had already awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Orochimaru had absolutely no intention of intervening. In modern terms, it's not that Orochimaru wasn't up to the task, it's just that his opponents had powered up their Gundams, and they were more than capable of operating them. Therefore, faced with such a dire situation, Orochimaru naturally chose the most direct and effective method: he ran. He would never risk his own life, especially since this operation was, from the start, a waste of his time. The Sharingan, particularly the Mangekyo Sharingan. Gazing quietly into the distance, Orochimaru pondered to himself. This was the second time he'd been defeated by the Sharingan. Even if the opponent hadn't used that power, Orochimaru's retreat was indeed due to its existence. However, such an event did not instill any sense of loss within Orochimaru. On the contrary, his desire for such eyes and their formidable power grew more potent. Such terrifying eyes, such powerful abilities, if he couldn't find a way to acquire and experience them himself, it would indeed be a colossal failure on his part. He must find a way to gain such power. But before acquiring it, he also needs to devise a way to deal with the individuals who wield this power. Attacking Uchiha Itachi seems implausible. Having experienced an attack before, he'd be even more cautious now. I don't see any opportunity there. Moreover, his eyes are incomplete. Capturing such a person, even if I managed it, wouldn't hold much meaning. Standing still, Orochimaru silently contemplated. Personally, he had no particular fondness for someone like Uchiha Itachi. He knew Itachi left the Hidden Leaf Village, and even though his information was incomplete, he was, after all, once a candidate for Hokage. Itachi attacked his own clan, became a rogue ninja, which led to Danzo also becoming a rogue, and ultimately falling by the blade of Uchiha Kaito. Orochimaru immediately realized that Itachi, who bought into the nonsense spouted by Danzo and his teacher, was completely misguided. Back in his Hidden Leaf days, he could already tell that his teacher and Danzo were always undermining the Uchiha. Danzo, a man driven by his selfish desires, had no moral boundaries. He considered everything he did as the benchmark for morality. Studying the cells of the first Hokage was something Orochimaru coveted and desired, but he had no opportunity to do so. Would he have done it if it weren't for Danzo leading the initiative and providing the materials, and if not for his teacher's tacit consent? At least before undertaking this task, Orochimaru had no thoughts of leaving the hidden leaf. But as issues emerged within the village and all fingers pointed at him, he could see how the leaf had changed, how his teacher had changed. Perhaps, around that time, Orochimaru preferred leaving the leaf to pursue his heart's desires. Itachi, who actually believed them and blamed his own clan for their deeds, perhaps still saw the leaf belonging to his teacher and Danzo. Such a fool, to think he could activate the Mangekyou Sharingan. Truly incredible. Orochimaru sighed deeply, but he was well aware of Itachi's excellent talent. In the early days in the leaf, he had observed Itachi's training. Shaking his head, he no longer wished to dwell on Itachi. His targets should better be the hidden leaf or even Uchiha Kaito and Uchiha Shisui. But dealing with them won't be a simple task, at least for Orochimaru. It seemed utterly impossible. To counter the Sharingan, or even the Mangekyou Sharingan, one must rely on someone with similar eyes. Orochimaru murmured, but in the next moment, as if he had stumbled upon a revelation, a smile spread across his face. There might not be any living individuals, and raising one myself would demand an unknown amount of time and effort, with no guarantee of success. However, among the deceased, there are indeed numerous heroes, both those possessing such eyes and those capable of combating them. At this moment, Orochimaru suddenly realized that his perspective had been too narrow, far too narrow. If the living are unworkable, why not the dead? Jutsu came into existence to serve mankind, and the techniques developed by Hashirama Senju, why couldn't I put them to use? With proper manipulation, I can certainly acquire the capability to overthrow those Uchihas with the Mangekyou Sharingan. Orochimaru fell silent for a moment. A person can either become a deviant in silence, or they can become worse, and at this moment, Orochimaru truly became both. It appears I have a new direction for my research, and once I succeed, I'll obtain what I desire. Even more, you departed souls might get a chance to witness the beauty of the world once more. Who knows, you might even thank me for it. Chapter 138, Chapter 138. The individual Kaido had encountered was Kakuzu, a member of the Akatsuki organization. Among them, there were quite a few who intrigued Kaido. For example, Orochimaru, with his outstanding research abilities, Deidara, valuable for his exceptional role as a test subject, Kisame Hoshigaki, a ninja with striking qualities that touched one's heart. Then, there was Uchiha Itachi, who he was determined to annihilate, and Kakuzu, with his exceptional money-making abilities. However, out of these people, those Kaido could recruit were rather few. His crossing through time was a bit too late, and many individuals inevitably had already passed. Of course, even if he hadn't missed them, recruiting them all would be a challenge. Like Kisame, who was always in the hidden mist village, there were no opportunities for Kaido. But others, like Deidara for experimentation, and Kakuzu with his extreme money-making capabilities, were certainly worth considering. Of course, even now, Kaido could consider them, depending mostly on how he chose to proceed. I didn't expect to encounter this organization again. Kaido looked at the two people in front of him, controlling his emotions and calmly saying, "We just ran into Orochimaru, and now we meet the two of you. What exactly is your organization? And Orochimaru, of all people, has joined you. I presume you're not nobodies. Oh, you two ran into Orochimaru and lived." Kakuzu and Deidara noticed Kaido and Shisui. Their expressions were serious and cautious. The pair exuded a sense of danger. Kakuzu, who had been alive for who knows how long, was particularly alert. He'd noted the dangerous nature of these two the moment they neared him and had been on guard ever since. And now, these two mentioned Orochimaru's name, confirming Kakuzu's judgment. Kakuzu knew dealing with a strange fellow like Orochimaru was not wise, even without a direct confrontation. No matter his arrogance, or how he survived under the first Hokage, he wouldn't underestimate Orochimaru. Two extremely dangerous individuals, hey! Kakuzu thought to himself, prepared for battle, suspecting these two might be ninjas hired by other forces. Although he didn't know why such a ninja he hadn't heard of would be among the hired ones, there must be a conflict since they were mercenaries. Orochimaru is indeed dangerous, but his plan to kill us is somewhat delusional. Kaido gently shook his head, then playfully said. Moreover, dealing with Orochimaru was not a joint effort between us two, but a solo act on my part. Does that satisfy you? This only proves Orochimaru is weak, nothing more. Kakuzu shook his head gently, his chakra already building up. He observed Kaido and Shisui indifferently, and then let out a light chuckle. So, we should do what we're supposed to do. Yes, indeed, some matters need to be settled. Kaido nodded lightly, the next moment his figure appeared without warning in front of Kakuzu, his shinobi blade already slashing towards him. But Kakuzu's expression was exceptionally calm. Although the speed was fast, he was able to react. In an instant, a yellow chakra appeared around him. Under this layer of chakra protection, Kaido's blade hit him hard, but made an ear-piercing sound like metal clashing. Apparently, Kaido's attack did not penetrate Kakuzu's defense. This ultimate use of earth-style transformation and qualitative change wasn't so easily breached. How dare you sneak attack? You're courting death. Seeing that Kaido and Kakuzu had started fighting, Hiruzen couldn't help but shout, ready to join the fight. However, at this moment, Shisui had already approached him. Your opponent is me, freak. Shisui held his shinobi blade and looked at Hiruzen with a calm expression. However, he was exceptionally vigilant in his heart, to the point where he had already activated his Sharingan. Because the man in front of him looked too strange, he was full of wounds and there was even a shinobi blade stuck in his abdomen. Blood was flowing down the blade. Yet even so, this guy did not seem to be dying at all, any ordinary person would have been unable to continue. Is it someone from that heretical cult? As a former competent Anbu, Shisui had access to more intelligence than one could imagine. The guy in front of him involuntarily reminded him of the members of the heretical cult in the Land of Soup. According to the intelligence, these members of the heretical cult were very strange. They seemed to believe that they could obtain the ability of immortality from their so-called god. Shisui did not believe in such things, and the heretical cult had always been defined as an illegal religious organization, targeted by various forces. However, these guys seemed to be surviving stubbornly, even the Soup Ninja village was almost wiped out, it seemed to be their doing. But there was no evidence for this, because after that the heretical cult disappeared, no one could find their traces. But now it seemed, this so-called heretical cult seemed to have entered this dangerous organization, and someone had indeed obtained that so-called ability of immortality. Judging from the Sharingan, their bodies are filled with a very, very strange power. And this power ensures their bodily functions, preventing them from dying due to excessive bleeding, or even fatal injuries. Under the observation of the Sharingan, Shisui obtained some information, but having this information just made his head ache worse. He had no way to break down these strange energies, which meant that Shisui had no way to kill him directly. You call me a freak? Hiruzen looked at Shisui in front of him, he was stunned for a moment, then his face changed slightly, becoming a bit fierce. I'd say you're the odd one here, but it doesn't matter. Since you guys had no problem dealing with Orochimaru, I'm curious to see just how capable you are. Moreover, creatures like you, offered as a sacrifice to Lord Jashin, would certainly satisfy him. No sooner had he finished speaking than Hiruzen pulled out the long knife from his abdomen, grabbed a scythe, and rushed at Shisui. However, his series of movements caused Shisui to raise his eyebrows because he found this guy's attack to be rather chaotic and unmethodical. Kaido didn't pay too much attention to the battle between Shisui and Kakuzu. According to his recollection of the original storyline, Hiden's characteristic was to constantly attack with that massive scythe. The large surface area of the scythe offered an attack range far beyond ordinary weapons, making it easier and quicker to injure the enemy and draw blood. Asuma in the original work was a victim of this, driven to a rage that led to a loss of his rationality. Unable to stay calm while dealing with two members of the Akatsuki, wasn't that basically suicide? Shisui, on the other hand, had remained calm and possessed a body-focused manjutsu, coupled with his original speed. It was doubtful that Hiden could even touch him. As long as he couldn't touch him, Hiden naturally wouldn't pose much of a threat. All his lethal power came from his terrifying Jashin technique. Or rather, it came from the enemy's lack of knowledge about him. Take Shikamaru, for instance. Although he was clearly weaker than Asuma, he managed to trap Hiden with cunning, ensuring his eternal downfall. Ding! However, Kaido obviously knew that now was not the time to ponder these matters. He vigorously waved his shinobi blade, and in the moment of repelling Kakuzu, he rushed towards him. This time, a blue chakra appeared on Kaido's blade. It was clear he was starting to use wind release. While it was unfortunate that he missed two chances to get lightning release, which could have allowed him to break earth release's defense faster, he could substitute it with wind release. Kaido's wind release was not inferior in the slightest. His blade swung out, bringing a fierce wind blade toward Kakuzu, and completely blocking all his escape routes. Seeing this, Kakuzu immediately retaliated. A faint yellow chakra appeared all over his body, and in a flash, his body had hardened to the extreme. At the moment when Kaido's shinobi blade struck him, he instantly lifted his leg and kicked towards Kaido's abdomen. Fast and powerful, it was easy to imagine what would happen if Kaido were hit. His goal was simple, to push back Kaido. However, Kaido did not evade, instead, his shinobi blade pierced straight towards Kakuzu's heart. What a madman! Kakuzu found this somewhat unbelievable. After all, he rarely saw anyone so willing to risk their life like this. But very quickly, a sharp look appeared on his face. No matter if the other party is really risking their life or has some tricks up their sleeve, he's not afraid, because he has more than one life to spare. Boom! Kakuzu's fist, filled with earth-style chakra, ruthlessly struck Kaido, and a thunderous sound erupted. At the same time, Kaido's ninja blade, aided by the sharp wind-style chakra, successfully pierced Kakuzu's heart. However, Kakuzu had more than one heart. Almost instantly, he switched his own heart. Yet, when he noticed Kaido's condition, his complexion changed instantly. Kaido was covered with a layer of deep blue chakra, among which were obviously rib-shaped objects. This scene made Kakuzu feel a chilling sensation in his blood. Susanoo? You're an Uchiha. Oh. Kaido looked at Kakuzu with interest, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You're quite well informed, you even recognize Susanoo. An exclusive technique of the Uchiha clan, how could I, after living so many years, not recognize it? Kakuzu's face had now darkened. He realized why Orochimaru had been defeated because it was quite clear that the guy in front of him was no pushover. Being a ninja who was active when Hashirama Senju was still alive, he naturally had seen the power of Madara Uchiha. Indeed, he had ambushed Hashirama, and indeed he had survived from Hashirama's hands, but only he himself knew how he survived. He could never forget being subdued by Hashirama with one move, being as helpless as a baby. If it wasn't for Hashirama's mercy at the end, he would never have survived to this day. As Hashirama's only enemy, even if he had only seen Madara's power from afar, he could definitely imagine how terrifying this strength was. Plainly, that was the era of the two gods of the ninja world, that was a time when an individual's power could crush everything in the world. Now he's seeing such power again, how can he keep his calm? Didn't expect it, you're actually from the Uchiha clan, your goal. Itaki Uchiha. Upon hearing Kaido's confirmation, Kakuzu, almost at the fastest speed, put some distance between them and watched Kaido warily. However, he was also guessing what Kaido's trouble with them was about, and the only thing he could think of was Itaki Uchiha. I'm sorry, you're wrong. Kaido shook his head slightly, at the same time a bone-like hand appeared from the profound blue chakra that enveloped his body. As the chakra continued to pour in, the next moment, the silhouette of a giant began to emerge, a skeletal phantom appeared on his body. Seeing this, Kakuzu wanted to escape. He had heard that Suzanu's defense was extremely strong, and everything that just happened had confirmed his suspicions. His earth style not only contained strong defensive power but also unimaginable offensive power. But such an attack still couldn't break the defense, which meant his other methods might not be able to break such a defense either. It was what Kaido said next that caused him to pause slightly. My purpose here is for money, and I am now a mercenary ninja. Kaido calmly watched Kakuzu, a smile gracing his face. As for Uchiha Itaki, I really didn't know he was in an organization with you. But it doesn't matter, because sooner or later, I am going to kill him. However, right now, I have a better idea, and that is you, Kakuzu-san. At this point, Kaido paused briefly, then gently removed the mask from his face, revealing his own features. Equally, he exposed his own Mangekyo Sharingan, eerily patterned and in constant rotation. His chakra surged once again, and the colossal Susanoo roared, its massive body growing further. Not only that, but his body was also filled with chakra-formed muscles. At this moment, the giant Susanoo looked even more terrifying. I've heard of you, Kakuzu-san. You are a legendary bounty hunter, a well-known figure in the black market. However, I did not expect to meet you here, which is somewhat beyond my expectations. But since we've met, I should show some intentions, especially as I am in need of money now, but my identity also prevents me from engaging in many activities. Kaido spoke slowly, but he also kept an eye on the situation between Shisui and Hidan. As he expected, Hidan couldn't hit Shisui, and Shisui was now beating him down. Hidan was covered in many wounds, with crimson blood gushing out like a fountain, staining the ground. However, he still managed to keep up, looking like an undying zombie. Kaido could tell that Shisui might have found a way to subdue this guy, decapitation. That would stop Hidan from continuing the fight. However, Hidan seemed to have caught on to Shisui's idea. He was now dodging in a flustered manner, but it was clear that his fate was already sealed. Who could blame him for encountering Shisui, a master of speed, who also possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan? So, I want you to help me. After all, staying with the Akatsuki also earns money. Following me also makes money. There is no big difference, right? Kaido, withdrawing his gaze, looked at Kakuzu calmly and expressed his idea with a smile. Follow you, to earn money for Konoha. Kakuzu looked at Kaido suspiciously, then scoffed with disdain. Konoha's wealth is beyond what an ordinary person can imagine. If you're going to make up a reason, make it a good one. Who said I want to earn money for Konoha? Everything I do is for myself. Kaido calmly shook his head, he had now stopped the enlargement of Susanoo. This level was already enough. And what we're going to do, Konoha will neither intervene nor allow. In other words, this goes against the rules of Konoha, so I need someone to handle these matters outside of Konoha, matters that have nothing to do with Konoha. So, you've chosen me. Kakuzu's brow furrowed slightly, what if I refuse? I've said it before, earning money is essentially the same no matter who you're working for. I don't believe you possess any kind of loyalty, and if you do, it's probably to money alone. Kaido let out a slight smile, and then his Susanoo drew a chakra-infused ninja blade, the radiant blue chakra at this moment appearing exceptionally dazzling. As for your refusal, let me show you the consequences of that. After all, I can see that you have more than one heart. Kaido's words instantly changed Kakuzu's complexion. His possession of multiple hearts was his greatest secret. But how could he accept that this secret was seen through at a glance by the guy in front of him? However, he had no time to say anything. Kaido, controlling Susanoo, raised the ninja blade high, and in the next moment swung it down with full force. In that instant, it was as if space itself was slashed open, the earth split, and the sky tilted. An energy of intense extremes suddenly burst forth. At first, it was just a speck, but then it instantly expanded, surpassing any previous energy explosion. Between heaven and earth, everything became a bright white, and such power had completely blasted onto Kakuzu. At this moment, Kakuzu felt an unprecedented crisis. At this moment he felt death was so close to him. Also, at this moment, a whisper echoed in his ears. Remember, my name is Uchiha Kaito. Chapter 139, Chapter 139. During the time Kaido was away from the village, all was well in Konoha. The family's education system had been fully rolled out, and the clan members had gained a lot of knowledge through this education. Through this education, they understood why their relationships with the rest of the villagers were always so bad. On one hand, this was caused by their enemies. Their enemies were never the villagers of Konoha, but those who ruled Konoha yet treated it as their private property. They recklessly exploited their influence and power, suppressing those they despised and even their enemies. Under the influence of such people, the Uchiha situation was quite dire, and these were the enemies of the Uchiha. On the other hand, it was their own doing, for their pride was far too great. Through their studies, they understood the need for mutual respect among people. If you do not respect others, why should others respect you? Fear is not respect, for fear only breeds further discontent. If the Uchiha were to remain in Konoha, they needed to assimilate. So, they had to change some of their own bad habits. Especially since their clan leader, during a lesson, said something that was forever imprinted on the minds of the Uchiha generation. Your pride is bestowed by your clan, not something you've earned yourself. The truly strong do not rely on the pride bestowed by their clan, but they work hard so that their clan can take pride in them. These words caused many Uchiha members to blush with shame, as they indeed used their clan-bestowed pride to act arrogantly. Their behavior brought no pride to the clan. Look at their clan leader, Kaido. He earned the clan's pride through his own efforts and power. So, these clan members began to change themselves. They always remembered Kaido's words, and their demeanor became more modest and humble. Although they were not used to it at first, and it could even be said to be very uncomfortable. But as they forced themselves to continue in this manner, they found that the people around them did indeed start to see them differently. Those who initially didn't speak to them began to talk to them. Those who would frown upon seeing them would now maintain a smile. All these changes gave them a special feeling, they were truly beginning to integrate into Konoha. They were no longer confined to a small circle, but truly immersed in the larger environment of Konoha. The ordinary residents of the Uchiha had this feeling, let alone the guards, whose feelings were the deepest. Their days in Konoha were really getting better and better. Moreover, as their scope of operations began to expand, for instance, some of them started to handle trivial matters. This further boosted their reputation as they handled things fairly and reasonably, without bias or undue harshness. While such actions were quite tiring and consumed a lot of their mental energy, seeing everyone's satisfied smiles was their greatest reward. However, they began to recognize a serious problem: they were severely short-staffed. Now it's clear why the clan leader has always wanted to recruit more people into the security department. He knew we were understaffed all along. The security members finally understood Kaido's intentions, making them feel slightly ashamed. When Higa Minamoto first came over, there was a certain resentment inside them. After all, why would someone from the Higa clan be allowed into the security department? Though they harbored no malice towards Higa Minamoto because of Kaido, and he performed well in all aspects, they didn't show much enthusiasm either, since they always saw him as an outsider. Now they knew that there would definitely be more such people in the future, as their small team couldn't support such a large security department. It seems that these guys finally understand my good intentions. In the security department office, upon seeing the joint letters pleading for him to recruit more security department members, a smile couldn't help but spread across Kaido's face. He was still a shadow clone at this point, but this clone had never been revealed. Before Kaido left, in order to create a more enduring and less detectable shadow clone, he deliberately used a large amount of chakra for its creation. As a result, even Uchiha Fugaku and others hadn't noticed that Kaido's true body was no longer in Konoha. Good, now that these guys have settled down, it's time to start recruiting. I also need to take the plan to the Nara clan for them to review. I wonder who they will send, and how many people they can spare. The Nara clan is most famous for their administrative abilities in the entire Konoha. Although Kaido wouldn't grant them high positions, they could make unimaginable contributions to the administrative department of the security department. They are indeed very good at these matters. And when will my true body finally return? It's been nearly 2 months since he left, he should have wrapped things up by now, right? Kaido has been away from Konoha for almost 2 months. Although nothing happened, it wasn't a good sign for things to continue this way. Kaido's shadow clone wasn't worried about the safety of his true body, considering Kaido's strength at this stage was still incredibly high. Even if he couldn't win, wouldn't he still have the Flying Thunder God technique and space-time ninjutsu? The main problem was that he was too bored now. Even though he was a shadow clone, he completely inherited Kaido's personality traits, and he was getting a headache from the massive amount of administrative work. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the door to Kaido's office was suddenly knocked upon, which instantly made Kaido sit up straight. Come in. The door quickly swung open, and as Kaido saw who entered, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. It was the young lad, Higa Minamoto. Director, good morning. Higa Minamoto was incredibly polite. He closed the door behind him and respectfully bowed to Kaido. Oh, it's Minamoto. Good morning. Kaido nodded with a smile before asking with curiosity, I wonder, what brings you here today, Minamoto? Director, it's like this. This morning, the clan leader gave me a letter to pass on to you. As he spoke, Higa Minamoto reached into his pocket, took out a letter, and handed it to Kaido. The clan leader said that once you read this letter, you would know what to do. Is that so? Kaido gazed thoughtfully at Minamoto before taking the letter. With a smile, he then said, well then, thank you for your trouble, Minamoto. It's my duty, Director. Minamoto was still extremely respectful. He nodded at Kaido and then slowly said, if you'll excuse me, I will take my leave now. Kaido gently nodded, and Minamoto promptly turned and left the room. Once the door was closed, Kaido opened the letter and began to read it in earnest. The letter was not long, and it didn't take Kaido much time to finish reading. Yet after he did, a smile once again appeared on his face. Holding the letter in his hand, a spark of curiosity quickly ignited the paper. Watching the burning letter, Kaido murmured to himself. It seems a grand play is about to commence. Hurry up, we should be able to return to Konoha by nightfall. On a small road within the Fire Country, Kaido, Shisui, Kakuzu, and a timid-looking little girl were slowly making their way towards Konoha. The slow pace, however, was not entirely to Shisui's liking, they were moving far too slowly for his preference. On hearing Shisui's words, Kakuzu glanced at Kaido, but seeing that Kaido didn't seem overly concerned, he chose to stay silent and continued to follow at Kaido's pace. Having once again experienced the formidable power reminiscent of the Warring States period, even if he knew it was still far from its full strength, it was not something he could resist, so he became obedient. As Kaido said, his sole concern was making money. Only money could prove that he still had some value in this world. He didn't want to die, not before he made enough money in his reckoning. Therefore, under the threat of Kaido, who managed to incapacitate 2 of his hearts with a single blow, he chose to follow him. However, while following Kaido, he was indeed curious about what Kaido intended to do and how much money he required. Kaido's answer left Kakuzu somewhat bewildered as much as possible, because it wasn't Konoha that needed the money but rather the major clans of Konoha and certain specific departments. Although Kaido didn't divulge much, Kakuzu didn't feel left out or untrusted. After all, he had just switched sides. It would be problematic if he were easily trusted. But at least he had something to look forward to. Considering the auxiliary businesses run by the major clans for money, he expected his own share would be sizable. Especially since he learned that the mission Kaido was undertaking this time was a war mission, and that such missions were only a small part of their business, he knew there was potentially a great deal of profit involved. Within the Akatsuki organization, they could only make money by undertaking war missions and completing black market bounty tasks. But when the grand collective of Konoha ninja clans join forces to make money, the power they wield and their appetites are not something a small organization could match. With this realization, Kakuzu became more settled, especially once he found out what Kaido's name was, which gave him even more peace of mind. He was a genius Uchiha ninja from Konoha, and now his name could represent the entire Uchiha clan. Remember Uchiha Itachi who defeated Orochimaru in an instant? His eyes were gouged out, and the one responsible was none other than the person before him. Now he is the head of the Uchiha clan, his attitudes represent those of the whole clan. Don't rush. We are already back in the land of fire. What's there to worry about? Kaido was unaware of Kakuzu's inner monologue and just casually spoke to Shisui with a smile. The gain from this trip was beyond his expectations. Not mentioning the spoils from the Star Ninja village, just catching Kakuzu who knows how to make money made him exceedingly happy. Although he didn't reveal much to Kakuzu, he believed that Kakuzu would understand his intentions. After all, Kakuzu had lived many years, and even if he wasn't great at reading the room, he had his own intelligence. But not revealing now doesn't mean he won't reveal in the future. It all depends on Kakuzu's performance. Although Kaido was cautious, he had never let down those who were willing to follow him. And his gains were not limited to Kakuzu. The silent little girl who was traveling with them was also one of their significant gains. This little girl was Uzumaki Karin, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan who remained in the land of grass. Naturally, Kaido didn't forget her. On the way back, passing through the land of grass, he had Kakuzu guide them into the hidden grass village. After forcibly interrogating a grass ninja, they managed to whisk Karin away quietly and successfully. At first, Shisui didn't quite understand. He wasn't puzzled as to why Kaido wanted to take Karin. Once he understood the girl's last name was Uzumaki, he knew what to do. What he didn't understand was how Kaido got the information. But Kaido was prepared for this. He simply stated that he heard about an unharmed girl in the hidden grass village during the mission. Moreover, she was a redhead with the last name Uzumaki, which immediately caught his attention. Since they were passing through the land of grass this time, he naturally didn't want to miss out. His explanation made Shisui nod in understanding, but it also left Karin unsure of what to say. She had no idea what significance her surname, Uzumaki, carried, but she knew her life in the hidden grass village over the years had been far from pleasant. She and her mother were constantly subjects of various experiments, and her mother had passed away as a result of those experiments, leaving her with no fondness for the hidden grass village. Being able to leave that place was obviously a good thing, although she had no idea what her future held, and the people in front of her didn't seem like particularly good people either. It's been 2 months since we left. Don't you feel anxious at all? Shisui felt helpless at Kaido's nonchalance, it could even be described as being frustrated with his complacency. You're the clan leader, how can you calmly leave all the clan affairs to a shadow clone? First off, Kaido lifted a finger and wagged it lightly at Shisui. My shadow clone possesses my consciousness, memory, and thoughts. There's absolutely no problem with it handling affairs. Then his expression turned serious. Moreover, let me tell you something. As a decision maker, you can't hold all matters tightly in your hands. You have to learn to delegate authority to your subordinates. No one is perfect, everyone has their own weaknesses. Each person has their specializations, their strengths. As a decision maker, your role is not to prove how powerful you are, but to know what your subordinates excel at, and assign them tasks that suit their strengths. Doing so would make your plans more efficient, freeing up more time for you to consider other matters. Similarly, your subordinates, feeling your trust and their own value being recognized, would be more willing to follow your directives. Managing a clan, for instance, my greatest strength is identifying the right path for the clan's development. Once I've set the direction for development, it's up to elders like Fugaku to carry out the plans. They have more experience and understand the clan better than I do, and having them handle tasks is much more effective than if you or I did it personally. While Kaido's examples weren't overly complicated, his art of management gave Shisui food for thought. It was his first time hearing the saying, each profession has its master, but with Kaido's explanation, he began to understand. Indeed, delegating the right tasks to those skilled at them does simplify things. It's like a mission team. Each member has their strengths, so the team leader assigns tasks based on their individual abilities. This, it seemed, was a basic form of management. I think I understand. Shisui tightened the grip on the large backpack he carried and nodded seriously. Reflecting on it, Kaido, you really do delegate many tasks to us. And our division of labor does indeed make us more efficient and faster. I've learned something valuable, Kaido. It appears I was too presumptuous. There are many things you take for granted. As the deputy clan leader, you still have a lot to learn. Kaido said with a laugh, and then asked humorously. Besides, taking it slow means that the zombie in your backpack won't be making any sudden moves. If he does, you'll have room to react. At this, Shisui couldn't help but glance at the large backpack he was carrying, which was not filled with ordinary items. Instead, it contained Hiruzen, who had been cut open and neatly taped back together. Hiruzen was an excellent subject for experimentation, even a prime sacrificial material for certain jutsu. Naturally, Kaido wasn't like that boy Shikamaru, who, after blowing Hiruzen to smithereens, simply tossed him into a pit for burial. He didn't have any fondness for these cold-blooded, even sacrificial cult followers, so if he couldn't kill them, using them for experiments would be just fine. He knew his method might leave Shisui feeling dissatisfied and uneasy, but he had no intention of changing his approach. Some people, some things, must pay a price. While the group's speed wasn't fast and they chatted idly along the way, they still managed to return to Konoha by nightfall. However, Kaido didn't bring Shisui to the Uchihas with him, instead leaving a shadow clone to accompany him to the forest on the outskirts of Konoha. Shisui didn't object to this decision, aware of his current situation, so he obediently followed Kaido's shadow clone and left. As for Karin, Kaido wasn't worried about her, and Karin herself didn't dare object, meekly following Kaido back to the Uchiha clan. Yet when Kaido returned and dispelled his first shadow clone, he was momentarily taken aback. After carefully reading the information passed on through the shadow clone, a smile unconsciously spread across his lips. It seems they've made their best decision. Otherwise, they wouldn't have called a clan leaders' meeting. Chapter 140, Chapter 140. The letter Hyagami Minamoto sent to Kaido wasn't long, but the information it revealed was staggering. The clan leaders of Konoha were gathering for a meeting, not just any meeting, but a secretive gathering in a secluded valley on the outskirts of the village, in the dead of night. A conventional meeting would hardly be held in such a cryptic location. Therefore, the contents of this meeting must pertain to matters that can't be brought into the open, issues that could turn the Leaf Village upside down. With this realization, Kaido knew he couldn't afford to delay. After handing Karin over to Shisui, he headed alone to the valley. Konoha's territory was vast, encompassing more than just residential areas. Forests enveloped much of the remaining land. These forests were said to have been created by Hashirama Senju, though few today could likely confirm this. Beyond these woods were either the walls guarding Konoha or scattered valleys forming natural barriers. These locations on the outskirts of Konoha were patrolled, but primarily defended by barriers and seals. Tonight, Kaido was heading there. On his journey, Kaido evaded a patrol squad and, utilizing his Sharingan, skirted around several barriers to reach his destination. After looking around and confirming no issues, he began walking towards the target valley. However, he stopped midway. He slightly lifted his gaze, spotting a figure standing atop a boulder. This person emanated an intense aura, revealing to any onlooker that he was far from an ordinary figure. Backlit by the moonlight, Kaido instantly recognized him. Chief Hyuga, long time no see, Kaido greeted with a smile. Yes, this man was Hyuga Hayashi. Chief Kaido, you're late, Hayashi responded, then jumped down from the boulder and walked up to Kaido. I just returned to Konoha from outside, the one previously in the village was a shadow clone. So, please excuse my tardiness. Kaido nonchalantly replied, making no effort to hide this fact from Hayashi. You weren't in Konoha. Upon hearing this, Hayashi seemed slightly surprised, but quickly regained his composure without pressing further. I understand, let's go. Hayashi calmly suggested, and then led Kaido into the valley. The valley was deep and clearly purposefully arranged, filled with noticeable traps and sealing barriers. If anyone were to forcefully intrude, they would undoubtedly alert those inside immediately, providing ample time to evaluate whether to retaliate or retreat. When Kaido and Hayashi reached the heart of the valley, Kaido saw the individuals present. Their appearance made him realize that this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi might truly be in serious trouble. Besides the Inoshikacho triad with whom Kaido maintained a reasonable relationship, he also saw Aberame and Inyazuka. Including Uchiha and Hyuga, that meant the 7 most influential clans of Konoha were all assembled in this small valley. Although Konoha hosted many other minor clans, none could truly compare in terms of influence and power with these 7. Aside from the Sarutobi clan, which had risen to prominence with the position of Hokage, and the Shimura, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans, which had grown alongside them. Seems like everyone is here. Narashikaku spoke after seeing Kaido enter. By gathering everyone today, I believe we're all mentally prepared. Clan Chief Kaido has ample evidence showing that after the Danzo incident, Uchiha made their position clear. Yet, the Hokage still targets them. Uchiha is part of Konoha, even one of the founding clans. Targeting a clan of Konoha is absolutely not something a Hokage should do. Hence, we have tonight's gathering, and this meeting. Shikaku paused slightly, then turned to Kaido and slowly continued. Clan Chief Kaido, do you recall the conversation we had a few months ago when we met? Of course, I remember. Kaido nodded, knowing there were things he had to say. What Shikaku had accomplished had genuinely exceeded Kaido's expectations. The man was efficient and fast. During Kaido's 2-month absence from Konoha, Shikaku had managed to persuade not only Hyuga and Aberame but also Inyazuka, along with his allies Yamanaka and Akimichi. His finesse surpassed Kaido's. Had Kaido attempted this, he might have only succeeded in appeasing the Hyuga. He wasn't sure about the rest. After all, the Hyuga clan bore a deep grudge against Hiruzen Sarutobi. As long as things were feasible, they likely wouldn't refuse. As for Aberame and Inyazuka, persuading these 2 clans would be trickier. Aside from using the Danzo incident to convince them, Kaido didn't seem to have many other tactics. How Shikaku achieved this wasn't something Kaido needed to contemplate, all he knew was that an opportunity was now before him. If he didn't seize it, it would be an irreparable mistake. Several months ago, I told Clan Chief Shikaku, the Hokage is Konoha's Hokage, but Konoha belongs to all of us. The third Hokage has started treating Konoha as his private property, placing himself above the entire village. While one cannot deny that Konoha remains his first concern, his thoughts and actions have proven a corruption of intent. This is absolutely not what a qualified Hokage should do. The tragedy of Hyuga Hisashi has already proven everything. The recent actions of Uchiha Itachi, along with the intelligence we've received, prove that Hiruzen Sarutobi is no longer suited to continue as the Hokage. As Kaido got to this point, he paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over all those present, before he spoke resolutely. Therefore, as I mentioned to Elder Shikaku, we need to replace the Hokage with someone competent and capable of truly leading Konoha. At the very least, someone who profoundly understands the responsibilities of the Hokage, and not someone who treats Konoha as their personal possession. Although we, as members of various clans, are all ninjas of Konoha, we each have our own pride and dignity. Hence, I propose that we initiate the appropriate action mechanism to impeach the Hokage. When everyone heard Kaido's impeach the Hokage, even though they were prepared for it. After all, they had been persuaded by Narashikaku to be here and were well aware of what they were gathering to do. Yet, when they heard Kaido say it, apart from the Inoshikacho trio, everyone, including Hyuga Hayashi, couldn't help but be moved. Impeaching the Hokage, this was unheard of, nobody had ever proposed such an idea before Kaido mentioned it. But, upon reflection, it seemed that all the previous Hokages of Konoha were not lacking. The first Hokage brought peace to a chaotic world with his unimaginable power. Even if historical records depicted him as somewhat naive, he had the aid of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, who was famously strong. All the fundamental policies of Konoha were his, the meticulous planning of most departments was his work. He also established Konoha's education system, perfected its defense system, and proposed the idea of increasing political power for civilian ninjas. Crucially, he put this idea into action. He contributed many of his researched ninja techniques. And he got many of the major clans to contribute some insignificant things, so the civilian ninjas had a basic system of ninja techniques to learn and use. Even though this policy weakened the interests of the major clans, it improved Konoha, building its foundation. Therefore, even now, while the major clans dislike this policy, nobody opposes it. Without Konoha, they would be finished. As for the current third Hokage, to judge him, we must separate his tenure into two phases. In the beginning, the third Hokage was acceptable. After all, he knew he had been handpicked and had not received approval from the major clans. So he was humble and practical, and during times of war, he personally led the troops into battle. His performance earned him the respect of everyone. He demonstrated his dedication to Konoha and carried the dignity befitting a Hokage. At that time, he was called a ninja hero, and even the major clans had to admit that he was a competent Hokage. But after that, the victorious Hokage began to consolidate his power in Konoha. He favored his former classmates and stripped many clans of their interests, naturally causing dissatisfaction among the clan ninjas. However, while he was doing this, he tirelessly expanded the policies of the second Hokage, and talented civilian ninjas began to emerge like spring bamboo shoots after a rain. Moreover, when Hiruzen Sarutobi did these things, he did it with caution. Though the clans lost some benefits, Sarutobi found ways to compensate in other areas, ensuring they could continue to coexist harmoniously. But everything changed when the Third War arrived. During the war, he did not go to the battlefield. Instead, many children were pushed into the battlefield, and these kids were only 7 or 8 years old. In terms of command, the clan ninjas admitted that he did not have any problems. But in negotiations with the Sand, Mist, and Rock, Konoha did not have its own interests. Perhaps because the Mist Village was too far away to get anything, and the Sand Village allied with Konoha out of war considerations, it was tolerable. But why didn't you want anything from the Rock Village? To let them fight to the death with Cloud? But could they really fight? It turned out they did not fight, but the third Hokage was forced to step down due to public pressure, and he appointed a new fourth Hokage when he left. Although the new fourth Hokage was a puppet of the third, he was a young, energetic person with ideas, and he had good relationships with the heads of the various clans. This made the clan leaders feel that, even if this Hokage is unlucky now, he will surely make a difference in the future once he shakes off the control of the third. But the harsh reality is that the fourth Hokage died, the third Hokage took power again, and made a series of actions that were deeply loathed. The situation has reached this point, and indeed there is not much choice left for everyone. The impeachment of the Hokage, though unprecedented and truly shocking to everyone, once this idea emerged, it couldn't be controlled anymore. I second the motion. Hyuga Hayashi didn't think for long before he raised his right hand and spoke softly. The third is no longer a competent Hokage. If we continue like this, none of us will have good days. First it was the Hyuga, then a series of actions against the Uchiha. These are not things a Hokage should do. It's us now, it might be you in the future, so I support this. I also second the motion. After a slight hesitation, Shibuya Bearmei also raised his right hand. The Hokage has always been ambiguous about the matter of Danzo, and keeps emphasizing that it has nothing to do with him. But I find it hard to believe that this would have nothing to do with the Hokage. Without his approval, many things Danzo did would not have been possible. The Hokage has changed completely, he is no longer the low-key, pragmatic Hokage he used to be for Konoha. So, I support this matter, clan head Kaido. With the stance of Shibuya Bearmei, the head of the Inuzuka clan had little hesitation, and he quickly raised his hand to express his opinion. And the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans were already supporters, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to pull so many people over here. It could be said that they've already expressed their positions. And although everyone came here prepared, it's a historic moment when this matter is officially confirmed. These clan heads have absolutely pioneered history. Kaido looked at the 6 people in front of him, a smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. The hardest step in impeaching Hiruzen Sarutobi had been taken. And this step is also the most critical, because it represents a breakthrough from 0 to 1. However, impeaching Sarutobi is not a simple matter, there are still many things that need to be discussed. Otherwise, without a comprehensive plan, it would be very difficult for them to impeach the Hokage. Clan head Kaido, tell us your plan. Impeaching the Hokage is not a slogan, everyone supports you, and I think you should make everyone trust you. After everything was settled, Narashikaku finally spoke. For such an important matter, a complete plan is naturally needed, and this plan needs to cover a lot of things. The first point is the reason for impeaching Sarutobi. This is a very, very important matter. Kaido knew from his previous life that the most important thing when doing anything controversial or dangerous is to have a legitimate cause. Without a reasonable reason or even a combination of reasons, your actions could likely land you in a public opinion crisis. No one wants to touch the vortex of public opinion. If you're not careful, it could kill you, and everyone present knew this. After all, no one dared to forget the incidents involving the Uchiha and Namikaze Minato. In addition to the reason, what's left is how to do it, and how to handle the aftermath. All these are extremely complex, and all of these are processes that move from 0 to 1. Kaido glanced at Narashikaku, knowing that this was a test from Shikaku, but also to see if Kaido was prepared at all. Although Kaido had approached him months ago and revealed some of his thoughts, those ideas were not comprehensive at the time. Nobody likes taking risks, and incomplete matters can't be formally put on the table, as they can endanger everyone. Now it's Kaido's turn to show his worth. If he can't come up with a reasonable plan, I'm afraid the 6 people present will be disappointed in him. And their previous support and assent might turn into mere talk. Just as Narashikaku said, Kaido must make them feel trust. This is the responsibility he, as the initiator, must bear. I have a plan, and it requires everyone's support and assistance. Kaido took a deep breath, his expression becoming serious. In fact, he had already thought all of this through thoroughly, and he had such a plan in mind. The Hokage has actually given us a reason to impeach him, he's disqualified. Originally, as the 3rd Hokage, he had abdicated, and the 4th Hokage had been elected, only to fall due to an accident that might have been premeditated. This is what led to the 3rd Hokage regaining control of Konoha. From a moral standpoint, there's nothing wrong with this, but from a legal standpoint, he's overstepped his bounds. Therefore, Konoha should now be led by the 5th Hokage. Kaido's words were calm, but the content of his speech made the 6 clan heads nod while also furrowing their brows. Kaido didn't mention Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions towards the ninja clans, especially the Uchiha, but focused entirely on the legal issues of the Hokage. This is to avoid some sensitive issues, like this action being a revenge of the ninja clans on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even if others can see through it, they must maintain appearances. Impeaching the Hokage on legal grounds is more politically correct than impeaching him out of personal revenge. Kaido had a firm grasp on this point. After all, the Brazilians across the world were also quite adept at it. However, the premeditated accident Kaido mentioned made them a bit puzzled. Could it be that there's more to the death of the 4th Hokage? Or is Kaido planning to exploit this incident, scheming something? They looked at each other, but in the end, they didn't say a word and continued to listen to Kaido's explanation seriously. Having settled on the idea of the 5th Hokage taking charge of Konoha, we should also make more preparations. Kaido noticed the state and gaze of these clan heads, but he didn't mind, and continued to speak seriously. First, we need to determine a suitable Hokage candidate. I've mentioned this to Minister Shikaku before. I personally support Jiraiya to be the 5th Hokage of Konoha. If any of you have any other thoughts, we can discuss them later. Once we've determined who we want as the Hokage, we need to prepare more evidence. And this evidence is to prove that the 3rd Hokage is disqualified. As a Hokage, there are serious legal problems to start with, and during his administration, evidence of his mismanagement of Konoha must be found. In that case, I think Shimura Dan's is the most appropriate choice. The 6 people present nodded. With the legal issues addressed, the next problem would be governance. Simple legality is enough for impeachment, but heavier evidence is needed. If it's only a legal issue, Sarutobi Hiruzen might stonewall with no suitable successor. Legal issues are but a better excuse for himself. Under this excuse hides the sharpest blade. However, Shimura Dan's has been killed by you, and much of the evidence has been buried by the 3rd Hokage. Tsuminyazuka sighed slightly as she spoke. Shimura Dan's was undoubtedly a perfect entry point, but it's difficult now that he's dead. She doesn't blame Kaido for killing Dan's. Everyone present cheered when Kaido killed Dan's. If they weren't worried about drawing too much attention, they would have set off fireworks. Dan's ability to generate hatred was unparalleled and few could keep up. He was like a runaway wild dog, ceaselessly sprinting on a one-way road, until someone seized the opportunity to kill him. Otherwise, he would never have turned back. But it seems that Dan's, this wild dog, died too soon, and they initially didn't have the means or ability to seize Dan's evidence from Sarutobi Hiruzen. There's a lot of evidence against Dan's, one could even say an enormous amount. Kaido reached into his ninja tool bag and pulled out 2 scrolls. He threw one directly at Tsuminyazuka. Once Tsuminyazuka caught it, she began to open the other scroll, speaking as she did so. I got a safeguard from Sarutobi Hiruzen. He gave this to me in exchange. I think this can constitute part of the chain of evidence. Tsuminyazuka frowned slightly, then directly opened the scroll in her hands to look at it. Just a glance and her expression changed slightly because the scroll was actually a roster of the root. What a root roster means, Some Inyazuka knew better than anyone. It recorded the real names and code names of all the members of Root. Even those children brought from the orphanage, relatively detailed records could be found here. From this roster, one could fully understand the scale of Root and how many clan ninja members were taken. Most clan ninja members were unwilling to go to a place like Root. As clan heads, they would never agree to have talented successors of the clan enter such a dark and dirty place. But Dan's actions had completely challenged the dignity and bottom line of a clan, using almost ruthless and forceful methods to take people away. The Inoshika Ch trio have encountered this, and so have Inyazuka and Akimichi. It can be said that among the 7 people present, except for the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, no one could avoid Dan's vicious hands. Dan's is dead, and some things have been buried, but this roster can prove what Dan's did back then. Indeed, the existence of this roster is solid evidence, but it's only just good evidence. After all, they're dealing with Sarutobi Hiruzen, not Dan's, who wouldn't have been able to do such things without Sarutobi's tacit consent. But in reality, they still lack a lot of evidence, more direct evidence. This roster indeed carries a lot of weight. After Tsum Inyazuka finished reading the roster, she passed it on for others to review. After Narashikaku finished reading, he sighed slightly. But it's still not enough, far from enough. I know, that's why I said it's just one link in the chain of evidence. At this moment, a slight smile appeared on Kaito's tense face, and he formed a seal with one hand. As the smoke appeared and quickly dispersed, a pale arm appeared in front of everyone. The chain of evidence needs multiple pieces of evidence to complete the loop. The roster is just a small part of it. When I got it from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the goal was just to gain your support. I didn't expect Minister Shikaku to help me so much. Kaido's words made Narashikaku smile, but now he realized that the young man in front of him was indeed cunning. After Dan's attacked the Uchiha, this guy has been plotting to overthrow the Hokage. In fact, on the night of the attack on Dan's, I repeatedly emphasized that Dan's had our Uchiha's power. He also had other strange powers. I wonder if you all remember. Kaido didn't know he was labeled cunning by Narashikaku, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care because he was indeed so. Kaido's words made everyone nod. They could vaguely remember that Kaido had indeed said that. But they didn't pay much attention to it at the time, and even took this operation as a dog-eat-dog situation. After all, the whole of Konoha was unclear about what the Uchiha wanted. But now with Kaido bringing up old matters, and the shriveled pale arm on the ground, there might be a lot worth investigating. This arm is... Yamanaka Inoichi sensed the special power contained within the arm, which made him frown involuntarily. After entering the root base, I confronted Dan's once, and this arm was cut off by me at the time. Kaido spoke calmly, and his next words changed the expressions of everyone present. I noticed something off about this arm when I first attacked, but due to my pursuit of Dan's, I didn't collect it immediately. Therefore, I couldn't present it during the standoff with the third Hokage. However, after negotiating with him, I specifically went back and took the arm. Back in the clan, I had the medical ninjas examine it thoroughly, and do you know what information I received? This arm contains a massive vitality, and an unimaginable power of yang release. As families specializing in secret techniques, I believe you should be familiar with yang release, right? Possessing both potent vitality and the power of yang release. Think carefully, who might have such capabilities? Kaido's words were more than hints, they were outright statements. Who has such ability was now clear as day: Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, and one of the founders of Konoha. That man Dan's, he was experimenting with the cells of the first Hokage. How could he do such a thing, and how dare he? In an instant, all eyes were fixed on the severed arm, with Hyuga Hayashi even activating his Byakugan to gaze at it. At this moment, they could indeed sense the extraordinary vitality and the yang release power far beyond their imaginations. This is real, this is the power of the first Hokage. Higa Hayashi murmured softly, but his expression quickly changed, as did those of the other 5 clan heads. At this moment, fury ignited within them. The power of the Kekkei Genkai and secret techniques were vital to their clan heritage. Wantonly researching the power of the clan's bloodline was a death-wishing act. No clan would forgive such a deed. And to recklessly research the power of the first Hokage was the ultimate taboo. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Dan Shimura, their deaths were well deserved. However, they soon felt a sense of helplessness. They remembered the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen a few months ago, where he admitted to discovering Dan's research. And it was then that Sarutobi cleanly absolved himself. The ones who approved of his actions were the very people present. Clan head Kaido, you should have brought this out sooner. Narashikaku spoke bitterly, his face a mask of regret, though he quickly shook his head. If Kaido had presented this evidence back then, would they have supported him against Sarutobi? Did they even have the right or power to oppose Sarutobi at the time? Clearly, they didn't. They truly lacked that ability. Whether sooner or later doesn't really matter. What's important is that this happened. Kaido saw the helplessness in Narashikaku's words and couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Moreover, this is just one piece of the evidence, we still lack an even more crucial piece of evidence. As long as we can obtain that, there will be no issues. Right now, Kaido is quite satisfied with the reactions of these clan leaders, because he knows that all he's done, all the preparations he's made, are about to pay off. Kaido never denies that he's a vengeful person, and the characteristic of such people is clear: once they bear a grudge, they must seek retribution. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a Hokage who cares for Konoha. Kaido acknowledges this point. But Kaido doesn't approve of his self-righteous attitude, and even less so his treatment of Konoha as his private property. Therefore, Kaido's revenge is inevitable, and the other ninja clan's revenge is also a result of his own actions. Kaido's existence merely kindled this fire ahead of time, making what was originally a passive situation become proactive. Seeing the puzzled looks of the 6 people present, Kaido chuckled lightly and then spoke, "Do you all still remember the child left behind after Namikaze Minato's death?" Kakashi. Akimichi Chauza asked with a puzzled expression upon hearing Kaido's words, "Isn't that kid in the Anbu now? What's happened with him?" Kakashi is a person Sarutobi Hiruzen trusts, but don't forget that Kakashi's eyes hold a Sharingan. Kaido spoke calmly, and a sly smile unconsciously crept onto his face. This eye is a symbol and legacy of Kakashi's bond with Uchiha Obito. And I suspect Kakashi may not trust our third Hokage as much as you all think. You've tried to win him over. Narashikaku reacted quickly. He thought of something. Could it be that those pieces of intelligence came from Kakashi? I don't know, but I did indeed attempt to persuade him. Kaido shook his head. He wasn't sure about this yet, because he hasn't seen Kakashi recently. Once, when Naruto came to the Uchihas, he was being monitored by Kakashi, so I tried to sway him. I used his father's affairs and Naruto's situation as a starting point, pulled him into a genjutsu and tried to convince him. I could see he was indeed moved, but he was very restrained and calm, giving me no direct answer. However, I believe, if I push a bit further, I would get some results, because this time I met an interesting fellow outside, that is, Orochimaru. He told me that Kakashi knows about the wood-style experiments happening secretly in Konoha. Kaido's words once again made the faces of the 6 people present change. How could they not know who Orochimaru is? But how did Kaido encounter Orochimaru? Narashikaku quickly understood. He knew what Kaido wanted to do, but he didn't expect that Kaido had left on his own. Meeting Orochimaru and returning unscathed, does this mean that Kaito's strength has reached the level of the 3 Sunin? This isn't something that can be lied about, because if it's wrong, everyone will die. As for why Orochimaru would disclose information, after thinking about it, Narashikaku realized there indeed might be a possibility, given the many secrets involved in Orochimaru's defection. After all, Orochimaru left Konoha due to his human experiments, and no one knows what those experiments were. So, could he have been a key participant in the experiments on the first Hokage's cells? Do you understand what you're saying? Higashiyashi's expression had turned quite grim. He stared at Kaido and asked in a deep voice, "Clan head Kaido, this isn't something to joke about. Do I look like I'm joking?" Kaido turned to look at Higahayashi and said quite seriously. He, for one, hadn't lied. After all, these experiments were real, and the existence of Dans, or Yamato, was also real. Though he let Orochimaru carry the blame without a fuss, no one could possibly confront Orochimaru to find out the truth. After I defeated Orochimaru, I asked him about the experiments from those days, and he seemed quite interested in the question. He told me that one of his surviving test subjects ended up in the route, and this test subject had quite a few interactions with Kakashi. As long as we can get Kakashi to talk, or even better, get him to willingly join our side, then all the pieces of our evidence will fall into place. A test subject who had interactions with Kakashi? Upon hearing this information, everyone present couldn't help but ponder. If Orochimaru wasn't lying, there was really no need for Orochimaru to lie. If all this was true, they only need to pry open Kakashi's mouth, and then they would leave Sarutobi Hiruzen without any chance of turning things around. But, how should they do this? As for how to do it, I do have a few ideas. Before the six of them could open their mouths, Kaido once again spoke with a smile. The former head of the Uchiha clan, now a clan elder, Fugaku, once told me that he had suspicions about the fourth Hokage's death. He went into Naruto's home that night, seeing what kind of life the fourth Hokage's son was leading. It made him wonder if it was all a deliberate setup by Sarutobi Hiruzen, because only then would Naruto, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, become close to the third Hokage. Moreover, Dans has connections with the mysterious Uchiha who released the Nine Tails 9 years ago, and that mysterious Uchiha knew all the information and plans about Kushina Uzumaki's childbirth. Could we interpret all this as information deliberately leaked by the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen? If that's the case, could we go a step further and theorize that the death of the fourth Hokage was actually a ploy set up by the third Hokage to regain control of the Hokage position? Although the third Hokage lost his wife in this event, under the corruption of power, a person could do anything. Kaido's words sent a chill up the spines of the 6 people present, a cold and piercing feeling that made them almost unable to breathe in that moment. After they pondered seriously, they realized that all of this seemed to indeed line up. If all this was true, then the seriousness of the situation would surely escalate yet another level. You see. At this moment, Kaido spoke again. I will share this matter with Kakashi, telling him my suspicions, regardless of whether it's true or not. So, as a student of the fourth Hokage, what decision will Kakashi make? As Kaido finished speaking, the 6 people present felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Only at this moment did they realize that the ruthlessness of Uchiha Kaito was directly proportional to his intelligence. Chapter 141, Chapter 141. Kaido's plan was not simply ruthless, it was practically soul-crushing. The 6 of them, clan leaders weathered by countless storms, found their blood pressure rising at the news. Although Kaido lacked concrete evidence, equally, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't prove that it wasn't true. Most crucially, from an outsider's perspective, it all seemed so plausible. If they shared this news with Kakashi, it was easy to imagine what he might become. The relationship between the fourth Hokage and Kakashi was truly special. After all, the charisma of the fourth Hokage was undeniable. The others may not know what Naruto's life is really like, but as leaders of their clans, departments, and teams, wouldn't they know? Not to mention, Kakashi probably knew all this already, so if you add this news into the mix, the likelihood of turning Kakashi increases exponentially. Once Kakashi fully aligns with them, and presents the so-called evidence from Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen would be utterly hopeless. At this moment, everyone was exhilarated because they saw hope. Kaido's plan was quite thorough. Although there were some deficiencies, it was enough to give them confidence. So, does everyone agree? Inside the Uchiha clan shrine, Shisui, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha S, and Uchiha Tekaki were all looking intently at Kaido. Shisui was surprised, but relatively calm, as he believed that Kaido couldn't possibly make a mistake. But Shisui was recalling Kaido's relayed words from Fugaku: was the fourth Hokage truly murdered by the third Hokage? Shisui was pondering, but Fugaku and the others were different. They couldn't control their emotions. They didn't expect things to move so quickly, nor did they anticipate that Kaido could masterfully pacify all the clans without causing a fuss. With so many clans united and so much combined evidence, there was absolutely no chance for Sarutobi Hiruzen to turn things around. Yes, they all agreed. Kaido smiled and nodded, then picked up his tea and took a sip before continuing. But we have a lot of work ahead. Impeaching the Hokage is not a simple matter. We have a lot of preparations to make. Overthrowing the Hokage was indeed troublesome. The first point was that Kaido needed to perfect the evidence chain, which was something only he could do. After all, only he had so much evidence at his disposal and only he could find a way to contact Naruto, thereby drawing Kakashi in. Moreover, only he had previously contacted Kakashi and Orochimaru, so he was best suited to handle this task. Of course, while Kaido was busy, no one else could rest. Everyone was tied to the same string, especially in such a large matter that naturally required collective efforts to accomplish. Hence, they made some necessary arrangements, such as entrusting Narashikaku with coordinating the daime. Although the daime is practically useless, their approval is legally required, which is a fact. Kaido and the rest sought to impeach Sarutobi Hiruzen based on legal principles, so they had to follow legal norms in all they did. This meant they had to go through the daime as part of the process, a task naturally handed to Narashikaku, who was fairly familiar with the daime. Kaido didn't foresee a major problem here, as the daime was basically an agreeable sort, hardly assertive when dealing with shinobi. Besides, both Shimura Dan's and Sarutobi Hiruzen had once threatened the daime over the fourth Hokage matter. While Sarutobi Hiruzen's stance was more restrained and seemingly better than Dan's. In reality, his proposal was equally assertive, leaving the daime with no thought of refusal. Now, if Narashikaku proposed to impeach the Hokage, the daime would likely have no reason to refuse. Besides liaising with the Hokage, monitoring the village, especially the Hokage, and investigating were of utmost importance. To impeach the Hokage, if Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to resist to the death even if he didn't, his interest group wouldn't allow him to be ousted without a fight. For instance, clans like Sarutobi and Shimura, steadfastly backing him, certainly wouldn't want or allow such an occurrence. After all, their rise hinged on Sarutobi Hiruzen becoming Hokage. To overthrow the Hokage would be to sever their interests. Therefore, the task of monitoring and investigating the Hokage was handed to Hyuga, Aburame, and Inyazuka. They were to ascertain the extent of the forces rallying around Sarutobi Hiruzen, and prepare corresponding contingency measures for the most critical moments. As for Yamanaka and Akimichi, these clans would assist in various tasks, although they weren't the main forces. Their primary direction of action was still in the domain of weapon and supply dealings orchestrated by Kaido. The other clans were aware of this, as Kaido voluntarily disclosed it. After all, neither he nor Narashikaku had any intention of concealing this matter. Furthermore, they both understood that to truly establish a certain level of binding commitment, more interest exchanges were required. After this transaction concludes, could the esteemed elders interact with them and invite them to join our trading venture? Based on their actual contributions, determine and allocate their respective shares. After explaining the rough details, Kaido addressed the elders, who promptly nodded in response. We understand. This matter is indeed important, we will handle it properly. Both Uchiha S and Uchiha Tekaki responded swiftly. Despite their age, they were surprisingly efficient. Essentially, once you suggested an idea, they instantly knew what to do. Even though they had once been adversaries, nearly pushing their rivalry to a disastrous point, they were now comrades, working together under Kaido. Kaido treated them well, providing them a platform to showcase their experience and skills, and they naturally performed better and better. Of course, the most important factor now was that they harbored more hope for their clan, naturally wishing to see it prosper. In addition to this, Fugaku, Shisui, your tasks are also very important. Kaido turned his head to look at Fugaku and Shisui, and then he said with a smile. I showed them the future construction plan of the security department last night, and I think you know what this implies. The future construction plan of the security department was certainly a grand blueprint, and everyone in the Uchiha clan already knew how enormous the future security department would be. However, Kaido had not reported this yet, and he had no problem doing so, as all the changes he made were within the purview of the security department. As for the announcement of the plan, it was entirely up to Kaido's mood and thinking. When Kaido shared his plan with the 6 major clans, one could only imagine their shock and astonishment. These old foxes, were truly clear about how huge the 3 main administrative institutions were and the vast area they covered. But no one dared to question Kaido's actions, because the security department did have such enormous power, it was just that the Uchihas themselves were not aware of it in the past. Now, the newly appointed Kaido clearly understood all of this and quickly grasped, optimized, and improved it, and no one dared to criticize him for anything. What they were considering now was how to get into this massive power structure. No one was a fool. It was clear to everyone what Kaido wanted to do by so explicitly displaying the blueprint he had constructed. Kaido was telling them that the security department was such a large division that the Uchiha clan alone could not support it and ensure its operation. To construct such a large department, especially one with 3 prominent administrators with specific responsibilities and significant influence and power, required a vast number of personnel. Whether it was lower-level execution staff or high-level management, the security department needed them. One can only imagine what was going through the minds of the people of these 6 major clans at this moment. They knew that the ultimate administrative power of the security department was definitely in the hands of the Uchiha clan, or more specifically, in the hands of this Uchiha in front of them. Even the subordinate 3 administrators would be firmly controlled by the Uchiha, but there were too many vacancies in the security department, and they had too many opportunities to get what they wanted. Therefore, there was no need for Kaido to say much more. They all took the initiative to suggest sending members of their clans who were not currently assigned to the security department. And the Hyuga clan, which had already done this, and the Nara clan, which had expressed that they would send personnel, both indicated that they would further increase the scope of their input. One could say that their actions greatly helped Kaido solve some problems, especially those concerning management personnel. So you're saying, a lot of clan ninjas will be entering the security department soon? Uchiha Fugaku was the first to respond, and he immediately nodded in understanding. I know what to do. I will properly coordinate and arrange their training plans, as well as guide their future job directions. I will work well with Chief Fugaku, Chief. Shisui immediately responded. Despite the fact that this would greatly increase his workload and difficulty, Shisui had no complaints or regrets. Good, we also need to start our own work now. Kaido smiled and nodded, then his expression became somewhat serious. The addition of clan ninja members cannot make up for the vacancies we need in the security department. Even if our plan is to proceed step by step, and at this stage we are only focusing on building the security department, we still need enough people to fill the ranks. So I have decided, starting from tomorrow, the security department will officially begin external recruitment, and all civilian ninjas are eligible to apply. As long as they pass our screening, they can enter the security department and become a member of the security department. Yes, Chief. Shisui and Fugaku responded loudly in unison. They had actually started preparing for this plan long ago. But because the reputation of the security department was so bad at the time, they could not proceed. But now it seems that the conditions are ripe, the other major clans have started to send people in, and they can finally start their actions. There isn't one of them who isn't excited, because the successful establishment of the security department is definitely key to the resurgence of the Uchiha clan. As for how to conduct the screening, I believe you both know. I will not involve myself too much. Kaido nodded, then continued to speak. Fugaku, Shisui, you must take this seriously. Once this matter is handled, I will also arrange a reasonable position for you in the security department. You must work hard. The security department will be a place that brings together the elites of the village. As Uchihas, your actions represent the clan. Whether it's you or those in the security department, you all must play a leading role and never tarnish the family's reputation. Yes, Chief. Shisui and Fugaku both involuntarily said loudly, and this time their expressions became extremely solemn. In the future security department, there really are people from all levels of the Leaf Village. In the melting pot of this security department, the performance of the Uchiha clan really represents the image of a clan. In the past, their lack of attention to their image had caused dissatisfaction throughout the Leaf Village, and even when they were wronged, no one spoke up for them. But now all of this has been turned around by Kaido, and they can feel the benefits of this change, and naturally, they do not want to return to their previous state. Alright, the general content of this meeting is just about this, but there are other things I need to tell you. Having discussed matters with the clan chiefs, Kaido naturally had other things to talk about. Although the content of these things was small, Kaido had to remind them properly. We brought back a guy named Kakuzu from this trip, and I think you all already know about it. From now on, his living arrangements will depend on you to arrange. Apart from this, his future actions also need to be watched. Kakuzu is a talent. Although he can't gain our trust right now, he can definitely play an unimaginable role in the future. So whoever goes there must be polite to him, but of course, he is also dangerous, so be vigilant while being polite. Yes, Chief. Upon hearing this, the four, including Shisui, nodded seriously. Kakuzu is a professional bounty hunter, and his strength is extraordinary. Having someone with such strength and professionalism to handle things that the Uchihas are not good at doing is indeed an excellent choice. But there's a prerequisite to this, and that is, Kakuzu must be loyal, otherwise everyone will have a headache. Also, there is this little brat, Karin Uzumaki. You are responsible for arranging her. She is a child of the Uzumaki clan, and her potential is definitely not lacking. Besides, she is the same age as Sasuke. I plan to let them train together in the future, and also let the people in the lab pay more attention to her, because her abilities are interesting. Having said this, Kaido paused slightly, then a strange smile appeared on his face. Also, from tomorrow on, please take good care of Naruto, Fugaku. Until Kakashi comes to monitor Naruto. Kakashi is one of Naruto's monitors, but unfortunately Kakashi doesn't monitor Naruto every time, so Kaido has to make some more attempts. Kakashi didn't know that Kaido was plotting again. At this time, he quietly entered the Hokage's office. The failure of the last operation didn't make him want to stop. On the contrary, after hearing about Sarutobi's issue with the Uchihas, he had a deeper desire to investigate. Otherwise, he wouldn't possibly have given such information to Kaido. Although this time delivering the information led to many farces, even making him witness two drama kings in action, he didn't regret his decision at all. Today he is on guard duty at the Hokage building, which will be another great opportunity for him. If I can't find what I'm looking for in the Hokage's office, I'm afraid a lot of things will be very hard to find. I hope to gain something here, after all. Kakashi shook his head, taking a deep breath before making his well-practiced way toward the Hokage's office. Having been here once before, he was relatively experienced. Though, such an experience was not something to be proud of, after all, this was invading the office of his village's Hokage. But Kakashi didn't care about that now. He had to make a good attempt, he had to try to get the answers he sought. Relying on a shadow clone to replace his original post, Kakashi used a disguise to slowly move along the outer wall of the Hokage's office. When he reached the window, he very carefully didn't peek in but patiently and delicately observed everything in the office with his peripheral vision. The last time he came here, he was truly frightened. If it weren't for the fact that the third Hokage and others were discussing how to deal with the Uchihas, he would have been exposed. He would not make the same mistake again. This time, he had to find out if there was anyone in the office. After all, good fortune often doesn't accompany a ninja with bloody hands. There's no one, and I haven't detected any other hidden figures inside. But last time, I didn't notice that there was a barrier at this window sill. I was careless. Kakashi muttered to himself. Last time, he hadn't noticed this detail. Or rather, he didn't have time to observe this detail, he was so scared that he dared not move. After eavesdropping on all the information, he was in such a hurry to get away that he had no mood to observe. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi's Sharingan began to spin quickly. In an instant, he had comprehended the structure of this barrier. Kakashi had always known that his Sharingan was very useful. Not only could it instantly help him see the enemy's action patterns in battle, but it could also help him quickly deconstruct the enemy's ninjutsu, allowing him to crack and even replicate it. Even with some barrier-related problems, it could help him quickly understand and try to quietly crack them. Without being modest, the power of this Sharingan was simply perfect. Whoever obtained it could gain a huge boost. And this Sharingan was given to him by Obito, which held a more significant meaning for him. That is, the consumption of chakra is too great. Perhaps this is the price I have to pay for using it. Kakashi muttered to himself. Then his gaze remained fixed on the barrier, and he gently stretched out his finger toward the core area of the barrier. Buzz! In an instant, Kakashi's chakra flowed through his finger into the core of the barrier, and the barrier quickly responded. In just a moment, the entire windowsill was covered in a dense array of black seals. These seals completely covered the windowsill. It was clear that anyone who acted rashly would be instantly detected or even attacked by the seals. But as quickly as these seals appeared, they disappeared just as fast. After all, Kakashi had completely seen through the seal. Under his chakra's influence, the seal was quickly broken by Kakashi. Though Kakashi hadn't completely deactivated the barrier, it certainly wouldn't trigger any alarms. After accomplishing all of that, Kakashi finally let out a soft sigh, but just at that instant, he felt nearly a fifth of his chakra had drained away. However, he was too focused now to care about these details. He cautiously surveyed his surroundings and then quickly opened the window to jump into the office. When his feet finally touched the floor of this office, an office he'd entered countless times before, he exhaled a genuine sigh of relief. As Anbu, they had many duties, such as protecting the Hokage during his meetings with others, concealed within this office. But the people who did these tasks were essentially those the Hokage had faith in. Kakashi was counted among those trusted by Hiruzen Sarutobi, and so he had spent quite a lot of time inside this office. His experience had made him intimately familiar with many things in this office. So, after entering the office, aside from promptly closing the window, Kakashi's gaze immediately locked onto a particular cabinet. This cabinet held such important items as the seal scripture. Kakashi speculated that what he sought might be in there as well. How is it not here? Under the enchanting moonlight, silver beams streamed through the office window. Kakashi hid himself in a place where the moonlight didn't reach, slowly going through the contents of the cabinet. But his expression wasn't great. Indeed, this cabinet housed many scrolls, some of which didn't even have a name to indicate what they contained. And these scrolls were secured with a variety of sealing jutsu, indicating their immense value. Hence, Kakashi had no choice but to expend a considerable effort to break each seal and check whether the contents were what he was looking for. Thankfully, his sensei's wife, Kushina, was a master of sealing jutsu, and he had learned quite a lot from her. Even if he hadn't specialized, even if his skills had become somewhat rusty, he still had his Sharingan to aid him, and he could still manage to break these seals with some effort. However, to his disappointment, he had unsealed nearly all the scrolls, viewed all their contents, but he found no trace of what he was seeking. These records held action plans that were sealed away, many of which were extremely dangerous. Should they be implemented, Konoha would suffer significant damage. But without exception, all these plans were vetoed by Sarutobi, ultimately stored away here. After going through these plans, Kakashi felt a twinge of doubt. Could I have been mistaken? He was genuinely unsure now because after reviewing so many sealed records, every single one showed Sarutobi had rejected aggressive plans for the sake of Konoha. This was vastly different from what Kaido had told him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for what to do. However, thinking of his father's death, his own past circumstances, and Naruto's current situation, Kakashi regained his calm. He had his doubts. Was his persistent search a result of Kaido's genjutsu? After all, he had witnessed the potency of Kaido's eyes. Yet, after much thought, he felt that his heart had always yearned for an answer that could soothe his inner turmoil. Just as Kaido had said, this wasn't for him. It was for his teacher, and even more, for his father. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi resealed the unsealed scrolls and returned them to their original places. Unable to find a breakthrough in the Hokage's office, Kakashi decided he would have to look elsewhere. But before leaving, he had to clean up after himself. He didn't want to expose himself, which would undoubtedly have a significant impact on his future actions. In fact, if discovered, he might not have the opportunity to act at all. However, as Kakashi was returning these files, his hand accidentally knocked against the back partition of the wooden cabinet. A faint knocking sound resonated in his ear. At the sound, Kakashi froze because he was very familiar with the difference between solid and hollow sounds. This was one of the fundamental skills of an Anbu member, often employed during their missions, and Kakashi was adept at it. Is there a hidden compartment here? Kakashi thought to himself. His Sharingan began to spin once again. First, he needed to ascertain if there were any sealing jutsus present. Fortunately, he found none, and only then did he begin to search for the switch to this secret compartment. He was meticulous and patient. He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of items would be stored in a hidden compartment in the Hokage's office. Before long, Kakashi finally located the switch, cleverly concealed on the Hokage's desk. If it wasn't for his Sharingan, Kakashi wouldn't have found it so effortlessly. After carefully inspecting the switch and confirming there were no issues, Kakashi turned it, unveiling the hidden compartment within the cabinet. Kakashi slowly approached the cabinet once more. What appeared before him was a huge sealed scroll. Although the large scroll didn't have any annotations to clarify what it contained, just the sight of it made Kakashi's heart pound uncontrollably. During this period, besides the Hokage's office where he couldn't make his move, he had carefully inspected other places, more or less. This included Anbu, even the former base of the route, that deserted place. However, he always came away empty-handed. Initially not finding any information in the office, he had planned to revisit the bases of the Anbu and the route. But now, the tables had turned, leaving him feeling a mixture of excitement and concern. On the one hand, he was elated, having found a new lead. On the other hand, he was worried that all his efforts might be in vain once again, which would be truly disheartening. Hope, it's what I desire. Kakashi murmured, then slowly extracted the massive scroll. After careful inspection, he quickly formed hand seals. Boom! Accompanied by the swirling smoke, Kakashi unsealed the huge scroll. What came into his view were several dozen smaller sealed scrolls. These scrolls bore clear markings, indicating they were all Root's internal operation reports. Seeing this, Kakashi couldn't contain his excitement. He quickly started perusing the information annotated on these scrolls. However, as he read, his body involuntarily stiffened, for he saw a sensitive year, Konoha's 39th year. Konoha's 39th year, Kakashi had just turned 5. That year, Iwagakure village had started a series of operations against Konoha. Although the Third Great Ninja War hadn't erupted yet, the atmosphere was incredibly tense, with both Konoha and Tsunagakure already making their moves. It was in this year that his father accepted a mission ultimately deemed a failure. Not long after, his father chose to end his life. That year was firmly ingrained in Kakashi's memory. It was the beginning of his descent into the abyss. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi slowly opened the scroll, which contained numerous smaller scrolls. One by one, Kakashi scrutinized each scroll. Even without seeing anything about his father, he already felt a chill throughout his body. However, when he reached the third scroll, his body began to shake uncontrollably. His hand, clutching the scroll, tightened violently. His eyes reddened at that moment, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Yet, within those grief-stricken eyes, an intent to kill was also brewing. Konoha's 39th year, April. Sakumo Hataki's prestige in Konoha is increasing. According to Root's report, the number of discussions about him among the Konoha residents has been growing. Support from many lower and middle-level ninjas has also been noticeably increasing. Even some jonins have started to openly support him. If this continues, Sakumo Hatake will become the most likely competitor for the 4th Hokage. However, Sakumo Hatake is not a suitable candidate for Hokage. Although he has strength, he lacks extensive administrative experience. His greatest accomplishment in management so far is only the team model. Managing a team simply requires clear division of tasks, and with his strong individual abilities, he can handle it. But his experience is insignificant when compared to managing a village. Therefore, in order to curb the continued rise of his popularity, to prevent Konoha from being led by someone with no administrative experience, someone thrust into a position that doesn't belong to him due to the ignorance and wishful thinking of the people from taking the most powerful position in Konoha. Konoha needs to initiate a special operation to prevent what should not occur. For the future of Konoha, certain sacrifices need to be made. Plan proposed by Danzo Shimura. Plan approved by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Konoha's 39th year, June. During the execution of a covert operation, Sakumo Hatake failed the mission while trying to save a comrade. This is an intolerable mistake. With war on the brink of eruption, it is crucial to sound a warning bell for all Konoha ninjas, emphasizing that the mission holds paramount importance. No matter who causes a mission to fail at such a critical period, regardless of whether Konoha suffers any losses, they must be brought to judgment. Sakumo Hatake's mission failure is a crucial turning point. It demands our serious attention and response, aligning with our containment strategy. Therefore, we need to find the person saved by Sakumo Hatake, using necessary means to make him understand that war is no child's play. We need him to testify against Sakumo Hatake's actions, ingraining this lesson into all Konoha ninjas. At the same time, we need to expand the scope and scale of our containment strategy, using our control over public opinion to our advantage. Let those who originally supported him despise him, and let the ignorant public see him for who he truly is. Only then can we achieve our goals. We can steer Konoha clear of a person without any practical experience ascending to power, someone who could bring about Konoha's downfall. And we can ensure that every Konoha ninja keeps their mission firmly in mind in the face of a potentially erupting war, remembering their duty to serve Konoha wholeheartedly. For Konoha, even though the means are ruthless and somewhat despicable, it's all worthwhile. Plan proposed by Danzo Shimura. Plan approved by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Konoha's 39th year, August. Sakumo Hataki's reaction was somewhat unexpected. It's indeed a pity he chose to end his own life. However, this also demonstrates that he was not suitable Hokage material. A Hokage needs unwavering will and understanding, and absolutely cannot choose to escape over minor incidents. Seppuku is an extremely irresponsible form of escape and is a romantic notion belonging to samurais, not ninjas. Ninjas need to endure darkness and keep moving forward. Sakumo Hataki's actions make him unworthy of being a Hokage, and he could never become one. Moreover, his death will bring further complications for Konoha. It appears that Tsunagakure village has accelerated their plans due to receiving intelligence, knowing that Konoha has lost a powerful combatant. His actions have hastened the outbreak of war between Konoha and Tsunagakure, and who knows how many lives will be lost because of this. He is a man who should be nailed to the pillar of shame. At this point, war seems unavoidable. While actively preparing for battle, we also need to find ways to alleviate the public's panic over the war and to keep the Konoha ninjas alert to not violate the ninja code. Therefore, the containment strategy cannot stop and should be expanded. We must make the ninjas understand the true meaning of their existence. Their purpose is to complete missions, no matter how difficult the task, no matter whether they will pay with their lives, that is the ninja's destiny. Sakumo Hatake needs to be held up as a warning, a bottom line, a boundary that no one can cross. Only in this way, will the ninjas who carry out missions keep all this in mind. Only then can we have fearless warriors in the war. Only then can we protect Konoha. Plan proposed by Danzo Shimura. Plan approved by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Looking at the report in his hand, reminiscing about that time, Kakashi's emotions ultimately collapsed. His father indeed committed suicide, but it was not out of guilt for failing the mission. Just as Uchiha Kaito had said, his father was driven to death by maliciously spread rumors. Looking at the series of action plans, at the glaring names of the plan's proposer and approver, he felt a raging anger burning in his chest. He had never hated someone so much, never wanted to kill someone so much. But now he had such feelings. Such emotions had probably only emerged when Obito died in front of him, and when Rin was killed by his own hands. Such feelings were so strong, so overwhelming, swallowing all the rationality in his heart. But in the end, he took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his inner anger. He knew there was nothing he could do right now. He sought revenge. He had two enemies. One was Danzo Shimura, and the other was Hiruzen Sarutobi. One of them is already dead, and the other is still the Hokage of Konoha. If he made a move on the Hokage, all of Konoha would be thrown into chaos. Konoha is the place Obito, Rin, his teacher, and his father protected with their lives. He absolutely would not allow it to be destroyed due to his impulsive actions. He must control his emotions. He must find a suitable and rational way to resolve all this. Lifting his head slightly, Kakashi looked out the window. He already knew what he needed to do, and this time he could no longer hide his identity. Uchiha Kaito, it was you who asked me to investigate, and you also know that the Hokage is after you now. Now I am coming to find you. Only you can deal with the Hokage now. Chapter 142, Chapter 142. Naruto ran to Sasuke's house early in the morning today, and honestly, he was no stranger to Sasuke's home. In the past year, he has lost count of how many times he has visited Sasuke's home. Uncle Fugaku is Sasuke's father, which gave Naruto quite a shock. He never imagined that the uncle who took him out a year ago would have such a status. As for the one called Uchiha Kaito, his status is even more extraordinary. He is not only Sasuke's teacher but also the head of the Uchiha clan. Of course, Naruto, this little guy, doesn't have a clear concept of what being a clan head truly signifies. But he knows that this position and title are probably extraordinary, especially since Kaito is Sasuke's teacher. However, Sasuke seems to have some complaints about big brother Kaido, implying that the elder brother has not really taught him anything. But such complaints are merely that. Naruto can see that Sasuke's admiration for big brother Kaido runs deep. After all, who can resist such a gentle and kind big brother? Naruto thought quietly to himself, unaware of the extent of Sasuke's admiration for Kaido. All he knows is that within the Uchiha clan, he can always feel something rarely experienced in the outside world. No one here discriminates against him or despises him. Everyone has their tasks to handle. Sasuke told him they were busy studying and revising for the assessment Kaido had assigned them. But when they see him, their natural expressions honestly convey that they don't dislike him. They simply treat him as an ordinary person, and that's something Naruto has long yearned for but could never find elsewhere. Besides, in Sasuke's home, Naruto has felt a different kind of warmth, a warmth that inexplicably evokes a sense of home in him. Uncle Fugaku always keeps a straight face, but the tenderness that subtly exudes from him makes Naruto feel particularly warm. And Aunt Mikato's constant attention to his living conditions has brought tears to Naruto's eyes more times than he can count. This feeling, like what a family should feel like, is something that Naruto relishes. Every time he comes here, Uncle Fugaku's family invites him to dinner. Although Naruto wants to refuse each time, not wanting to burden others because of himself, he can never voice his refusal. Because he really loves this atmosphere. Yesterday, after school, Sasuke reluctantly invited him to his house the next day, which made Naruto incredibly happy. So, Naruto got up early today. He first ran to Ichiraku Ramen for a hearty meal to express his excitement, and then went to Sasuke's house. Ah, big brother Kaido. But what he didn't expect was that not only were Sasuke and a red-haired girl he didn't recognize there, he also saw Kaido, the big brother who had been particularly kind to him and whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Naruto? What brings you here? Kaido feigned surprise upon seeing Naruto, while Sasuke wore a resigned expression on his face. His father had mentioned yesterday at lunch that it's been a while since they last saw Naruto, and asked Sasuke to invite him over the next day, which Sasuke didn't refuse. Even though he always thought Naruto was a bit of an idiot and wondered why he found himself constantly irritated by him, their relationship was strangely not bad. So, without hesitation, Sasuke agreed and invited Naruto over to his house after school. However, what he never expected was that last night, Uchiha Kaito informed him that he would be tutoring him today, and that made Sasuke ecstatic. Ever since he became Kaito's student, other than diligently studying the various materials newly issued by his family and occasionally attending Kaito's lectures, Kaido hadn't really taught him anything else, not even conducting individual assessments. This made Sasuke question his own abilities. Could it be that Kaido didn't bother with him because he thought Sasuke was incapable? Receiving this news now naturally overjoyed Sasuke, but as a result, he completely forgot about Naruto. It was only when he saw Naruto arrive that he remembered that he had invited Naruto over today, and he forgot to inform Naruto. "Sensei, I was the one who invited him over, but I forgot to inform him after you notified me last night." Sasuke was quite honest. He came forward and admitted his mistake without mentioning that it was his father who asked him to invite Naruto. Kaido couldn't help but laugh and nod when he saw this. All of this was, after all, a plan he and Fugaku had set up. But they wouldn't dare tell the children about such a devious plan, although Sasuke's responsible attitude pleased Kaido greatly. "Since he's here, let him stay. After all, I've heard that this kid Naruto comes over here quite often," Kaido said casually with a smile before continuing. "Let me introduce you all. This girl is named Karin, and she'll be living here with us from now on, so you guys can get to know each other. Also, I invited you here today to assess your abilities. A ninja needs knowledge to fill his cognition, but the most crucial thing is to have the strength to protect oneself, to protect the things one needs to guard. If a ninja doesn't have enough strength, he can't protect his homeland, his family. You three are here, so consider yourselves as a small squad, and let's see what you're capable of. A squad? Sasuke, Karin, and Naruto looked at each other, somewhat stunned for a moment. Sasuke felt helpless in his heart. It was supposed to be a personal training, but how did it turn into training 3 people all of a sudden? He didn't even know who this girl Karin was, although he had heard his father mention that she was brought back from a mission by Deputy Clan Chief Shisui. Her living arrangements were also made by his own father, but this was their first meeting. Naruto was someone he was familiar enough with, but this kid was a total imbecile. Turning to look at Naruto, the boy was already brimming with uncontainable excitement. This made Sasuke sigh inwardly, but he dared not go against Kaido's words. As for Karin, she was utterly bemused. Being brought back to Konoha was already baffling enough. Even though she had moved into a family almost entirely composed of handsome men, she hadn't forgotten that she was captured and brought back because of her unique body. She had originally assumed that she was destined for a tragic fate of enduring endless experiments, but now it seemed that wasn't the case. This left her quite puzzled, but she didn't voice any objections. After all, for her, it didn't make a difference where she was. As for Kaido, although he was talking to the 3 youngsters, his senses were locked onto the figure hidden in the shadows. What made him sigh was that it didn't seem to be Kakashi who had come today. After wrapping up an all-night mission, Kakashi once again paid no heed to his teammates and stealthily left the Hokage building. The hot sun beamed down from the sky, the brilliant rays making Kakashi's eyes squint slightly. Yet, bathing in the sunlight, Kakashi felt no warmth. Instead, his heart remained as cold as solid ice. Last night, he had discovered the action records and reports belonging to the Root Division that had been hidden by the 3rd Hokage, and he had spent the whole night reading them. Everything was so shocking that it made him feel incredibly naive. He thought that by joining the ANBU and spending so many years there, he had already seen the darkest sides of the world. However, compared to those action reports, he realized he was still as pure as a child. In those action reports, the most frequently mentioned phrase was "for the sake of Konoha." For the sake of Konoha, countless people were wiped out as detailed in those reports. For the sake of Konoha, numerous dark deeds had taken place within its borders. For the sake of Konoha, his own father met a cruel end. For the sake of Konoha, his teacher's child had to bear such an unbearable fate. Was all of this truly for the sake of Konoha, or was it for their own control over Konoha? The icy chill in Kakashi's heart continuously assaulted his defenses, while the anger in his heart was steadily consuming his will. It was this peculiar ice and fire blend that kept him sane, allowing him to discern how he should choose. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi slowly returned to his residence, but the moment he arrived, he immediately used the shadow clone technique. He left the clone at his residence, while he himself quietly left the room, using the transformation technique to blend into the crowd and head towards the Uchiha clan's territory. He had read all the materials last night, but he didn't take all of them, since he wasn't sure if Hiruzen Sarutobi would meticulously inspect everything. He didn't have that many sealing scrolls on him, so he only picked a few documents he deemed important, replaced them with his own scrolls to ensure the quantity remained the same. These materials might prove useful, but everything would require confirmation from Uchiha Kaito. In truth, Kakashi really didn't want to seek out Kaito, but at present in the Hidden Leaf, the only person who openly expressed dissatisfaction with the current Hokage was Kaito. Kakashi's options were truly too scarce, so even in his reluctance, he could only attempt to find Kaito. But just as Kakashi arrived at the Uchiha clan's premises, he froze in place because he didn't know how to get in. He had come stealthily, of course, not wanting to draw any attention. Other than Kaito, he really didn't want to meet anyone else. But now, if he wanted to enter the Uchiha clan, he would likely stir up huge trouble if he didn't report his visit first. Moreover, the Uchiha clan had significantly strengthened its defenses and measures. Monitoring devices were everywhere, and the clan also had its own patrol squad. If he forced his way in, he might draw the attention of Uchiha Fugaku or Uchiha Shisui before even meeting Kaido, and these two were no joke in terms of power. What should I do? Kakashi murmured to himself. Suddenly, he remembered that there was a forest at the back of the Uchiha clan, and in that forest, a decently sized training ground. Kakashi had heard from Shisui, still part of the Anbu, that Kaido seemed to like training in the back, day in and day out, year after year, rarely missing a day. Perhaps it was this kind of perseverance that allowed him to possess such terrifying power at such a young age. But no sooner had he thought this, Kakashi shook his head. In fact, many people in the Hidden Leaf followed Kaido's method. And among those who matched Kaido in age was Shisui, whose power was also formidable. After much thought, Kakashi could only sigh at the fact that these Uchihas were really like monsters, especially characters like Kaido and Shisui. They were the monsters among monsters. Kakashi turned around and directly left the entrance of the Uchiha clan's grounds, then swiftly ran towards the rear hill of the Uchiha clan. His speed was quick, but the Uchiha clan's area was also large. Even for him, it took almost 5 minutes to detour to the back. However, as soon as he arrived, his expression slightly changed because he keenly detected someone lurking in the dark, which took him by surprise. What's going on? An Anbu member watching Uchiha Kaito. Kakashi murmured inwardly. Although the relationship between Kaito and the third Hokage was abysmal, the third wouldn't be so foolish as to provoke like this, would he? But now Kakashi didn't have the leisure to consider all of this. His gaze was locked on the Anbu member, and then he pounced onto the back of the Anbu agent. Who's there? The spying Anbu agent sensed movement behind him and quickly turned around. But the next moment, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck, then lost consciousness, falling heavily to the ground. Indeed, everyone who enters the Anbu are elites, but there's a vast difference even among the elites. For instance, Kakashi's individual strength was far greater than a regular Anbu agent's. Looking at the unconscious Anbu, Kakashi sighed faintly. But in the next moment, he instantly felt a chilling aura locking onto him. This chilling sensation almost suffocated him, accompanied by an intense killing intent that surrounded him. However, this feeling vanished without a trace in an instant, as if it had never existed. At that moment, Kakashi finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that he must have been recognized. Naruto, your arm strength is too weak to smash the enemy. Sasuke, your leg speed is too slow, it will give the enemy a chance to exploit your weaknesses. Karin, you're also too bad, are your fists just for tickling the enemy? As Kaido continued to dodge the attacks of the three little guys, he couldn't help but mock and ridicule them. These three little ones weren't as bad as Kaido made them out to be in his remarks, in fact, they are quite decent among their peers. But they are only good among their peers. If they were compared to the era of Kaido and Shisui, they might not be up to par. This could be due to a shift in policy. After all, during Kaido's time, the war had not ended yet, and all the village's policies were geared towards serving the war. Even Narayanako, who was a bit lazy, had very impressive grades back then. Growing up in such an environment, Kaido naturally used his own standards, which may seem a bit unfair to Sasuke and Naruto. But Kaido didn't care, and neither did Sasuke and Naruto. Although they were constantly mentally attacked by Kaido, they held on and continuously improved. Even Karin, who had always been clueless, was now incredibly focused. Although she didn't understand why Kaido was teaching her these things, her adaptability was always fast, and her sensing ability was extremely exaggerated. She could clearly feel what Kaido's chakra was like. Although Kaido's chakra was a bit cold and made people feel uncomfortable, it didn't have any malice. Since arriving at the Uchiha clan, she had investigated the chakra of others through her own sensing ability. As a result, she found that the chakra of everyone in the clan seemed to be the same. Somewhat cold and somewhat uncomfortable, but surprisingly without any malice. Underneath some people's cold chakra, she could even feel warmth. Like Shisui, his chakra was such a contradiction. Strange family, strange people. After figuring these things out, Karin could only lament this kind of family, but now it seemed that she no longer resisted these people in her heart. Back in the hidden grass village, she could clearly feel the malice others held towards her. The attitude of treating her entirely as a tool, as if never considering her as a human, filled her with both disgust and fear. Here, though Karin didn't know what the future held, at least for now, everything seemed pretty good. Thus, Karin began to exert effort. The trio was tormented quite miserably by Kaido, but under his continuous guidance, they began to show some noticeable progress. They also seemed to realize that they would never trouble Kaido if they each fought individually, so they must unite. Slowly, the trio's attacks began to show some semblance of coordination. Quite interesting indeed. Kaido noticed this and couldn't help but feel amused, even though such coordination was virtually useless against him. He could even, like Kakashi, casually read a book while dealing with them. After all, he also had a copy of Ika Ika Paradise. But he thought it best not to do so, at least not to leave any negative impressions on these little ones. This could be considered as showing them some respect. Suddenly, Kaido noticed someone heading towards him, which struck him as odd. But in the next moment, his expression changed slightly, and his aura exploded instantly, zeroing in on the figure approaching from a distance. He realized that this figure had attacked the Anbu shadowing Naruto. His sudden outburst, even some strong ninja could hardly withstand, let alone the three little ones before his eyes. The three children instantly felt a terrifying chill rushing at them. For a moment, they even found it difficult to breathe. But quickly, Kaido withdrew his aura. His face turned into a mix of bafflement and astonishment as he confirmed the identity of the incoming figure. Kakashi, why has he come, using transformation jutsu and even attacking the Anbu? Kaido never anticipated the situation turning out this way. He had been thinking of luring Kakashi over, only to find the man show up on his own. This left Kaido somewhat bewildered, but after some thought, he decided he still needed to meet with Kakashi. At least to clarify what had brought the man here in such a fluster. Take a break. Kaido turned to the three little ones, their faces pale, and with a gentle smile said in a soft voice. There's been a little unpleasant incident, and I need to handle it. Sasuke, take them back to the house and have your mother prepare some snacks to serve. Karin, don't let me find out you're using your sensing ability to eavesdrop. And you three did well today. Later, I'll have someone teach you some interesting stuff. That's all. Dismissed. Yes. Sasuke and the others had somewhat regained their composure, and they responded promptly. They then obediently ran towards the Uchiha clan's territory. After their departure, Kaido slowly walked towards Kakashi's location. Soon, Kaido saw the Anbu knocked unconscious by Kakashi, and Kakashi himself, who had returned to his original appearance. What's the matter? Kaido looked at Kakashi in puzzlement. What happened to make you rush over so recklessly? Kakashi looked at Kaido, still frightened. After a long while, he let out a deep sigh. I want to ask you a question, a very important question. Go ahead. Kaido felt increasingly puzzled. But along with this puzzlement, he seemed to have a strong premonition. He hadn't forgotten how he had urged Kakashi to do some interesting things. He hadn't met Kakashi much since then, and thus wasn't clear about Kakashi's situation. But after that, he had received a highly confidential piece of information, which, based on subsequent events, seemed to be genuine. He had been wondering who sent him this intelligence. He had suspected Kakashi, but he couldn't be sure why Kakashi would send it anonymously. But now, Kakashi's current state and behavior seemed to suggest that it was Kakashi who had sent the information. Indeed, as soon as Kakashi started speaking, Kaido was completely certain. Especially since Kakashi's words made his heart skip a beat. because he knew that all his arrangements might be about to come together. If I beg you to deal with the third Hokage, who is still targeting you, would you agree? Kakashi's words immediately confirmed for Kaido that the previous information had indeed been sent by him. Because Kaido had only discussed this with his family and the 6 clan heads. He had never mentioned it to anyone else, and on the surface, he even appeared to be cooperating with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Yet Kakashi was able to speak so precisely about this matter, which meant that the only one who could have leaked the information was Kakashi. Why ask this question? Kaido looked at Kakashi with an amused expression, then asked curiously, and why hide your identity? I don't trust you. Kakashi knew what Kaido was referring to. He spoke in a low voice, bluntly saying, this matter won't affect you at all, but it will me. I don't want to be a pawn in your game, but I must admit that I've been influenced by your illusion. Kakashi's words were sincere and suppressed, but his suppression did not affect Kaido in the slightest. In fact, Kaido's smile became even brighter. Although I did use an illusion on you, it didn't influence you, because it was just a simple illusion. Kaido extended his hand and patted Kakashi's shoulder, whispering to him. You chose to investigate because you desired to, not because of anything I did to you. You need to understand this. Of course, I appreciate your information, even if you don't trust me. But now I'm curious. If you don't trust me, then why did you come to me again? What's your purpose? Because I've found what you hoped I would find. Upon hearing Kaido's words, Kakashi's body trembled slightly again, just as it did when he saw those operation reports last night. The intense emotional turbulence made even Kaido frown slightly, as it was quite different from the Kakashi he remembered. I found the root operation reports. Although many things within them don't have the third Hokage's signature. But I believe they couldn't have happened without the third Hokage's tacit approval. And I also found the real cause of my father's death. As you said, all this is nothing more than a conspiracy. All this is just a farce to gain power and profit under the guise of for the sake of Konoha. Everything looks so righteous, yet everything is so dark, it's terrifying. The third Hokage is no longer fit to be the Hokage. I crave revenge, but I know I can't act rashly because he is the Hokage. If I act rashly, let alone whether I can succeed or not, if I fail, I won't have another chance. And if I succeed, it would be a devastating blow to Konoha, and to the Konoha my teacher, Obito, Rin, and my father strived to protect. At this point, Kakashi paused slightly. He looked up at Kaido earnestly, his eyes filled with a pleading expression. So, I can only turn to you. In the entire Konoha, only you would stand against the third Hokage, and only you have the power to do so. This power is not your eyes, but your control and mastery over the situation, as well as your ability to handle its aftermath. I've read the root operation reports. I've seen how they dealt with you. But all of that fell apart after your secret ascension. Even in the assault by the Uchiha, that nameless person and Root's joint strike, you counter-killed Danzo. And now, you're the only one in the village still being targeted by the third Hokage. So, I've come to you, because now, I can only turn to you. After finishing his speech, Kakashi just quietly looked at Kaido, while Kaido was at a loss for words. Kakashi's evaluation of him seemed somewhat excessively high. But upon reflection, Kaido realized that he was indeed quite adept at handling aftermaths. Regardless, the information from Kakashi made Kaido's heart bloom with joy. He knew that Kakashi was now steady, and more importantly, the fellow had actually found the Roots operation plan. Before this, Kaido had been worried that Hiruzen Sarutobi might have disposed of these documents. But now it seemed that Hiruzen did not choose to completely get rid of them, instead, he sealed and preserved them. What his purpose was, Kaido was not sure. Maybe he wanted to leave traces of Danzo, or perhaps it was Koharu Udaten and Homura Mito Kato who asked him to keep them. Kaido didn't know about these things, but he did know that keeping these records could prevent slander against Hiruzen's crimes. Moreover, not all of these documents were signed, but these materials had provided Kaido with more substantial evidence. Looking at Kakashi, Kaido then curiously asked, "So, did you find any documents related to your teacher and Naruto?" Teacher and Naruto? Kakashi was taken aback. He didn't know why Kaido had suddenly brought up this topic, but he still nodded. "I didn't find anything about my teacher, but I did find something on Naruto. There are no signatures, but the general operation plan is as you expected. I guess there might have been some conflict between the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura at that time, because I once stopped Danzo from assassinating the Hokage. But I think the Hokage tacitly allowed it. Otherwise, someone like Danzo could not have acted without facing backlash. It seems that our Hokage has indeed done quite a lot." Kaido smiled, not surprised by this. After all, he also knew about Danzo's attempt to assassinate the Hokage. Moreover, this assassination attempt had led to a very famous scene: "Danzo, you've gone too far, I am the Hokage." However, Kaido wasn't particularly interested in this dog-eat-dog scenario. Both of them were the type of people who preached principles, but had their own agendas at heart. Of course, replacing the term principle with Konoha might be more appropriate. Looking at Kakashi, Kaido pondered for a moment, then finally spoke quietly. "It's a pity you didn't find any information about your teacher, but there's something I need to discuss with you." "What is it?" Kakashi furrowed his brows. He didn't know what Kaido's attitude was at this point, but he felt like he didn't have much of a choice now. "Regarding your teacher's death, I heard some interesting comments. Would you be interested in hearing them?" "Feel free to speak, Chief Kaido." If Kakashi wanted to listen, then naturally Kaido would not hide anything. Even though he was well aware that his words were all fabrications, and there was no necessity to speak them now, Kaido needed time to process. He had to seriously contemplate how much of the resources in his hands were needed, and to what extent he should execute this matter. Originally, Kaido was dealing with these matters with a somewhat uncertain attitude, thus he kept an ambiguous stance on whether Kakashi could find those pieces of intelligence. If they couldn't be found, Kaido would persuade Kakashi in another way, getting him to expose Hiruzen Sarutobi's experiments on the first Hokage's cells. This was what he and the 6 clan heads planned, basically the most prudent method. However, now he suddenly found that he held more cards in his hand, and if he didn't use them properly, it would be a loss no matter how one looked at it. With the cards in hand now, I'm afraid Hiruzen Sarutobi wouldn't even have a chance to counterattack. While Kaido recounted everything Uchiha Fugaku once told him, he was also rapidly pondering in his mind. But those pieces of evidence are still in Hiruzen's hands, hence Kakashi is the key. Whether it's finding those pieces of evidence, or his own significance as a witness, both are of immeasurable importance. So, completely winning him over, getting him to bring out all those pieces of evidence, this is the most important thing for all of us. Seems like some things need to be disclosed to him, and I also must get him to hand over those pieces of evidence to me." As Kaido was contemplating all this, he had finished speaking. The expression of Kakashi, who had been attentively listening to all this, was no different from the faces of the 6 leaders who heard everything last night. Moreover, Kakashi seemed more sorrowful and shocked now. His gaze was fixed on Kaido, his body couldn't help trembling. After a while, he asked with a slightly weak voice. "Is everything you said true?" "I don't know." Kaido decisively shook his head. He looked at Kakashi calmly and spoke softly. "Because I also only heard about it. Right now, I'm just telling you what I heard. After all, you are his disciple, and I'm not." Kakashi was silent upon hearing this, facing this question he didn't know how to answer. But Kaido could see that Kakashi seemed to be truly moved by his words, because people can truly become unrecognizable when corrupted by power. "As for your request for my help..." Just as Kakashi was silent, Kaido spoke again, and his words made Kakashi tense up. I'm sorry, but I can't help you alone. As I've said, I've already gotten what I wanted, and so I don't wish to get involved further. Kaido's words made Kakashi feel as if his blood had frozen, because he never expected such an answer. Why, isn't he also targeting you, targeting the Uchiha? Unable to bear this situation, Kakashi seemed to lose control and shouted out loud. His voice was so loud it even startled the birds nesting here. You're losing your composure, Kakashi. Seeing Kakashi in such a state, Kaido couldn't help but shake his head with a laugh. As the disciple of the fourth Hokage, you should be calmer. As a shinobi, you need to be calm too. I said I can't help you alone, but I never said that I wouldn't help you when others are aligned with me. Kakashi, your understanding of Konoha is still too shallow. You really don't know how much anger this current Hokage has provoked. Having said this, Kaido paused slightly, then his gaze shifted towards the Hokage's rock. As it stands, quite a few clans wish to do something about the third Hokage with me. I have agreed to this. After all, dealing with the Hokage will not be a simple task, especially considering there are so many things we need to think about. For example, how can we make our Hokage step down from his current position without shaking the foundation of Konoha? At the same time, we also need to consider what kind of response we should make to minimize losses in case the Hokage fights back desperately. And after we succeed, who should be elected as the new Hokage to stabilize the situation as quickly as possible? Kaido paused here momentarily, then patted Kakashi before slowly continuing. So, you're not calm enough. You came to me alone hoping that I could help you, but have you considered what just the two of us can do? Obviously, we can't do anything, and might even cause great chaos within Konoha. However, I must admit, without your evidence, it would be hard for us to do anything. From the beginning, we needed you. We needed you to help us verify, to help us catch someone. Kakashi listened to Kaido's words in stunned silence, feeling somewhat ashamed because he hadn't thought things through. His heart was already filled with anger and hatred. If it weren't for his considerations for Konoha, he might have assassinated Hiruzen himself. At the same time, he felt somewhat relieved. Luckily he had come to find Kaido, otherwise, he would have caused a huge mess. After some thought, Kakashi seemed to realize something. He asked, "The person you want me to catch, is it A? I don't know who you're talking about. My information comes from Orochimaru." Kaido looked at Kakashi calmly and spoke softly. "He told me that you know of a survivor of his experiments in Konoha, one who can use wood release. I don't care who this guy is, but I know that you are aware of all this. It must be him, he's the only one who can use wood release now." Kakashi slowly nodded. He didn't ask how Kaido had made contact with Orochimaru, because none of that mattered to him. What mattered was that he now knew what to do. What mattered was that he could see the dawn of a resolution for this matter. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi seriously looked at Kaido. He hesitated for a moment, then finally asked in a low voice. "May I ask, just how many people are involved in this?" "You should ask, how many clans are involved in this?" A gentle smile curled at the corners of Kaido's mouth. He lightly patted Kakashi's shoulder, then spoke softly. "You can imagine that all 7 of the highly influential clans in Konoha have joined in. And you can also imagine that if you deceive us, we won't hesitate to eradicate you and anyone connected to you. Don't think I'm threatening you, and don't feel resentful, because from the moment you came to me and started discussing this matter, you've already joined a war." Chapter 143, Chapter 143. Watching Kakashi's retreating figure, Kaido was incredibly calm. He did not regret saying such heavy words to Kakashi, even though he actually quite liked Kakashi's character. However, there were some things he simply had to say. Because at this moment, they were truly in the midst of a war. This war was somewhat unusual. Perhaps it would be a purely bloodless political struggle, but whoever lost likely had no future. And if they failed to control the intensity, or if there was intense resistance from Hiruzen Sarutobi's side, then it would become a high-intensity conflict within Konoha. Such a confrontation was definitely destined to be bloody, for it had escalated into a real life-or-death battle. Kaido did not know exactly how far things would go, but he knew that there could not be any mistakes at this stage. Kakashi was crucial, incredibly so. He was the one holding the secrets, he was the one capable of dealing a fatal blow to people like Hiruzen Sarutobi. He held the location of the key, and only he could retrieve this key. I wonder how he will manage to get Yamato out, and how much time it will take. Kaido rubbed his chin, but quickly he grew tired of thinking about such things. This task indeed required time, and Kakashi couldn't rush and capture Yamato immediately. There were many things they themselves still needed to handle, like the Nara going to meet the daimyo taking time, or Inyazuka and Abarame needing time to set things up in Konoha. If Kakashi went crazy and caught Yamato the next day, Kaido and the rest would probably have a major headache. Nevertheless, Kaido had received great news today, and Kakashi had handed over the files he had obtained. These files did not contain much about the experiments, but they did involve Hiruzen Sarutobi, giving Kaido more room to maneuver. Shaking his head, Kaido was too lazy to think about all this. What he needed to do now was pass the current information to his 6 partners. This matter required thorough communication with them, not to mention, letting them know that he had managed to handle Kakashi was quite beneficial to him. But there's been a lot going on recently, I've unknowingly mixed up so many things. Kaido had more on his plate than he had expected, with dealing with Hiruzen Sarutobi being a major concern. This was Kaido's most pressing matter. Although he had mostly completed this task, as long as Hiruzen Sarutobi was still in power, everything had to continue. For instance, to guard against Hiruzen Sarutobi or his interest group resorting to desperate measures, they needed to prepare for battle. In addition, the experiments on Shisui and Fugaku should also proceed. It had been a long time since their first experiment. As a person who had opened the path to ascend to godhood by restoring bloodlines, Kaido could already feel that Shisui and Fugaku had largely adapted to the impact of the power. Thus naturally, they should proceed with the second experiment, and this time, the dosage might even be increased. However, Kaido felt that the experiment would have to wait until the matter with Sarutobi Hiruzen was settled, lest a high-intensity reaction occur during the experiment rendering them unable to fight. For Kaido, that would be a super unprofitable deal. Just because the experiment was postponed, the preparation for it couldn't stop. Things like adjusting dosages would have to be carried out and performed in advance. And Kaido had always been pondering how to replicate the White Zetsu arm and mass-produce it for future use within the whole clan. But these things really touched on his area of ignorance. After all, in his previous life, he was but a liberal arts student. He truly didn't understand the science and engineering stuff. He could only hope that the medical ninjas in his clan could handle these things well. If all else fails, wait until Uchiha Shisui is alright and then directly take control of Orochimaru. If not, I'll look for opportunities to meet with Madara later. Seeking out Madara was the last resort, but it was also one of the most effective methods. The problem was, if Kaido went to find Madara and collected the White Zetsu with a clear purpose, Madara would know Kaido's intentions as long as he wasn't foolish. Even if Madara was a fool, Black Zetsu was not. Therefore, attacking Madara was truly Kaido's last option. With the experiment issues considered, Kaido then had to think about the security department. Barring accidents, the security department would start recruiting new people today, and after that, various clans would send their own people over to the department. Even if Kaido let Shisui and Fugaku handle these matters, he couldn't possibly leave everything to them, especially when it came to the clan ninjas. He couldn't possibly ignore all of it, or else disaster would strike. Having sorted out the clan and village affairs, he still had a ton of external matters to deal with. The channel to Hashigakure had just opened. He could sell arms there without any constraints, and since the place was chaotic enough, he could also send hired ninjas over there to make money. In fact, Kaido thought participating in mercenary wars was not a bad idea, as the elites within the clan could grow from such experiences. Though the chances of unlocking Mangekyo Sharingan were extremely slim, the basic abilities and the use of Sharingan all had room for improvement. As long as there were strong people watching over them, there wouldn't be any problems. However, selling arms is not enough. One Hashigakure village can't swallow such a large quantity of goods. Kaido stroked his chin, musing in his mind. Overthrowing the third Hokage might ease his financial situation a bit, but it was nowhere near enough, especially when they had to share the profits from selling arms. This was a bond connecting the clan, so this business couldn't stop. Especially now with other clans joining in, this further enhanced their power but also meant they'd have to spend more money. Anyway, this money doesn't necessarily all have to be invested in the security department. It can also be used to nurture the clan later. The security department needed to grow, the clan itself also needed to grow, and growth required money. Just thinking about this, Kaido felt even more urgently the need to open up new arms markets. All these complex issues combined were truly giving Kaido a headache, because there were just too many. "Uncle, you were looking for me." In the Nara clan, Nara Yanako walked towards Nara Shikaku's house with a look of resignation. Early in the morning, this uncle of hers had sent a message through Shikamaru to come over, leaving her no choice but to grudgingly get up, abandoning her plan to enjoy a lazy morning. Truth be told, she was quite satisfied with her current life. After all, there wasn't too much to do. And since their mission team had been disbanded, she stayed home helping with clan affairs, which were not too bothersome or tiring, and she was quite happy with this arrangement. But her uncle didn't seem to want her to have it so easy. He had proposed several times that she should get more training. For example, he suggested she should help him at the administrative department, which gave Yanako a headache. What was there to like about going to such a boring place? Let's not even mention the unfamiliar environment. Just the type of work the administrative department dealt with was hard to get passionate about. Moreover, the administrative department was her uncle's turf. Although she could get special treatment there, her uncle was quite strict. In other words, she'd likely have to work diligently alongside other clan elders in the administrative department, with no chances to slack off. Today, her uncle called her over, and Yanako was afraid it was going to be another such proposal. How could she not feel uncomfortable about it? "You're here, sit down." Nara Shikaku looked at Yanako's demeanor and knew what she was thinking. He couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Yanako obediently sat down, then lowered her head and fell silent, looking like she'd maintain the same attitude no matter what was said. But to her surprise, Nara Shikaku's first words made her raise her head. "I wanted to ask you, what are your specific thoughts about your old classmate?" "Old classmate?" Yanako looked at Nara Shikaku in confusion. After a while, she asked uncertainly, "Kaido?" "Yes, Uchiha Kaito." Nara Shikaku nodded. The youngest clan leader of the Uchiha, and the stirrer of the Leaf Village's situation. Hearing her uncle's words, Yanako didn't know what to say, especially about the stirrer of the Leaf Village's situation, which left her speechless. Of course, she couldn't deny that Kaido was indeed a stirrer of the Leaf Village's situation, because what he did really turned the situation of the Leaf Village upside down. But why was her uncle mentioning him now? Had he done something else? Yanako began to think carefully. In fact, Kaido had been quite behaved recently. Aside from taking out a group marked as remnants of the Root Department, it seemed he hadn't done much else. And, according to Leaf Village's understanding, it was the remnants of the Root who attacked Kaido in an attempt to avenge Danzo. This really didn't have much to do with Kaido. Could it be the security department? Suddenly, Yanako had a sharp intuition about something. Her uncle would never let a chance go by unnoticed, so there must be some hidden information here, things she had noticed but hadn't thought about in detail. And this information likely came from the security department, as the changes in the department were truly profound, particularly the rapid improvement in their reputation. While Yuniko admitted, a lot of this definitely stemmed from changes within the security department itself. After all, when Yuniko was free, she specifically watched how the current security department handled things. It has to be said that the security department's performance is markedly different from before. They used to be infamously iron-faced and possessed that unique Uchiha arrogance. Anyone would be angry or disgusted seeing that attitude. But the security department's behavior now can be divided into two types. If you've committed a small offense, they act just like your relatives or neighbors. They talk to you nicely, explain what you've done, and then punish you with simple tasks like sweeping the street, or even just a sincere apology might let you off. If your crime is serious, they strictly adhere to Leaf Village's rules and regulations to punish you. Of course, even so, they will tell you exactly what you did wrong, what rules of the Leaf Village you violated, and what kind of punishment the rules call for. With such practices, even those severely punished wouldn't blame the security department, because after all, they are just enforcing the law. Yuniko herself was surprised that just by changing a very minor rule informing the offender of everything they need to know could result in such a big contrast. Perhaps this is human nature. Yuniko felt this was harder than logically analyzing a situation, something she was not particularly good at. Aside from the security department's changes, Leaf Village hadn't missed a beat in spreading the word, otherwise, the image of the security department couldn't have been turned around so quickly. However, being so proactive in cooperating with the security department to improve its image was really incredible. Suddenly, Yuniko furrowed her brows, sensing something might be wrong. "Uncle, before I answer your question, I want to ask you something." Yuniko looked at Shikaku with a furrowed brow. Did something happen in the security department? Otherwise, the Hokage wouldn't cooperate so willingly with Kaido, right? Indeed, clan leader Kaido had reached an agreement with the Hokage. After all, clan leader Kaido wanted to expand the security department. He even asked me about it, but I didn't agree for the time being. The disagreement between clan leader Kaido and the Hokage is quite deep, so the Hokage played a few tricks. Shikaku nodded with a smile and then slowly began to speak, only to be interrupted by Yuniko before he could finish. Proactively helping the security department boost its reputation, and when the department wanted to recruit, the Hokage arranged for his own people to discreetly join the force. Kaido had approached you, uncle, indicating his intention to recruit clan ninjas. By then, a large number of clan ninjas would be mixed with civilian ninjas. He would have to favor the clan ninjas, and especially those from his own Uchiha clan. As for the civilian ninjas, Yuniko's face had changed by the time she got to this point, and Shikaku couldn't help but nod slightly. His niece was truly sharp. Such scanty information, and she had seen through it. She was undoubtedly his cousin's daughter. But seeing his niece with such a worried look, he couldn't help but find it a little amusing. It was a rare sight on this niece of his who always appeared calm and indolent. "Don't worry, your old classmate is sharper and harder to deal with than you think." Shikaku shook his head lightly, a smile creeping onto his face. He's already thought of a way to handle this, and prepared the means to do so. Even I am standing by his side now. But my opinion of your old classmate is only based on what I've seen, while you've spent much more time with him. Though it's not the first time I've asked you, I still want to know your opinion of clan leader Kaido. In your view, what kind of person is he? He is intelligent, can appear cunning at times, but is also a very reliable person. Yuniko didn't hesitate for long this time and spoke earnestly to Shikaku. This is my perception and understanding of him from knowing him at school, and then being teamed up with him again. He's not a traditional Uchiha, he has always been considerate of others' feelings. Of course, this is the Kaido I see from my perspective. He is now the leader of the Uchiha clan, perhaps his mentality has changed. Yuniko did not make definitive statements, but everything she said was considered from her own perspective. Seeing this, Narashikaku couldn't help but nod seriously, then he suddenly spoke with utmost earnestness. You're right, people do change, just as some people might, driven by power, harm those they love most. Upon hearing Narashikaku's words, Narayuniko was filled with questions. Although his words were correct, her uncle made her feel like he was implying something more, as if there was a hidden message. But regretfully, her uncle stopped talking at this point, which left Yuniko feeling somewhat disappointed. Because she always felt that there might be something momentous in there, but the next moment she couldn't bring herself to pry. So, in order to understand Uchiha Kaito well, I plan to send you to the security department. The security department? Me? Yuniko pointed at herself incredulously. Yes, you. Narashikaku nodded seriously, then said with a smile. After all, you are familiar with him, and I have also promised him to have members of the Nara clan join. Of course, it's not just you alone, there will be many others with you, because your old classmate's ambition is quite grand. Great ambition. Narayuniko looked at Shikaku somewhat helplessly, sighed, then muttered softly. Even uncle says he's ambitious. Do you think he can handle it? And why are you joining him in this madness, uncle? Because I believe he can handle it, and his ambition is grounded in rational rules and expansion. Narashikaku's smile remained bright, he completely ignored the resentful look in his niece's eyes. He had seen plenty of such expressions from his son. Maybe it's better not to call it ambition, but what he does forces me to think and speak this way. Yuniko twitched at the corner of her mouth, not knowing how to respond to her uncle's words. And she had this nagging feeling, had she been sold out? Oh, by the way, when I said I'm with him, I meant that we're in a partnership now. This partnership is multifaceted, and it can help the clan become better in every aspect. Even your father is involved, and in a few days, he's going to the capital of the Land of Fire to meet their daimyo. Now Kaido wants to set up a basic framework for the security department. I've promised him before, and I won't slack off this time. So, as your former teammate, and you two still maintain a good friendship, I really can't think of anyone else more suitable than you for this task. So, I'm entrusting this matter to you. Yuniko looked at Narashikaku's full-faced smile, savoring his words about a multifaceted partnership in her mind. She sighed inwardly. Just as expected, she had been sold out by her uncle. Hey, hurry up, or we'll be late. What's the rush? Even if we get there, we might not have a chance. I'll go ahead and check it out. Wait for me. On the main streets of Konoha, many people were rushing towards the outskirts of the bustling part of Konoha where they seldom went, and clearly, most of these people were ninjas. Today was a rest day, whether for students or ninjas, apart from the ninjas on duty, patrolling, and those on rotating government service. What they hadn't expected was to see an announcement first thing in the morning that left everyone surprised. That was, the security department would begin recruiting ninjas of all ranks from today onwards. Once they passed the security department's assessment, they could join the department as a member. If this news had been released a year ago or even half a year ago, perhaps not many people would have been truly interested. Back then, the security department was notorious, no one was willing to suffer there, not even those living in the most difficult circumstances would have considered it a priority. However, with the continuous changes in the security department now, especially the transformations that have occurred in the past half year, everyone could see it. The security department was indeed improving, even exceeding the average person's imagination. Because the members of the security department had gone from being universally despised to now being somewhat respected by everyone. There was someone who had encountered a member of the security department during a break, or rather, he had been dealt with by this member of the security department. At that time, he thought he was in trouble, even though rumors had already started circulating about the changes in the security department. But these were just rumors, and everyone didn't know what would happen when it came to them. To his surprise, he found that the current conduct of the security department was indeed just like the rumors suggested. This made him realize one thing: the security department had really changed. So, during his break, he came across a member of the security department who was off duty and he started a casual chat with him. At first, he was worried that this member of the security department would ignore him. After all, that guy was a Uchiha. The result, however, left him feeling amazed. This Uchiha from the security department was still very polite, and they even had a great chat. When he asked why did the security department undergo such a change, the member of the security department didn't hide anything. It's because of our clan leader, who is also the head of the security department. He explicitly told us, apart from being Uchihas, we are also members of Konoha. To gain respect from others, we must first respect others. The clan leader personally formulated the disciplinary rules and guidelines for the security department, and we strictly follow them. At first, we didn't quite understand, but now we do, and we all really enjoy doing this. This response surprised him. Naturally, he knew who the current leader of the Uchiha clan was. After all, who could forget that once genius youth of Konoha, who even led his clan to pressure the Hokage? He never expected that this young clan leader could bring such positive changes to the clan and the department. Even the third Hokage, who had once confronted him, seemed to have let bygones be bygones. It was clear that the clan leader at the time did not kill the wrong person. After all, that guy named Danzo has been defined as a traitor of Konoha, and an unforgivable one at that. This guy shared his conversation with the security department ninja when boasting to his friends, and this news spread quickly to every corner of Konoha. Also due to this incident, many people have become increasingly curious about the security department, especially the department's code of conduct and operation guidelines, which many people are eager to get a glimpse of. However, it was inevitable that the security department could not agree to such requests, leaving countless people feeling regretful. The security department has been improving, gaining more and more respect. In fact, some residents would almost always directly seek the department's help when they encountered problems. And the security department, unless they were absolutely unable to help or lacked the time, they would certainly step in to assist, which filled people's hearts with admiration and aspiration for this department. However, all members of this department were from the Uchiha clan, and there was absolutely no chance for outsiders to enter, leaving these people somewhat disappointed. Who wouldn't want to be respected by everyone? The security department is now clearly a respected profession, and joining it would naturally mean being respected by all. And today, the security department suddenly announced that it would accept non-Uchiha members. How could such news not shock everyone? Without the need for more words, almost everyone rushed towards the security department, especially when they saw that the department's income and benefits were not low. Formally hired individuals could even learn some ninja techniques. Even if they knew that the conditions for joining the security department might be stringent, they couldn't help but try. For a time, the entrance of the security department could be said to be bustling with people, and the registration was incessantly ongoing. This made the entire security department filled with mixed emotions of happiness and helplessness. After all, the arrival of so many people naturally meant that they were doing a great job, and everyone believed in them. And even if only a few people were to be recruited, it was enough to share their current workload. But now there were so many people, and they didn't have enough personnel at the security department. They needed to patrol and deal with other matters, and the number of people who stayed behind wasn't large. Even using shadow clones, they were overwhelmed. Lord Clan Leader, what should we do now? In the security department's office, Fugaku and Shisui looked at Kaido with bitterness all over their faces. Though their faces looked helpless and pained, the joy in their eyes was clear. They, like everyone else, were the embodiment of pain and pleasure. After all, the feeling of being recognized and trusted by others was really great. Well, I'm out of ideas too. I didn't expect there would be so many people. Doesn't this mean we're doing a good job? Kaido spread his hands to express his helplessness. He wasn't being modest, he really had no solution, even using shadow clones. What could he do? Could they possibly learn from Naruto and perform the multiple shadow clone technique? Leaving aside whether they had the ability, just the overload of information they would receive after the clones dispersed could put them in the hospital for a few days. Kaido dared to leave a shadow clone in Konoha for so long mainly because his physical constitution and spiritual power were strong enough, otherwise, he wouldn't have dared. Looking at the busy figures, and the people outside continuously filling out applications, Kaido nodded silently in his mind. He didn't have to come here, but today was the first time the security department started recruiting outsiders. He felt he needed to come and see how things were going. So, he left a shadow clone to drag Naruto and the others who had already gone to rest out for more training, and then rushed over in person. But looking at it now, his worries seemed a bit excessive. Everything at the moment was so satisfactory. Has that brat started recruiting? Within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured to himself as he looked at the report in his hands. However, he didn't pay it too much attention. After all, he had already made arrangements for this matter. If Uchiha Kaito dared to recruit, then he was naturally confident in placing his own people within. A strange feeling always lingered in his heart because things had gone too smoothly this time around. Uchiha Kaito used the excuse of dealing with the remaining nuisances from the massacre, pressuring Konoha to provide sufficient financial support and even wanted the village to help him recruit. While these actions didn't align with Sarutobi's planned course of action, they did align with the outcome he had envisioned. Konoha wouldn't provide the money, but they could help him recruit. Sarutobi's response was fitting for his status and position. However, it was the smooth progression of events that left Sarutobi feeling uneasy. After all, the smoother things went, the more likely problems would arise. The issue was that Sarutobi could not figure out what had gone wrong. He had once suspected a mole within his ranks and also pondered whether Kaido had thought of a way to break his scheme. Thus, he had invested significant efforts in rooting out any moles. His primary focus was the Anbu, and he first cleared those he trusted, including Kakashi. The investigations of the others also returned clean. This put his mind at ease somewhat. After careful consideration and seeing no apparent countermeasures from Kaido, he finally reassured himself that it was merely a coincidental result, and things were not as bad as he had initially thought. But this kid really has some nerve, having Naruto constantly visiting the Uchiha clan. Who would believe there's no ulterior motive? Sarutobi looked at the report in his hands and tossed it aside in frustration. In his eyes, Uchiha Kaito was an ambitious brat. Starting with the security department's expansion and then Naruto, anyone would suspect ambition if they saw this. He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was the Hokage of Konoha, and Konoha was his village. How could he trust and be at peace with someone so ambitious, someone who could bring unrest to his village? Sigh. However, Sarutobi sighed deeply soon after, realizing that he couldn't openly confront the Uchiha and the security department at the moment. His approach couldn't be as overt as Uchiha Kaito's. He needed to consider what was best for Konoha. For Konoha, I will bear it for now. You can gloat all you want, but let's see who will have the last laugh. Whether it's your security department, your clan, or even your eyes. So, you're saying that Kakuzu and Hiden's mission failed, and they are dead, correct? Within the Rain Country, Pain's Rinnegan surveyed each person present. These individuals were a mix of vibrant phantoms and bodies physically present, all appearing particularly solemn at this moment. Because, their organization, Akatsuki, had suffered losses. Although the demise of a member wasn't an uncommon occurrence after all, being a ninja meant living a life of tasting blood on the blade's edge. It wasn't surprising if one day they were alive and well and the next, abruptly dead. However, this instance was slightly more severe. Their attackers were anonymous individuals from an unknown organization. Crucially, not only had these attackers defeated Kakuzu and Hiruzen, they also managed to defeat Orochimaru. The sudden emergence of such an enigmatic and formidable organization in the shinobi world was bound to catch the attention of Akatsuki. Assuming nothing unexpected happened, they should be dead. I've inspected the scene. Although I didn't find any bodies, the level of devastation. Orochimaru began to speak, unconsciously licking his lips at the recollection. That damage spanning hundreds of meters, with a width nearing half a meter, and cracks crisscrossing across the ground, that wasn't something just anyone could do. Such an attack, so overwhelmingly powerful it left one breathless. He was convinced that such power could only be produced by Susanoo. After all, he was sure that their adversary was Uchiha Kaito. Only a person with such a pair of eyes could cause such terrifying destruction. Do you know who they are? Pain, after a moment of silence, gazed at Orochimaru indifferently before asking, "Are they specifically targeting us?" "I don't know who they are. I was no match for them, so I chose to retreat after our encounter." Orochimaru licked his lips. He had no intention of divulging his knowledge to Nagato, for he had never fully trusted Nagato. His entry into Akatsuki was primarily aimed at Nagato's Rinnegan. Beyond that, he really wasn't interested in anything else. So, he wasn't going to spill any secrets or share any intel for now. However, I do know that they hire war mercenaries. Their actions are merely for monetary gain. War mercenaries. Pain's expression remained indifferent upon hearing this news, but Nagato, the one controlling Pain, raised an eyebrow. War mercenaries naturally worked for money. Could it be that the opponent's actions were simply due to differing factions within the mercenaries? Nagato was uncertain about this, but he knew he had to thoroughly investigate the matter. Killing Akatsuki members, especially those who continuously raised funds for Akatsuki no matter what, he needed to gain some understanding of such individuals. If possible, he hoped to recruit them. After all, Akatsuki was short-staffed, and if the opponent was powerful, it would certainly be worth considering. Of course, if the opponent wasn't willing, he was equally willing to avenge his organization's members. After all, they had killed his most profitable member. For now, let's leave it at this. We'll seize an opportunity to investigate who they really are. After all, they've killed our members and caused our mission to fail. They must pay a price for this. Pain spoke with an aloof tone, his voice cold and attitude lofty, as if he were a deity himself. Furthermore, given the shortage of manpower in the organization, let's promote Uchiha Itachi from a standby member to an official one. BYJZ and his partner will begin gathering intel on the 3 tails and 6 tails in the Hidden Mist village. That's all, Pain declared, shutting his eyes without waiting for any responses. Orochimaru, too, swiftly cut the connection, his tongue flicking over his lips. He had been contemplating how to counter Uchiha Kaito when he was suddenly interrupted, which indeed left him disgruntled. Now that it was over, he wasn't willing to waste another second. Uchiha Kaito's power truly exceeded his expectations, a force he longed for deep within. But the fact that such a dangerous individual could handle 2 immortal beings, although not surprising, indeed stirred something within Orochimaru. The two could put up a fight even when combined with Orochimaru. He recognized their strength, but their sudden demise left him with mixed feelings. It appears that dealing with Uchiha Kaito won't be a simple task, Orochimaru sighed heavily. Although his plans had been laid out and he intended to utilize the formerly deceased against this foe, choosing the right candidate was still troubling. The best choices would undeniably be the Senju brothers, Hashirama and Tobirama. After all, hidden records showed that one of them could match Uchiha Madara, and the other had once eliminated a Mangekyou. Furthermore, Orochimaru had readily available cells to summon them, but the question was, how much power would they possess once revived? The real issue is that if I were to provide them with superior bodies, they might resist me once they're resurrected. Given that the technique was invented by Tobirama Senju himself, he pondered. Orochimaru was not willing to put himself in jeopardy. As a prodigy in ninjutsu, he knew every technique had its flaws, and he was well aware of the second Hokage's character. He believed that the second Hokage definitely possessed the ability to counter the reanimation jutsu. If the revived were too powerful, he wouldn't be able to control them, and they might even backfire. On the other hand, if they were too weak, it would be meaningless. It seems that I'll have to put in some effort, Orochimaru thought. After much deliberation, he finally made a decision. His tongue gently traced over his lips as an image of a figure with blazing scarlet eyes and a wild, unbound spirit appeared in his mind. Chapter 144, Chapter 144. So, you're now part of the security division. Sitting in his office, Kaido looked amusingly at Nara-Yanako in front of him, who had an expression of utter resignation. In truth, Kaido was somewhat surprised by Yanako's arrival, but he also knew it was to be expected, considering the unique relationship they shared. They had once been classmates and later became teammates. Even after the dissolution of their squad and their paths diverging, there remained a certain connection between them. Before Kaido became the clan leader and changed the Uchiha's fate, the Nara clan's warnings to the Uchiha were greatly facilitated by their relationship. Otherwise, even if the Nara clan wanted to warn the Uchiha about their current situation, there wouldn't be anyone able to deliver the message. Now that Kaido had changed the Uchiha and was even preparing to confront the Hokage, the Nara clan, being secret allies and partners of the Uchiha, were essentially on the same battlefront. Naturally, they would consider people with closer relationships to Kaido to lend personnel support. At the same time, the expansion and remodeling of the security division fully demonstrated Kaido's understanding of the division and his own ambitions. The beast-like organization that is the security division was unleashed under Kaido's command, and naturally, numerous positions were vacant, considering the Uchiha's limited numbers. At this time, Yanako, who was both capable and had a good relationship with Kaido, joining the security division seemed perfectly logical. Yes, although I didn't want to come at all. After all, it's much more comfortable staying at home every day, but I have no say once my uncle decided, Yanako sighed helplessly. She genuinely did not want to come, but she had no choice but to comply. But she was curious as to what her family and the Uchiha were up to and why their connection suddenly became so deep. Speaking of which, can you tell me what is going on? Just a while ago, my uncle said he needed to observe the situation, and now I have been sent here. Not only me, but quite a few others from the clan were also brought over. This doesn't look like simple cooperation. The Nara clan had brought quite a few people over, adding up to around 20. However, most of these 20 people were genin, with few chunin, and only Yanako as a jounin. But Kaido was truly delighted with their arrival because they were all administrative talents. Nara Shikaku was indeed astute enough. After seeing Kaido's plans, he immediately analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of his own clan. From Shikaku's perspective, although the security division appeared to be divided into 3 major departments on the surface, there were still many intricate workings within. The most straightforward point was that Kaido had divided all the personnel in the security division into 2 categories, one being field personnel or so-called outdoor staff. The other naturally handled various internal affairs and even constructed the administrative organs of the security division, the indoor staff. With such an understanding, Shikaku naturally knew what to do. The Nara clan did have some people with remarkable combat abilities, but he knew perfectly well what their real strengths were. Furthermore, with the security division expanding, there would naturally be no shortage of excellent outdoor staff, but indoor staff were truly not as easy to recruit. Therefore, he decisively sent those from his clan who performed well but had somewhat lacking combat abilities over here. This is for the future of his family and the clan. Likewise, this act has done a great favor for Kaido. Kaido, gleefully thinking of the talent that Nara had sent over, replied to Yanako with a laugh, "Indeed, it's not as simple as a mere collaboration, as this matter itself is immensely complex. You just arrived and are unaware of many things. This is normal. Your uncle probably wanted me to explain everything to you. But before that, you might want to have a look at this. You'll understand a part of the situation, he continued, pulling out a scroll and handing it to Unico. If Kaido were to mention the person he trusts the most in this world, it would be his teammate and mentor from his days as a mission ninja. Now, the number of people he trusts has grown, like Shisui, Fugaku, and his clan members. And of course, he still trusts Unico, the girl. Although he knows his trusting nature is not exactly advantageous in this dog-eat-dog world, he isn't a cold-hearted, self-centered individual. Unico quickly read through the scroll after receiving it. Her reading speed was impressively fast, and within moments, she had grasped the main content. When she finished reading, she seemed to have a better understanding of what her uncle meant by Kaido having ambitious plans. To be honest, her initial reaction to the content was a question: was her old classmate, her old friend, planning to wage war against Konoha? However, she restrained herself, not voicing her thoughts immediately. After all, even her uncle, the director of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, supported this. That must mean Kaido's plans were justifiable. Upon further thought, she realized, to her astonishment, that the security department did indeed possess such immense power. All Kaido did was bring this latent power to the forefront, optimizing and refining it further. Having thought this through, Unico looked up at Kaido. I think I understand now. You really do have some nerve, don't you? You only know part of it. I've always been audacious, Kaido grinned. He then took out 2 more scrolls and handed them to Unico. Take a look at these. The confidentiality level of these documents is extremely high. However, they are also the basis and reason for our cooperation. Unico nodded. She realized that her understanding of her old friend, her old classmate, was somewhat lacking. Perhaps he has grown up? But after such growth, is he still the Kaido she knew? With a soft sigh in her heart, Unico started seriously reading the 2 scrolls in her hand. The more she read, the stranger her expression became, and the more she understood Kaido's shrewdness. He had silently attracted her clan, the Yamanaka and Akimichi, together through beneficial means, selling weapons to the outside villages, countries, and even families. Not only that, he also managed to persuade his uncle, who then contacted Hyuga, Abarame, and Inyazuka, ready to launch a joint impeachment against the Hokage. Such an impeachment against the Hokage, Yanya had never heard or seen anything like it. But if all these families are coming together, it must mean they really believe they have a chance. She now understood why her father suddenly went to the capital of the Land of Fire. It was indeed to prepare for the impeachment of the Hokage. Yanya looked up slightly, her gaze on Kaido, who was smiling gently at her, was somewhat complicated, and she let out a deep sigh. It seems that Minister Kaido's achievements have far surpassed my imagination. I look forward to learning more from you in the future, Minister. Just call me Kaido. Of course, when others are around, you should call me Minister. Hearing those words from you does make me feel at ease. Kaido, seemingly oblivious to Yan Yi's subtle change in emotion, casually retrieved the scrolls, then laughed. We will learn from each other. After all, you are Yan Yi, the brain of our old team, and have helped me so much in the past. Now that you're here, I can relax a bit. This period has been tough, and I have truly experienced the oppressive feeling of work hard or die. Yan Yi watched Kaido, and she suddenly realized he seemed just like his old self. He was always like this in the squad, not disturbing the arrangement unless there was a matter of life or death. Now, he was the head of a large clan in Konoha, and also the head of the security department, yet he was still the same. Kaido. He doesn't seem to have changed much, only his living environment has. Kaido didn't know what Yan Yi was thinking, but he knew her presence would definitely be of great help to him. However, he didn't have the time to be happy about it. Apart from Yan Yat, people from other clans would also come, and Kaido had important tasks to accomplish. Kakuzu had been here for a few days, and he was still hiding in the forest. Kaido naturally had to deal with his issue. In addition, Kaido also had to inform all the clans involved in this matter about Kakashi's situation. Kakashi's stance could determine a lot. He had already agreed to cooperate and had even given him some of the evidence he had obtained. Kaido couldn't keep it from the others. Summoning a shinobi cat, Kaido notified everyone to meet at the usual place that night, then continued to handle his own affairs. It wasn't until dusk was about to fall that Kaido made his way towards the forest. As he was getting close to Kakuzu, he directly contacted his shadow clone. In an instant, a wealth of information filled his mind, details of his days spent with Kakuzu. Kaido found that Kakuzu had been rather well behaved during this period, spending his days in the forest as if he were rejuvenating. During the day, he would do some simple training, then go hunting. At noon, he would also do some training, then eat dinner and rest around 9 o'clock. This kind of lifestyle, in Kaido's eyes, was just like that of an old man. However, considering Kakuzu's actual age, it seemed quite natural. But why does it still feel so strange? Kaido rubbed his temple. He felt something was amiss, but was too lazy to overthink. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived before Kakuzu. "Prepare yourself. We are going to a place," he said, facing Kakuzu with the calm of a tranquil lake. "You've been in Konoha for a while now, I suppose you're curious about what we're asking of you." "Of course, I'm curious. After all, I've had a decent rest." Kakuzu nodded. He knew Kaido was coming when his shadow clone vanished, so his emotions remained unchanged. But continuing this rest isn't good. After all, such tranquility can make me forget the reason for my existence. Once I forget that, death isn't far away. Your pursuit is truly unique. Others exist to protect what they yearn for or to earn approval from others, Kaido said, chuckling a bit at Kakuzu's words. But you've placed all your focus on money, quite unexpected. Of course, not to say that's wrong. Have you ever considered how much you can earn from a black market mission or a war mercenary task? Or do you find more value in carrying out these tasks? Kaido was indeed curious, and this was an extremely crucial matter, as it could reveal Kakuzu's actual mental state and ideas. In order to make a profit from his war mercenary ventures and establish some connections, Kaido had learned quite a bit before embarking. For instance, war mercenary tasks are not as lucrative as one might think. One could only earn tens of millions per task, and if done repeatedly, possibly reaching hundreds of millions. But money in this world isn't as powerful as one might imagine, otherwise the police department wouldn't have such a large financial deficit. Since money isn't as valuable as imagined, and the reward for each mission isn't substantial, Kakuzu's obsession with money aroused Kaido's suspicion. Is he truly motivated by money, or does he seek a sense of purpose in executing these money-making missions? "You don't understand me at all, nor my experiences," Kakuzu replied solemnly after a moment of silence to Kaido's question. "I don't care about the purpose of a ninja's power or the experience of fighting, it's more of a burden to me. I used to serve my village and even attacked your first Hokage for its sake, almost losing my life. If your Hokage hadn't mercifully spared me, I would probably be fodder for wild beasts or anonymous bones buried beneath the earth. But when I returned to my village, all I received was betrayal. This betrayal shattered my faith and made me distrust everyone." "You're right. There are many things in this world worthy of trust, but for a loner like me, my options are limited. Money is the root of my survival, the silent yet trust-filled entity in this world. It is my faith, it is my bond. You told me once that for people like me, as long as there's a way to earn enough money, it's the same with anyone. So now I follow you because you promised me more wealth." Kakuzu's words left Kaido in silence. He found Kakuzu to be an exceptionally intriguing person. He could even say that money is filled with trust, and this point isn't wrong. Where would purchasing power come from if not from public trust in money? And this guy seems quite law-abiding. He always uses the term earning money to describe his actions, rather than expressing other means. This implies that even if he trusts money, to get it, he wouldn't overstep boundaries but would honestly abide by the rules to earn it. Upon careful consideration, although his tasks are villainous in the original storyline, as a ninja there seems to be no issue in carrying out these tasks. Thinking this, Kaido gave a slight nod. He then put his hand on Kakuzu's shoulder, speaking softly. I think I understand your point, and I can assure you that you won't be disappointed with your decision. After all, we're going to do big business, really big business. That's true, but can you remove your hand? Kakuzu looked at the hand on his shoulder, slightly frowning. If not for the fact he was not his match, he was ready to strike. I'm taking you somewhere. Naturally, I don't plan to use a slow method. Kaido lightly shook his head. Prepare yourself. This won't feel great. At the valley on the outskirts of Konoha, Narashikaku and others were waiting in silence. They had received the message from Kaido through the ninja cat. They didn't know why Kaido had summoned them, but they trusted it must be something important. Of course, the Inyazuka clan leader wasn't too pleased about the ninja cat. Being a dog-raising clan, they naturally didn't care much for ninja cats, but he didn't voice any objections. Like the others, he was pondering the reason Kaido had called them. But just as they were in thought, a sudden surge of noticeable chakra appeared before them, instantly putting everyone on high alert. Except for Narashikaku, everyone's eyes were firmly on the front. Before Narashikaku could say anything, two figures quietly appeared before them. Clan head Kaido. The clan heads present were taken aback at Kaido's entrance, but they all realized that Kaido must have used space-time ninjutsu. This truly seemed unbelievable to them. Although space-time ninjutsu was not an unknown existence in Konoha, it was known that only the second and fourth Hokages could use it. However, the difficulty and intimidation of space-time ninjutsu are unimaginable. To master such a technique would definitely make one a terrifying ninja. Kaido himself was terrifying enough, being the one who had mastered the Uchiha's most potent power. And now, he has also mastered space-time ninjutsu? Or is it that this space-time ninjutsu is his dojutsu, just like the one-eyed Uchiha who has mastered the power of space? The clan leaders were somewhat bewildered by Kaido's appearance, and they couldn't help but ponder in their hearts. At the same time, they noticed another person by Kaido's side. This person was extremely unfamiliar to all the clan leaders present. The person was dressed in a black robe, but he wore the forehead protector of the hidden village in the ridges. But the crucial point was that there was a slash on this guy's forehead protector. Such a practice was very uncommon, usually under two circumstances. One was that you had such authority that even if the forehead protector was in this condition and you didn't want to replace it, the village would have to grit their teeth and accept it. The other was even more straightforward: you were a rogue ninja who had betrayed your village. The influential figures of the hidden village in the ridges were well known to the people present, especially to Shikaku, who was all too familiar with them. Therefore, their first reaction was that this person was likely a rogue ninja from the hidden village in the ridges. Bringing a rogue ninja here, and even sending a formal message for them to come, it seemed that the identity of this rogue ninja might not be simple. I apologize for my tardiness, Kaido said with a slight smile as everyone was pondering. However, his voice seemed a bit rushed. Actually, Kaido had no choice. To give Kakuzu more awe and implicitly inform these clan leaders of his power, he simply used the void walk to travel. However, rushing all the way from the eastern side of Konoha to the northwest, crossing Konoha while avoiding populated areas to prevent chakra vibrations from drawing attention, was not an easy task. He had lost count of how many times he used the void walk. Thus, even his current physique was starting to feel a bit tired. Fortunately, his recovery ability, modified by the dark scythe and divine ascent, was beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. Within the time it took to say a sentence, he could already feel his state improving significantly. It probably wouldn't take much time to fully recover. "It's all right, we all just arrived not long ago," Higahayashi said, giving Kaido a slightly complex look before speaking seriously. "But clan head Kaido, is there something important tonight that made you summon us all here? And who is this person?" Higahayashi's question could be considered the question in everyone's heart. At the moment, their minds were indeed filled with doubts. Today, indeed, there are some very, very important matters to discuss, and not just one. Since everyone is interested in this fellow beside me, I suppose I should talk about him. His name is Kakuzu, once a professional black market ninja, and when I met him, he was a member of the same organization as Orochimaru. What? The revelation of Kakuzu's identity immediately stunned the clan heads. Being a professional black market dealer was not a big deal, many rogue and renegade ninjas chose to become black market ninjas. But if he was a member of the same organization as Orochimaru, that was a whole different story. Orochimaru was an extremely ambitious and arrogant man. He almost became the fourth Hokage of Konoha. However, for various reasons, he left Konoha and became a rogue ninja, which was a deeply regrettable affair. But even if he left Konoha, his character did not change. If he joined a ninja organization, it wouldn't be a simple one. And those within the same organization would definitely not be mediocre. In an instant, the gazes of the clan heads present at Kakuzu changed slightly. They were all wondering who this guy was, and what kind of abilities he had to allow him to be in the same organization as Orochimaru. "Kakuzu is very powerful, that's the conclusion I reached after fighting him. Even I only managed to win by a small margin," Kaido said as everyone pondered. However, his words caused Kakuzu to glance at him without any visible reaction. "A small margin? You unleashed a gigantic creature akin to Ashura against me, cleaving me until I was left with just my heart. Is that what you call winning by a small margin? Is that really winning by a small margin?" Kakuzu's mouth, hidden behind his mask, twitched a bit. Thankfully, the mask hid his expression from everyone else. The expressions of the other 6 clan heads present were also a bit strange. They might not know the extent of Kaido's strength, but the power he demonstrated was already unimaginable. Even if Kakuzu only faced the power Kaido had shown before, barely losing to him was quite terrifying. But, was this something a normal person could achieve? Clearly, they felt this was unlikely, almost impossible. They thought that this was probably Kaido being modest. But regardless, this fellow called Kakuzu had received Kaido's approval, which meant his strength was definitely not weak. But even if this guy was strong, what was his role? As I said earlier, Kakuzu is a competent, professional black market bounty ninja, and his actions and motivations are quite simple. As if reading the room, Kaido chuckled and began to speak. "That is money. For him, all he wants is money. As long as the price is right, or extra money can be added when necessary. Then, Kakuzu is absolutely a person you can trust. I felt and experienced this during our encounter." At this point, Kaido paused slightly, noticing the peculiar change in everyone's gaze towards Kakuzu. Actually, Kaido knew that those present might have never imagined, nor dared to believe, that a person like Kakuzu could be a money addict. If Kaido hadn't read the original work, he might not have believed it either. In fact, he didn't believe it before, otherwise, he wouldn't have asked such questions. But regardless, Kakuzu really is such a person. I know, maybe my description has some problems, but that's the truth. Kaido sighed slightly, then continued with a serious tone. Therefore, I made a decision, to invite Mr. Kakuzu to serve as our mission manager outside the Konoha village, for tasks we cannot publicly handle. I understand that all of you here are full of doubts and mistrust towards a stranger, so I have another decision. In the early stages of every mission, either I, Shisui, or Elder Fugaku will accompany Mr. Kakuzu on his assignments. Everyone, what are your thoughts? Inviting a stranger to participate in a mission can be hard to accept, and Kaido wasn't surprised at all. After all, even if he understood Kakuzu's mindset, he would still maintain the necessary skepticism. People are inherently doubtful creatures, it's not surprising at all. No one would easily offer trust without tangible results. Kaido himself was a prime example. Before he had fully adjusted the security department, if they didn't trust him, then they simply didn't trust him. It was only when the reputation of the security department started to turn around, that they slowly loosened up. And when they realized that Kaido truly understood the gravity of the security department's situation. And only after he had thoroughly restructured and transformed the security department, did they quickly provide new recruits. The remaining 6 people present eventually voted, 3 in favor, 3 abstaining. Essentially, there was no pressure to let Kakuzu pass. The abstainers were naturally the 3 who did not participate in the sale of supplies this time. Although they will participate in the future, this time they could wait and see the actual results. Now, Kakuzu also understood. It turns out he was brought back by Kaido not for some dangerous mission, but to help him transport and sell weapons. But on second thought, Kakuzu immediately understood why he needed to be brought back to transport these items. Firstly, these people definitely can't show up in person, it's highly likely that selling these things is illegal. The second point is that the goods they are transporting are likely to enter highly guarded places. For instance, the reason I was attacked this time is that Kaido and his group represent the Star Ninja Village. This little village is blockaded by the major countries, and even money cannot be spent. It seems Kaido and his comrades are setting their sights on these struggling ninja villages. Even some ninja villages have dissident families preparing for a rebellion or a coup, they could also buy weapons. In that case, these guys representing Konoha really can't show up to handle this, and my identity is actually the most suitable. At this point, Kakuzu only has one thing to say in his heart: can I get extra money? The huge profits from selling weapons, how could it compare to me doing missions diligently? No wonder Kaido asked me whether I like money or the feeling of executing a mission, the main reason lies here. Kakuzu really loves money. He can already imagine how much he can earn from executing a mission like this. Even if it's only 1 or 2%, it definitely won't be a small amount. Having understood these things, Kakuzu was no longer upset about being forcibly taken away by Kaido, or even about the destruction of his many hearts at once. Because at this moment, his mind is full of money. Only money can make him feel his existence's purpose. After settling the matter with Kakuzu, Kaido asked him to guard the main gate, and without a word, Kakuzu left. This money addict in the ninja world is still very diligent. At least after getting what he wanted and seeing the future, his performance is professional. Alright, now we can talk about the second matter. When Kakuzu had left, Kaido's expression became serious. He quickly pulled out several scrolls from his pocket and handed them over. Take a look. These were given to me by Kakashi. Kakashi. Kaido's words instantly changed the expressions of those present. They quickly opened the scrolls and began reading. After reading these action reports, their faces remained calm, but the anger in their eyes could not be concealed. Indeed, the look of wanting to stab someone could never be hidden. These action reports not only mentioned Sarutobi Hiruzen's actions against Sakumo Hatake, but also many clans and individuals were listed in this report. And the reason for their inclusion, without exception, is all for the sake of Konoha. This lofty reason, coupled with the actual motive of doing things for oneself, is truly chilling. After a while, they finally put down the scrolls in their hands, and all their eyes fell on Kaido. So it seems that Kakashi is planning to support us and cooperate with us. Narashikaku calmly asked, though his emotions were a bit frazzled, he was still able to maintain control. If there are no surprises, he will cooperate with us. Kaido nodded lightly, yet he didn't state everything outright, as nobody could predict if there might be any unforeseen circumstances. I've examined these action reports. Their content matches certain events that happened earlier, so we can confirm that these are all genuine. Kakashi seems very troubled by his father's death, and he is equally dissatisfied with everything his teacher's son is currently going through. That's why he's doing these things. He sought me out immediately after getting what he wanted. It seems that Kakashi is still level-headed, not directly using his ANBU status to assassinate the Hokage. Hyuga Hayashi also sighed lightly. He was somewhat familiar with Kakashi's father, or rather, he grew up listening to the tales of Kakashi's father. He especially regretted the death of this legendary swordsman, especially since such a legendary figure was killed by such a sinister petty person. Second Hokage, what kind of peculiar students have you tutored? Kakashi has always been level-headed. Don't forget, he is Konoha's most talented child. Narashikaku glanced at Hyuga Hayashi, then turned his gaze back to Kaido. So, did you disclose what he is now supposed to do? I told him that I am not the only one planning to confront the Hokage. I alone cannot handle the dignified third Hokage. Saying this, Kaido couldn't help but show a faint smile. However, this smile appeared more like a smirk to the 6 clan leaders present. If Kaido can't handle the Hokage alone, then naturally others are involved. To reassure Kakashi, they could only conclude that Kaido must have mentioned them. Upon understanding this, they felt a bit helpless. Kaido truly shares both benefits and blame. But it's already out there, and they are indeed in this together. According to Kaido's portrayal of Kakashi's stance, he probably won't betray them. Just the information in their hands is enough to get Sarutobi Hiruzen in serious trouble. However, I did warn Kakashi. I told him that if he dares to deceive us, including him and everyone close to him, we will eliminate them. Kaido quickly continued, his tone casual, not murderous. But anyone listening would feel a chill. Also, doesn't Sarutobi Asuma, Sarutobi Hiruzen's son, live in the daimyo's residence? Can we use him for something? Isn't that a bit too much? Perhaps influenced by Kaido's previous words, Akim Ichichza felt that Kaido seemed to imply they should target Sarutobi Asuma. Let's not talk about Asuma currently serving as the daimyo's guardian ninja, and he hasn't done anything wrong. If we lay a hand on him... You misunderstand, Lord Chzi. Before Akim Ichichza could finish speaking, Kaido interrupted with a touch of resignation. What I mean is, when our people meet the daimyo, can't we utilize the assumptions previously mentioned by Elder Fugaku, incorporating Asuma into the narrative? For instance, Asuma left Konoha because he couldn't accept his father's actions driven by power. I also heard that the Guardian Ninjas are quite discontented with the concept of dual gems of the Land of Fire. They believe that the only gem should be the daimyo. So, can we speculate that Asuma has accepted this idea due to his disapproval of his father's actions? Kaido's words struck a chilling note, penetrating deep into the hearts of all present, a sensation not unlike the time they heard him speak of the truth behind the 4th Hokage's death. They now truly perceived the depth of Kaido's cunning. He was ruthless at seizing opportunities to exploit situations. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo had been responsible for their fair share of devious maneuvers, as the reports they held testified, Kaido's schemes were far more ruthless and sinister. They felt that if this matter were to be widely known in the village, they would inevitably face Sarutobi Hiruzen's relentless quest to clear his name. He might even commit suicide to prove his innocence if they were to lose. I understand. I'll immediately send a message, prepare this matter well, and use it when necessary. Narashikaku, after some consideration, finally spoke up. After all, it didn't matter how much mud they slung at an enemy, especially a political adversary. Very good. So it's settled then. Kaido nodded with a light chuckle and finally spoke with some vigor. Gentlemen, we've prepared a comprehensive plan, now all we need to do is wait for all arrangements to be in place, and we can take action. We are not Danzo or the 3rd Hokage, using the banner of Konoha for their own ends. Everything we do is truly for Konoha. All right, and also for ourselves. Chapter 145, Chapter 145. What a disgrace! Upon returning home, Kaido felt a touch of embarrassment. He had actually been prattling on about ideals with a group of realist clan leaders. It's not that ideals cannot be utilized, but one must consider the individual in question when invoking them. Everyone harbors such thoughts deep within, but these seasoned clan leaders had long buried their ideals. They couldn't possibly use them as a rallying cry, given how their ideals had been bloodied and bruised by harsh reality. As clan leaders, they represented more than just themselves. Naturally, ideals had to give way to reality. As such, Kaido's not quite idealistic for Konoha lacked appeal to them. Even for individuals like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, the so-called for Konoha was just an excuse. Therefore, it would be better to discuss practical matters. After all, their actions, at their core, were for themselves and their clans. Never mind, even though it's indeed embarrassing, the necessary tasks have been accomplished, and arrangements made. All that's left is to wait. To impeach a Hokage through political means is an immense challenge, but it's not impossible nor void of opportunities. Opportunities favor those who are prepared, and all of Kaido's actions were preparations for this. Through today's conversations, besides conveying his own messages, Kaido also gathered information from the feedback of other clans. The Hyuga, Abarame, and Inyazuka clans had begun their preparations. The Hyuga clan was tasked with monitoring the Sarutobi clan, while the Abarame and Inyazuka were watching the Uzumaki and Uchiha. As for the Shimura clan, although it needed to be vigilant, Danzo had been very decisive when he joined the route. He had included all the elite of the Shimura clan, most of whom had been dealt with by Kaido unbeknownst to them. Kaido was somewhat taken aback by this news because he wasn't clear about the whole Shimura clan situation. Although the clan was mentioned in the original narrative by Senju Hashirama, they never seemed to make an appearance. Even after so many years in this world, Kaido hadn't come across many from the Shimura clan, let alone anyone exceptional. This was a stark contrast to the neighboring Sarutobi clan. Even the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans were faring much better than the Shimura clan. Now he understood, it seemed that Danzo had led the entire clan into the trenches. As for Lady Nara, Kaido knew from Yuniko that the Nara clan had dispatched her father. He was unsure about Kakashi's situation, but since Kakashi was already aware of his mission, he should be preparing and taking action. But there is one more troublesome issue now: where exactly is Jiraiya? Jiraiya was carefully selected by Kaido, groomed to be the new Hokage to overthrow the third. While Kaido was very sure that Jiraiya would not obediently take up the position of Hokage, as long as Jiraiya remained a ninja of Konoha, he didn't have much choice. Even if he wasn't willing to become the fifth Hokage, he could still serve as an interim 4.5 Hokage. This interim 4.5 Hokage, the acting Hokage, might even better meet the needs of the major clans compared to a legitimate fifth Hokage. But to prevent Jiraiya from causing trouble once he sat on the Hokage's seat, like frequently suggesting replacements, Kaido carefully contemplated the countermeasures. After all, we can use Orochimaru's pardon to persuade you to wait patiently until a truly suitable fifth Hokage emerges. Granting a pardon to Orochimaru was one of the most direct methods Kaido could think of, given that Jiraiya always used it as an excuse to stay out of Konoha. If Kaido pardoned Orochimaru, then what excuse would Jiraiya have for remaining outside? Did he also want to betray the village like Orochimaru? Aside from this, Kaido also thought of another way: to have a sincere talk with Jiraiya about his so-called beliefs and ideals. Jiraiya was indeed a very idealistic person, and there was no denying his ideals were lofty. However, ideals are just ideals, and ones that don't conform to reality are doomed to be harshly beaten by it. Jiraiya's life was essentially hijacked by his so-called ideal, always fantasizing about achieving peace through communication between people. But the reality is, without military power as a foundation, without interests as a guarantee, who the hell would have a sincere talk with you? Though Naruto did achieve the situation Jiraiya dreamt of in the future, a key element in it was Naruto's overwhelming power. If Naruto hadn't shown power beyond ordinary understanding during the Fourth Great Ninja War, how could other ninjas have respected him and acted according to his will? Moreover, a key point that Jiraiya might have overlooked was that he first nurtured Naruto's power before conveying his own thoughts. Individuals are like this, so how about the complex world of the many ninja villages? Without power, how could they possibly function? One person is deceived by a parable from a frog, it really makes one sigh. Kaido shook his head, he really felt a bit of pity for Jiraiya. He really liked Jiraiya in the original work, and was even tricked into shedding a lot of tears by the only bet Tsunade ever won. Therefore, he also planned to do something, whether it works or not, at least he did something. After all, he truly respected this person who kept striving for his slightly ethereal ideals. But while he respected him, Kaido had to remain cautious, because Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen were enemies. Who knows how he would view what he had done to his teacher, what kind of attitude he would have towards him. Of course, Kaido felt this was a low probability. After all, everything he did was reasonable and in compliance. He didn't believe that even if Jiraiya did consider him an enemy, once he became the Hokage and was controlled by the 7 major clans, what kind of wave could he possibly stir up? Forget it, no need to think so much. The important thing is to find this guy, and we have more pressing matters at hand. Kaido murmured softly, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the moonlight outside the window. Bathed in the hazy moonlight, Kakashi moved silently within the Anbu base. Today was supposed to be his day off, but after seeing those operation reports and encountering Kaido, he couldn't quite find the peace to rest at home. Honestly, he was aware that some in the Leaf Village might be dissatisfied with the Hokage. As a competent Anbu member, he had his fair share of such experiences. But it was today he realized that his understanding of this Hokage was indeed superficial. That the Hokage could provoke the combined resistance of the 2 major bloodline families and the 5 major secret technique families of the Leaf Village only highlighted the depth of resentment he had aroused. But this is good in its own way, only with many people can we genuinely remove him. Kakashi silently mused, though a crowd was just a precondition. They were still lacking many necessary elements to impeach the Hokage. The task was to prove that the Hokage had committed an unforgivable error. And, coincidentally, the one holding all the evidence was none other than Kakashi himself, making him the key to this impeachment. It's the first time I've realized, I am actually quite an important person. Whenever this thought crossed his mind, Kakashi couldn't help but offer a bitter smile. Yet, this was good in a way, as it meant he could personally avenge his father. His mission objectives were clear, only 2, but each was not simple. The first was to find a way to bring out the remaining operation reports from the Root Division. He was quite familiar with this task, having infiltrated the Hokage's office twice already. However, he couldn't rush this. To ensure there were no major issues, he had to coordinate it with the execution of his second task. And that second task was to locate Yamato's current squad and understand their mission plans for the upcoming period. Then he would seize an appropriate opportunity to capture this kid and secure the documents from the office, only then would he be able to complete all his tasks. It's safe to say that he needed to merge these 2 tasks together to ensure the highest degree of safety. Of course, it would be better if I could avoid a confrontation. I just wonder what Yamato is thinking. Kakashi quietly mused, if possible, he would indeed prefer not to resort to force, as his relationship with Yamato was quite good. Their acquaintance was due to Orochimaru's mission. Even though there had been misunderstandings and disputes due to certain special circumstances, they had reconciled during the subsequent missions. Upon understanding Yamato's inner desires, Kakashi had decided to help him. Finally, the 3rd Hokage stepped in and recruited this righteous lad into the Anbu, and he even joined Kakashi's own team. However, the lad left the team later on because he became a squad leader, and it's been a while since they last saw each other. Kakashi wasn't sure about Yamato's current situation. After all, each squad had their own independent and confidential missions. Therefore, he needed to investigate properly. Kakashi-senpai. Just as Kakashi was lost in thought, a voice abruptly interrupted him. Upon hearing the voice, Kakashi stiffened, lifting his gaze to see a brown-haired figure sprinting towards him. In the Anbu headquarters lounge, no one would wear their masks unless going on a mission. So Kakashi recognized the person almost instantly, and yet, his heart twisted with complex emotions. Suddenly, he felt incredibly lucky, thinking how he could actually run into Yamato. Yet, a feeling of inexplicable discomfort also surged within him, especially upon seeing Yamato's expression directed at him. The feeling of distress became even more palpable. "It's you, Yamato." Kakashi managed to force a smile, although it faded as quickly as it appeared because he himself found it too strained. "Long time no see, Kakashi-senpai." Yamato didn't seem to notice Kakashi's unusual demeanor, his face still lit with a smile as he approached. He hadn't seen Kakashi in a long time either. Upon meeting the man who had rekindled hope within him and helped him escape Dan's control, how could he possibly not feel happy? "Senpai, it's been a while since I last saw you. What have you been up to recently?" "Nothing much, just carrying out Anbu tasks." "Speaking of which, how have you been?" Kakashi steadied his emotions before slowly asking. "Sigh, the same really. Just carrying out the tasks that need to be done, especially given the bad situation recently." Yamato seemed a bit helpless when talking about himself, shrugging slightly before continuing. "The Uchiha have taken down Dan's, and now many of the root tasks have fallen to us, so everyone's busy. Whether it's village defense or patrols in various places, we're involved. Right now, I'm more looking forward to being on night duty at the Hokage's tower. At least it's a bit more relaxed that way. Don't you think so, Kakashi-senpai?" Kakashi quietly listened to Yamato's words, nodding slightly in response. Indeed, being on night watch at the Hokage's tower was the most relaxed task. All one needed to do was stay awake for the night to complete the task. After all, no one in the Leaf Village would dare to easily attack the Hokage's tower. Even that guy Uchiha Kaito only sought trouble with Dan's, not the Hokage. Furthermore, Kakashi could tell that Yamato was not emotionally affected by Dan's death. It made sense, considering no one actually liked Dan's, who was such a dark and icy figure. Moreover, Kakashi had heard that Dan's once wanted to control Yamato in the most extreme way possible. It would indeed be strange if Yamato held any affection for him. Indeed, the tasks at the Hokage's tower are quite relaxed. I just came from there last night, so I can relate. With that, Kakashi slowly began, then seemed to ask casually. "By the way, when are you going to be on duty at the Hokage's tower? If our timings match, we could hang out during our break." Probably not for another half a month." Yamato stroked his chin, seemingly recalling before he answered uncertainly. In reality, Yamato knew that revealing one's mission whereabouts as an Anbu member was incredibly risky, but he had absolute trust in Kakashi. "How about this? When it's my turn to be on duty, I'll inform you in advance. That way, if we both have time, we could meet up. It's been a while since I sat down and had a good chat with you. We'll see then." Kakashi nodded lightly, but a flicker of guilt passed through his eyes. He hadn't expected things to be so easy, but he also knew that it was simply because he had taken advantage of others' goodwill. Watching Yamato, who still had a smile on his face, Kakashi finally let out a hesitant sigh. "Though you'll have to remind me, you've said something you shouldn't have today. Write a reflection when you get back." "Hey! Just a reflection, no punishment this time. But remember, don't casually reveal your whereabouts to anyone in the future, even to me, especially because you're Anbu. But, senpai, you're someone I absolutely trust." Trust, hey? Kakashi lowered his head and walked forward. This word was simply too heavy for him. Especially this time. The morning sunlight pierced through the clouds, sprinkling the dawn over the ground. Nara Shikashiro quietly awaited in the palace of the capital of the Land of Fire. He was due to meet with the daimyo of the Land of Fire today. Nara Shikashiro was the cousin of Nara Shikaku and the father of Yun. Moreover, he was a jonin from the Nara clan. He had participated in both the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars, and not only did he play a significant role behind the lines, but he also demonstrated his combat prowess on the front lines. You could say he's a textbook member of the Nara clan, intelligent, outstanding, yet indolent. After the war ended, Shikashiro didn't choose to enter politics, instead opting to rest at home. In his own words, he said, "After fighting so many battles, can't I rest for a while and experience what it's like to just eat and do nothing?" Shikaku was rather helpless about his cousin's decision, but he could only comply with his elder cousin's wishes. After all, his big brother had given so much already. But the most crucial thing was that his cousin has an outstanding daughter, who, although as lazy as him, was just as much a Nara. But then again, isn't that just typical of the Nara clan? However, this time Shikaku couldn't just go along with his cousin's wishes, for this time he needed someone absolutely trustworthy. Receiving this mission gave Nara Shikashiro quite a headache, but thankfully, this time he didn't evade it. Because, quite honestly, the third Hokage really went too far. Sending children to the battlefield during the Third War, relinquishing Konoha's deserved benefits after the war, and maintaining control over the Hokage position even after the fourth's unexpected death. Especially his handling of the Hyuga incident and the Uchiha issue, he was so stubborn and unyielding. One could even say that he'd positioned himself against the whole system of ninja clans. Could Dans have acted as he did, to such an uncontrollable extent, without his tacit consent? The answer is clearly no. It was because of his silent permission that Dans could act so recklessly. Now, almost the entire system of ninja clans stands in opposition to him. If it weren't for his long-standing grip on Konoha, his infiltration into every aspect of Konoha, I'm afraid someone would have rebelled against him long ago, like the Hyuga, like the Uchiha. But speaking of the Uchiha, they are quite ruthless, especially my daughter's friend. That guy is truly harsh. Nara Shikashiro thought silently as he waited. He had seen his daughter's classmate, a boy named Uchiha Kaito, a handsome yet reserved young man. But who could have expected him to be so powerful, and so cunning? Not only did he kick Uchiha Fugaku from the position of clan head and took over himself, but he also solved the internal problems of the Uchiha clan. Most importantly, he led the clan members to rebel against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he didn't witness Dan's death, he heard from his cousin about how terrifying this guy's power really was. Moreover, this young man was very restrained. He understood very well that he couldn't strike against the Hokage, so his targets were always Dan's, always the root members. His actions can be described as having severed one of Hiruzen Sarutobi's arms, serving as a wake-up call to him. Unfortunately, Sarutobi did not seem to learn from it. The death of Dans had instead ignited a fuse, even if he had suffered defeat harshly. So now that the 7 clans of Konoha are banding together to impeach you, you have brought it upon yourself. Nara Shikashiro silently muttered to himself. He was once again visiting the capital of the Land of Fire to meet the daimyo, all for a crucial mission. That mission was to secretly inform the daimyo about just how outrageous the third Hokage had been, and that they were preparing to impeach him. Even after speaking to the daimyo, he couldn't leave. He had to stay and monitor the daimyo's condition to guess what attitude he was holding. This mission was anything but easy, and it was incredibly troublesome. If there were any leaks, Sarutobi might become aware of everything. So this annoying mission was given to me. Shikaku, you really don't consider your big brother's feelings, even though we're siblings. Nara Shikashiro silently sighed. Luckily, he didn't know his daughter had been sent to the security department, otherwise, he'd be furious. "Are you the special envoy from Konoha?" Just then, a slightly sharp voice broke his train of thought. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged man with a rather distinctive face slowly entering the room, followed by several ninjas. At a glance, Naruto immediately identified one of them. He recognized this man, for it was Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the third Hokage. Without a doubt, this man was the daimyo of the Land of Fire. "Greetings, daimyo," Naruto respectfully greeted, then said quietly, "I apologize for any disturbance my visit may cause." "What's there to be disturbed about? I presume Konoha's visit must be for something important." The daimyo took out a fan and began to fan himself, while casting a curious gaze at Shikashiro. "But why isn't Minister Shikaku here this time? I haven't seen Minister Shikaku for quite some time. The clan head has some important matters to handle in Konoha and cannot visit the capital." Naruto replied with poise, although he was curious why the daimyo remembered his younger brother so distinctly. But being not a man for gossip, he didn't dwell on it. Instead, he continued speaking calmly. "Therefore, the task of visiting you fell to me, and I hope for your understanding." "All right, let's stop with the formalities." The daimyo looked at Naruto curiously while fanning himself and slowly asked. "You still haven't mentioned the purpose of your visit. This matter is extremely important, and I'm afraid I need to speak with you privately." Naruto kept his head bowed as he spoke calmly. But just as he finished speaking, a gruff voice interrupted him. "How presumptuous! Who do you think you are? You think you can demand a private audience with the daimyo whenever you wish?" Naruto slightly raised his head to see a silver-haired man glaring at him with indignation. He knew this man was one of the so-called 12 guardian ninja of the daimyo, named Kazuma, a complete madman. He firmly believed the position of Hokage to be unnecessary and thought the daimyo of the Land of Fire should have control over the shinobi. If Jiraiya was an idealist, this man was undoubtedly a fantasist. His outrageous ideas were truly baffling. What merit does the daimyo hold to control the shinobi? Because he has wealth? Apologies, wealth does not grant free rein in the ninja world. On the contrary, his wealth requires ninja protection. Otherwise, it's entirely possible that one day, his entire family could perish in some squalid alley. The existence of a man like Kazuma probably indicated the daimyo himself held similar notions. As long as the daimyo didn't voice these ideas, everyone could coexist peacefully. Otherwise, replacing the current daimyo with another person of the same lineage would not be out of the question. Naruto paid no attention to Kazuma's barks. He simply watched the daimyo in silence. The daimyo looked somewhat uncomfortable. He hadn't anticipated things escalating this far, and he could tell that the member of the Nara clan in front of him was not going to budge an inch. With a reluctant sigh, the daimyo finally spoke. "Lord Shikashiro, if you are not in a rush, I ask that you rest here in my palace. We can discuss matters slowly. Of course, if it is extremely important, then I believe we can." "There's no immediate rush, daimyo," Shikashiro cut him off softly. "Although this matter is of great importance, there is still a buffer. However, please note, daimyo, that this matter concerns not only the future of Konoha but also the future of the Land of Fire. This daimyo of the Land of Fire is quite interesting. He dares to treat your father this way. Could it be because your father appears too gentle?" In the security department's office, under the noon sun, Kaido was reading a letter and chuckling to Yuniko. Yuniko, mimicking the Hyuga clan, rolled his eyes at Kaido. A week had quietly passed, and his father had been in the capital of the Land of Fire for a week. However, during this week, although he had many encounters with the daimyo, he never had a chance for a private audience. Fortunately, everything hadn't escalated yet, so the absence of a formal discussion about the impeachment of the third Hokage with the daimyo hadn't been lethal. However, the daimyo's attitude had caught Kaido's attention, or rather the attention of the family's ninjas. Kaido had known even before crossing over that there were so-called 12 guardian ninja in the Land of Fire, and these guardians were split into two factions. One faction considered the daimyo to be the true jewel and firmly believed that the daimyo should be the ultimate ruler of the Land of Fire. The other faction included Asuma's camp, where they considered the Hokage to be the true jewel. To be honest, Kaido had no liking for Kazuma's group. They seemed as unreasonable as if they were under the influence of hallucinogenic mushrooms. Idealists, at least, have some logical coherence in their thoughts. Although difficult to achieve, their views are worth respect. Fantasists, however, are better left alone. So what do we do now? If they persist in preventing my father from meeting the daimyo, wouldn't that derail all our plans? Yuniko also found these people irritating, but she was now also feeling a headache because the daimyo held the key to the legal authority, even if he seemed unimportant ordinarily. Yuniko had been in the security department for a week now. Although she was still technically an intern, Kaido, knowing her abilities, had promptly placed her at his side. Being of the Nara clan, she always had a strong ability to strategize, a trait Kaido valued immensely. However, she was also feeling uneasy at the moment. After all, even a small misstep in such a significant affair could be fatal. We'll just have to wait and see. I believe Uncle Shikashiro will have a solution. Kaido, however, was calm. He casually shrugged and spoke with a smile. He is your father after all. You should have some faith in him. Besides, things haven't even started yet, so there's no need for us to be anxious. Kaido wasn't particularly anxious at the moment. After all, he still needed to wait for some time. Kakashi had told him that he would have to wait for some time before he could capture Yamato. Only when Yamato was on duty at the Hokage's building would there be an opportunity to capture him while also obtaining the operation records of the Root Division. Kakashi didn't dare to remove the operation records of the Root Division in advance, and Kaido understood his concerns. After all, who knew if Hiruzen Sarutobi might suddenly get a whim to check these things? Although Kakashi had already removed a few documents, it was their small quantity that mattered. Kakashi had told Kaido that there were probably thousands of documents. The disappearance of one or two wouldn't necessarily raise suspicions, but if all of them were gone at once, or if the most potentially scrutinized documents were missing, then the risk of exposure would be significant. Besides, even if Hiruzen Sarutobi were to surrender because of our impeachment, his interest groups might not necessarily surrender. Kaido thought to himself. After this period of investigation, Hyuga, Abarame, and Inyazuka had basically gathered information on the Sarutobi, Yamanaka and Akimichi clans. It must be said that since Hiruzen Sarutobi became Hokage, these three clans had grown exponentially. Their industries spread across all sectors of Konoha, and their respective ninja forces were massive. The Sarutobi clan alone, while not having as many ninjas as the rumors from Kaido's previous life suggested, something about an army of 3,000. Still, their ninja force was nearing 1,000. Although most of them were middle and lower ninja, the sheer number was quite intimidating. The Yamanaka and Akimichi clans didn't have as many ninjas as the Sarutobi clan, but they still boasted hundreds. Without mincing words, if they really decided to go down fighting, Kaido's side would have to face their human wave tactics without adequate preparation. But if they charge en masse, Fugaku, Shisui, and I would probably have a good laugh. Kaido stroked his chin, contemplating the thought of three individuals with Mangekyo Sharingan hardly fearing a human wave tactic. Especially in situations of extreme crisis, they could use the Susanoo to resist the onslaught. Regardless, they must be prepared, especially in terms of public opinion. The impeachment of the Hokage must adhere to legal principles, and they must retain control over the initiative. It's because he's my father that I dare not trust him. He's hopelessly lazy. Yuniko didn't know what Kaido was thinking. She helplessly flicked her hand as she spoke. Even though I was dragged into this by you guys, as a member of the Nara clan, I couldn't avoid it anyway. So this time, we must be fully prepared and ensure that nothing goes wrong. I don't want to be ruined at such a young age by you guys. Don't worry, if there wasn't a solid chance, do you think your uncle would get involved? Kaido smiled at Yuniko, then patted her shoulder and slowly spoke. Actually, this matter concerns the future of the entire Konoha, not just our few clans. Because if things continue like this, it'll be increasingly difficult for everyone. Our esteemed Hokage has completely regarded Konoha as his private property. Although there are risks in impeaching the Hokage, the risks are not guaranteed to occur, and our chance of success is very high. However, we must be careful, as some people might stop at nothing for power. But if he truly intends to stop at nothing, then he's just pushing himself into the abyss. At this point, Kaido paused, his expression becoming incredibly serious. And besides, don't worry, I'll protect you. Just like before. The bright moonlight illuminated the earth as Kakashi arrived at the entrance to the Hokage's building. Under the caress of the silver moonlight, his shadow stretched out long and thin, only to disappear in a blink. Tonight was not his turn to be on duty at the Hokage building, and he even had his own mission. But he received a message from Yamato a few days ago. This made him realize that the time he had been waiting for had finally come. He passed this information on to Kaido, confident that with this information, Kaido would respond and tell him what to do. After all, Kaido and those clans had been planning for so long, and they had all been silently waiting. As he anticipated, Kaido quickly sent him a message. However, the content confused Kakashi. Kaido asked him to cause a big stir when he obtained the root operation file in secret, especially when interacting with Yamato. Wouldn't a big fuss give us away? What on earth is Uchiha Kaito thinking? Kakashi was very puzzled, but after much thought, he decided to follow Kaido's plan. Frankly, he had little room to choose otherwise. All he could do was trust Kaido, trust that Uchiha and the others from different clans could help him get his revenge. The moonlight was harsh, and Kakashi silently stepped into the Hokage building. His scarlet Sharingan appeared particularly eerie in the darkness of the night. The three tomo in the Sharingan spun quickly, scanning the surroundings before he familiarly headed towards the Hokage's office. As an Anbu, Kakashi was all too familiar with their operations. After all, Yamato had once been a member of his squad, a subordinate of his. He could guess, without much thought, where the Anbu might be hiding. He knew where they might be guarding, and even where the surveillance equipment inside the Hokage building was. Dodging surveillance, bypassing the Anbu's defense areas, he moved along the wall and finally arrived at the window of the Hokage's office. He easily broke the seal on the window and once again entered the Hokage's office. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Kakashi felt a sense of ironic amusement. He realized that he seemed to have a particular knack for breaking into the Hokage's office. But now was not the time to ponder these things. His mission was heavy, he had to retrieve the operation report from the root. To confirm whether the report was replaced, he had to check it thoroughly. He deftly opened the cabinet and quickly broke open the hidden compartment, once again encountering the large scroll. Then, he tirelessly unrolled the enormous scroll, opening each of the smaller scrolls sealed within for inspection. As time ticked away, Kakashi went through all the checks, finally breathing a sigh of relief. He knew that his earlier infiltration had not been detected. Although the part of checking the scroll was indeed time-consuming and strenuous, regardless, Kakashi had obtained everything he wanted. So, now comes the crucial moment. Kakashi muttered to himself as he slung the enormous scroll on his back and quickly rose to his feet. The moonlight was so dazzling, and this time, under its cover, Kakashi directly pushed open the main door of the Hokage's office. His actions were not subtle, instantly attracting the attention of all the hidden Anbu in the Hokage building. But this was exactly what Kakashi and Kaido needed, and after all of this, he even lit a signal flare. Looking at the flare soaring into the sky, emitting a brilliant light, Kakashi slowly moved forward. At this moment, his crimson Sharingan spun faster and faster. In an instant, he could sense an energy rushing towards him. At that very moment, he drew his ninja blade, its cold light suddenly flashed. Battle, he had to show the world the style of a true shinobi. Because this battle might well be his last in this lifetime.